Hello, world. Not this one, this one. Hello, hello. Hello, Mako Cam. Thank you for all the waves and love. Magistrate Ironlung, Marks, Aerith Winterfell, Ghoulish Misfit, and Documancer. It's been a while since we have had the Mancer of Documents in our chat. Hello, Sam Weller. Why? Hello, Mr. Strangely. Ahoy. Yes, I doubt I can show you them all, but this is an Evan and Caitlin shirt. Actually, I have something that can better show you. If in fact I can find it there. Oh, let me put it on the big one. Is it this one? Yeah. These are all, if you don't know Evan and Caitlin, they are kind of a craft channel, appropriately enough. And so every year they try to immortalize a pumpkin in resin with varying results. And so these are all the pumpkins that they've done as per last year. And so these are also what's on my shirt. But I thought it would be Halloweeny. I know, I'm gonna have to figure out the plans for that. Do something extra special. Where are we? We are here. Yes, they are fun. I have other Halloweeny accoutrements that I can add. I was thinking of adding a Halloween thing to my outfit after each story. Don't let me forget to do that. I was also considering wearing just my Alucard costume, and I was unsure because I get hot in normal clothes, and that is extra hot, and so basically it would just be like a white shirt for most of the video, and so I was like, I don't know that it's worth it. I think these other things will be more visible for the stream. I might be able to put on the vampire teeth if you guys want me to, but that might have to be at the break. I don't know if I shared it or not. I mean, it's a playlist. But yeah, so FYI, I have not had a good afternoon. If you didn't see my message before, the reason I'm late today is in no small part because in addition to already being a little bit behind schedule, but usually I would still manage with that, in addition to that, my cats pooped and puked all over the floor. And I was thinking of saying, like, it was like 2:30 when they did that, and I was thinking of saying that might take 30 minutes for me to clean, and I was like, it's not gonna take 30 minutes to clean, is it? And it absolutely did. So I had no time for any extra prep. I just had to do whatever the bare minimum was. So yeah, so that amongst other things put me in a not so good mood. Usually doing the stream hypes me up and cheers me up, and so I can already feel that starting to happen, and I hope it continues to happen. But just saying that, FYI, be gentle with me today. I might be a little sensitive, a little extra sensitive. But is that a doggy hug? Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Meow. And there's a kitty meow. I appreciate that, Bella. I appreciate your support. But yes, so if you are new here, welcome, welcome. Here is how it works. We have a prompt every week that is submitted by supporters. Yes, submitted by supporters and voted on by those who wrote for the previous prompt or did at least 2 reviews for stories written for it. And then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on stream. 4 are guaranteed, they will be read no matter what, and the other 4 are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. You have 4 little mother flies around the screen, and when you get one filled up, that means that you have unlocked an encore. And so when the bubbles come out of the antennae, when they breach the body of the moth and they come out of the antennae, that's when you know you've unlocked one. And so you could do that 4 times. It is greatly appreciated when you do that. The people whose stories get read appreciate it, and the people who are me also appreciate it. So yeah, and if you would like to be a guaranteed person, where you go is you go to the server shop in the Discord, or the thank you, Wolf, really appreciate it. Bada boom. Yes. You go to the server shop in the Discord, or to like the subscription page on Twitch. So on Discord you have the $3 a month tier, that is the Bookworm tier, that gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit submissions to the forum, and you get some emojis. Then on both Twitch and Discord you have the $5 a month Cocooned in Silk tier. That gives you access to those things, except you get to submit 3 submissions and 6-word prompts. And provided there are no issues and we are not lacking for encores, then you will be in the guaranteed section for the stream. And you get more emojis. And then both on Twitch and Discord, you have the $10 a month tier, and that is the Transformed One tier. That gives you access to all the things I said, but you can submit 4 submissions and 7-word prompts. And the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat goes directly to the poll, provided that there are no issues with it. You can also have... Why are you meowing so much? You can also have a universe tag if you want it. So that's like the Corrupted Desire, Overly Familiar tags that you see. I decided to give them to myself this week, so those are also for that. To vote them. But make sure if you want that, you do need to DM me or tag me and ask for it and tell me what you want. And you get even more emojis. This tier is also available to you if you are a Cocooned in Silk, both on Twitch and Discord. However, I don't know how to make that automated, unfortunately, so you do have to inform me if you are both, because I may not recognize it on my own. So yeah, there you go. So our prompt for today is a witch's craft. This is our Halloween prompt for the year. A very fun prompt. Let's move you back over here. No clue why I didn't end up finishing before the deadline. I could have, but I ended up sleeping way too long. Well, I think I have an idea. I think it's because you slept too long. It sounds like you answered your own question there. Alright. Hello, Corian. Alrighty, Roo. Well, our list for today is Corian, Massacre, Aerith Winterfell, and Death's Head for the guarantees. And then for the encores, we have Decoy, me, Dragoneye, and Spectre. And I think that this is too little. Then again, let's close the comments. Yeah. Okie dokie. And we are a little over halfway to unlocking decoys right now. Alrighty, Roo. I think, especially because we know that Corian is here, I think we can start with Corian. Really should ask to use universe tags. I just need to know what I'm writing early enough. What do you mean you need to know early enough? I mean, you can just, like, tag me or DM me whenever you know. Like, whenever you're about to post, you can be like, tag please. Taxi tag. Alright, before I start, I want to check and see if there's another cat outside. Not that I see. Not that I see, Bella Bella Bean. Alrighty-roo. Crafting Potions. Wisteria and Ambrose by Corian. 345 words. It's the night of the Autumn Harvest Festival, where everyone comes together to share the fruits of their labor and have a grand old time. Even the witches from the woods have come to join the festivities. Gentle music flows with a light breeze. Both Wisteria and Ambrose have set up their respective booths, adding a bit of magic to the air, both figuratively and literally. Ambrose casts charms on paper lanterns that keep people company in the growing darkness, enchanting knives to repel any cuts and scrapes one might get while carving pumpkins. Meanwhile, at Wisteria's booth, she is showing witchcraft to anyone who is interested in it, both as a profession or passive curiosity, which caught the eye of a little girl who teetered between her mother and the witch. Wisteria came around her booth to greet the mother and daughter. I'm Wisteria. What can I call you? I'm Viola, and this is my daughter Hazel. That's a pretty name. Would you like to help me brew a potion? Wisteria bends down to the girl's level. At her mother's encouragement, the little girl nods. Wisteria holds out her hand. The girl accepts. Wisteria leads her behind the booth and onto a stool, high enough for the girl to see the bottom of the cauldron. Wisteria lines up 3 papers, all with filigree edges. One containing 4-leaf clovers, another has hearts, and the last one is of a simple design of the sun and its rays. Simple spells that anyone can learn. Which one do you want to create, Hazel? Hazel points to the one with the hearts. That's a lovely choice. Hazel giggles. Wisteria guides Hazel through all the steps, allowing her to put all the ingredients into the cauldron, casting a spell as they mix the concoction together. Hazel watches as Wisteria bottles the potion and ties a red ribbon around the top. There, a potion made by your hands. No matter where you go, love will always find you. Thank you! Hazel runs back to her mother, clutching the bottle to her chest. Those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. That was weird for a second there. It almost looked to me like the encore at the top was behind the cat. Because it's like just the edges of it. Alrighty, Rue. Super cute story, Corey. Alrighty, Rue. Let's begin, I guess. Of course the setting is cute. I am happy. I presume that this is this world's version of Halloween, so of course I'm happy that you did my challenge. And I really love this image of just a little autumn festival fair, and the witches come to the fair. Thank you for the cheers, Marks and Magistrate Iron Lung. Now we have unlocked Decoy Story, so that is lovely and appreciated. Alright, back to the story. I love the idea of this fair and that actual witches come and it's kind of like, whoa, it's raining! Thank you for the cheers, Maker Cam and Ghoulish Misfits. I really appreciate it. I like the idea that actual witches come to the fair and it's almost like what would it be, like a job fair. That they're like, hey, do you want to be a witch? Here's what it entails. And that's really cute and fun. And it seems that that Ambrose is coming into his own as a witch. He is not just an assistant. He gets to have his own booth, and that's fun and cute. having read other stories from this universe. Though I do have some, I don't know, questions, critiques, desires regarding the stuff about Ambrose. So, the first question I have is, Ambrose casts charms on paper lanterns that keep people company in the growing darkness. So I'm not quite sure what keep people company means. I don't know if it's like the light is just warm and nice, like it's not, you know, see, my brain isn't braining very well today. Did I write? Yeah, I didn't. I can't tell if it's like he basically gave the lantern sentience and you have like a little companion lantern to keep you company throughout the night, or if it's literally just, it's a normal lantern and it gives off warm light and like kind of a poetic way of describing the lantern, the warm light, you know, keeping you company as you walk through the dark festival, or what that means. And I really like the image of the enchanting knives that repel cuts and scrapes while carving pumpkins, and I think that really works in terms of like, hey, here's some tools for the autumn festival itself, or at least just the autumn season. I think that connects quite well. But I don't feel like the knives and the lanterns are really connecting for me. And so I do feel like I need a little more from the lanterns. And perhaps because it's only 2 and there's that classic cadence, the classic cadence is to have 3, it feels incomplete. Instead of it feeling like he has this booth and he sells many wares and here are 2 of the potential wares that he's selling, it just kind of reads like he sells these 2 things specifically, and that's it. And I don't think that was the intent. If that is, that also feels a little bit strange to me that it's these 2 things specifically, especially when those things aren't quite connected to me other than, yeah, you need lanterns for walking around the festival. And so I think at least having a 3rd thing would be helpful, if not just kind of a summary line of, he sells wares, I don't know, wares for the festival, or even just like enchanted wares. Like Ambrose sells many enchanted wares: paper lanterns that keep people company, enchanting knives that repel cuts and scrapes. Even just a summary would be helpful. It still would sound incomplete without that 3rd part of the list, but I think it would work better for me and at least not sound like he sells only 2 things. And the other thing about it is that I feel like it would work better for me personally if Wisteria and Ambrose's booths were a little more connected, or at least that they were connecting a little bit more. Because as is, you have no idea if this is the first story you've read of them, that they are mother and son. And granted, you don't need to. That is one of those things where it's like, you have to decide what universe stuff you want to keep in. Do we need to know that they're mother and son? No. But the thing is, Ambrose also doesn't need to be mentioned at all. And so I feel like if you're gonna mention him, that having a little more connection between him and Wisteria would be quite nice, and I think would add something to the story. I don't know exactly where you would want to go with that, but even something as simple as having the connection line be Ambrose smiles at his mother at Wisteria's booth, or like Ambrose smiles at his mother Wisteria at her booth, you know, that kind of thing. I think at the very least would be nice. If not a little bit more, and I think we'll come back to that. But like I said, I do think it's cute, the idea of the enchanted knives and stuff, and I do like that Wisteria is just like showing off witchcraft and stuff. Their dialogue flows pretty well. I do like that the girl is kind of scared at first and she only talks at the end. Very cute. I think maybe this one's nitpicky, but Mysteria leads her behind the booth and onto a stool high enough for the girl to see the bottom of the cauldron. I think to see into the cauldron might work a little bit better because we don't know if this implies that it's empty, but it very well could already have like some water prepped in there and stuff, and because she's a little girl and your mind is already like thinking little, you might read that as like she can see the bottom of the cauldron, not she can see like into it, but just like she's eye level with the bottom. And I think into would just clear up any potential confusion in that regard. I forgot to look it up. I remember that I'm presuming that this means like there's gold on the side of the paper. And I remember that I have used this word to mean that kind of thing, that like there's like a bit of gold around it. And I remember I was critiqued for it by people more knowledgeable than me in the past. But I don't remember what it actually is. I just remember that I don't think it's exactly that. So if other people who are more knowledgeable about this still have that same critique, do say. I do think it's cute that it's just like, okay, we have some spells and they might be like cutified a little bit for the fair and potential kids that would want to do it. I like that image a lot. And then I think it works well, the description of them putting it all together. So as for Love Will Always Find You, that seems really powerful. This all read as just like a cute little innocuous little spell that they're doing that's like, yeah, we're at the fair, we're doing something simple. And so then when it's revealed, I honestly didn't need it to be revealed. Like it could just be like, yeah, we're doing the one with the hearts. Here you go. Here's your potion. I don't need to know what it is. I will assume that it's benign. Everything about the story has been benign. I will not assume that oh my gosh. I'm just imagining if you wrote it that way and if someone in the reviews is just like, what horrors did she give her? But anyways, I think and hope that most people wouldn't think that she's giving her some horror. And if you wanted to, that could be its own sequel story that's unexpected and stuff, you know. But anyways, so bottom line, I was expecting it to be just a benign spell, nothing bad, nothing horrific, and to be something pretty simple. It could even just be like, here's a potion that makes bubble hearts or something like that. It could be like, I should have thought of examples first. I mean, I guess it could be a lot like what you were talking about with the keeping people company thing, kind of a vague, once you drink this, you will know that you are loved. Maybe that is what you intended with Love Will Always Find You. But it's just like, yes, this will create a warm, fuzzy feeling in the drinker. And it's like, that's about it. It's just warm and fuzzy and nice and you feel loved kind of thing. Or it makes heart bubbles. Even something like this wouldn't work for the heart image, but something like, oh, it's a strength potion, or it's a speed potion, or something like that. I would work pretty well for me. But Love Will Always Find You seems like a lifetime lasting potion that's like really good and really powerful. 'Cause to me that reads like, wherever you are, like, you will never truly be alone. Like, even if you are alone for a while, it's like love is still going to find you. Whether it be your parents, whether it be your friends, whether it be your lover, whether it be a cat. You know, wherever you are, love will always find you. That's super OP. That's awesome. And that is still benign and positive, but it's like too awesome. It's too benign and positive. Because it's like, yes, I mean, it kind of reminds me of like Susan's horn from the Chronicles of Narnia, that when you blow the horn, you know, wherever you are, help will come, you know? That it's that kind of thing, that it's like, and in this case, you don't even need to blow a horn. It's just built into you now. Love will always find you. It also does remind me of Once Upon a Time, and how Snow and Prince Charming are always saying, I will always find you, kind of thing. And so I think that three things could have been done to address this shock that I received from this line. One would be to not mention it. You didn't have to say what the potion did. Two would be to make the potion simpler, something simple and silly. Three would be to explain it up above, is to explain earlier, okay, what is this potion? What does it do? And so I might still think it's OP, but at least I wouldn't be like, excuse me, what? Love will always find me? Where do I go to this booth? You know? So yeah. And I do think that if you needed more words to explain the potion, it probably would have been worth taking Ambrose out of the story, unfortunately. As unfortunate as that is, because I did enjoy his addition, he doesn't add a whole lot to the story, and so he's not, like, relevant to the plot. The potion is. And so I think taking him out so that you could explain what the potion is, or potentially even, you know, we'll talk about this more in a second, but potentially even, like, maybe have something go wrong with the potion that they have to, like, fix to add some more, like, tension and intrigue and stuff like that. Hang on, let me check. There's a cat out there.
No cat. Just a cat in here. Yeah. Want me to sit with you for a bit? Well, I don't know if I can. But I'll try. You're so cute.
So, this story is super cute. I think the story works as is. It's really interesting because so many of the stories this week, I was like, this is super cute and lighthearted and just good, and I liked it. And the thing about that is that gives me less to talk about when it's like, yeah, good job, you know, loved it, it's cute. And so I do not think that there is any problem with this story regarding where it goes or anything like that. It's just a cute, simple, lighthearted scene of a fair and a witch showing a little girl how to make a potion, how to be a witch. But I do think that it ended up, when I was first reading it, I kind of had this feeling of like the story didn't go anywhere. Now, the story doesn't have to go anywhere. That's why I'm emphasizing it's great as is. It doesn't have to have what I'm about to talk about for it to be good. But just in terms of finding things to talk about and, like, what could have made this story feel a little bit more, like, exciting and like it went somewhere. I think part of what leads to that feeling of it didn't go anywhere is that there isn't, like, a conflict or a problem to solve. It's not like something went wrong and we have to fix it. It's just like, yeah, we're at the fair and we made a potion. And, like, that's super cute. But it's not as much like we start with a problem and then we fix it and solve it to create, like, more of an arc and feel like we're ending in a different place, if that makes sense. I was trying to think, like, what could you do to
Sorry. Okay.
we'll stop hitting you then. I was trying to think what you could do to introduce more of, like, a tension and conflict. And I had a couple of ideas. So one is that you could have something go wrong with the potion that could add a little bit more like excitement into the story. I think for me personally, what I probably would have gone is I probably would have done more with Ambrose. I probably would have had it be like, this is Ambrose's first festival where he's setting up his own booth and he is a little bit freaked out about it, so that he's like, I don't know if I can do a good job. Like, I was always your assistant, and stuff like that. So in fact, I might actually switch them and have Ambrose be the one doing the demonstration. And so then what it would be is that we would start in the place of, I'm nervous that I won't do a good job and I won't do the demonstration right. And so then the middle is him doing the demonstration, and then we end with Wisteria being like, you did good, you did well. And so I think that would feel more like the story has an arc and starts and ends in a different place, if that makes sense. To reiterate, you don't have to do that. The story doesn't have to start and end in a different place or have an arc like that. It is still really cute and really enjoyable as is. But to me, that I think would make the story feel like it goes somewhere and add some excitement and intrigue, if that makes sense. Let's see. Anything else to see? I don't think so. Let's go over here. I took keep people company literally, like it follows with. That works. That does make sense as to something that would be magical. Like, yeah, it's a lantern you don't have to carry. But keep people company, I think, is a little too, like, emotionally charged for me to immediately read it as just like, oh, it physically follows them. And so I do think if that was the intent, and I think we'll see in a second what the intent was, but if that was the intent, I think saying charms on paper lanterns that follow people in the growing darkness, or that, some version of the phrasing of follow, rather than keep people company. That's what Eris said too. Okay, that was indeed correct. Yeah, trailing would work. Well, I think, let's see. Ambrose cast charms with paper lanterns that trail people in the growing darkness. Yeah, I do think that would convey better what you were going for. I do think follow sounds a little more natural than trail in that particular context. Yep, rule of 3. Mm-hmm. That image was funny. Ambrose selling 2 things, but I couldn't think of a third thing for him to have. I was trying to imply it's an activities booth. Oh, yeah, I unfortunately I didn't get the impression that it was an activities booth because you said that I guess you did say he casts charms. But I kind of got the implication that these are items he's selling, that it's like, yeah, he casts charms on paper lanterns to keep people company. And, like, either he's giving them away or he's selling them. And then, okay, here's another item, enchanted knives that repel cuts and scrapes. That doesn't sound like this is the station where you cut the pumpkins, where you carve the pumpkins. It sounds like this is the place where you buy the knives, and then you go over to the pumpkin station, you know? And so, let's see, how do I describe that more? I mean, you could literally use the word activities and say, like, at Ambrose's booth, people can do many different activities. Or, like, Ambrose's booth is covered in paper lanterns that... Well, I don't know. I was going to say covered in paper lanterns that follow people around, but then it sounds like it's not desired. Then it sounds like you go to his booth and you pick up a lantern whether you like it or not, you know? And that's not what you were intending, I don't think. So maybe you would have to take out the follow people around to use this image, but Ambrose's booth is covered in warm paper lanterns, or paper lanterns that give off a warm glow in the growing darkness. There, people do many different activities, such as carving pumpkins with enchanted knives that repel cuts and scrapes. I know that costs more words that you didn't have, but something along those lines is how I would have done that. And granted, in that particular case, the lanterns are a setting thing, and you don't have to set the setting like that. You could say, at Ambrose's booth, people can participate in many different activities, namely carving pumpkins with enchanted knives that repel cuts and scrapes. That's probably more comparable to the words that you have, and that would have conveyed, this is where you do it. Um, I wasn't sure if filigree would still work there or not. If not, I can change. Fair. I just imagine love, like light kindness, will always find her. Yeah, I mean, light kindness might be a little, it's less committal than love, so love does kind of imply, yes, it's like family, friends, or a lover. And so kindness could just be a kind stranger, and so it's a little more general, but it still has that same vibe to me, that it's like, wherever you are, someone or something kind will like help you or run into you. I want that. That's so OP. That's too good. Yeah. Imagine, like, if whenever you're sitting there crying in your room, you always know that you're gonna get a kind message from a friend, or you know your mom's gonna knock on your door with cookies, or you know your cat's gonna snuggle up to you. Like, how freaking awesome would that be, to know that you will always be found, that kindness will and love and light will always find you. This is such a good potion. She should not be giving it out for free to children. Iris says, I assume the love will always find you was like if the child got lost in the woods, her family would be able to find her, kind of thing. That does work a bit better for me if it's like, yeah, if it's not so much like, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, love, light, kindness will find you somehow. But instead it being like, when you are lost, you will be found. That works better for me. I think that, I don't know if I can describe well why that works better for me. It's just like having it be more conditional like that, where it's like, okay, kids get lost. What would be a helpful potion to give a kid? A potion that helps that if they get lost, they will always be found. You know, that works very well. But if it's just a generic, wherever you are, you will be loved, I'm like, I want that, you know? I did want to have more of a connection between Wisteria and Ambrose, but wasn't sure how I wanted to connect the two. Gotcha. Corin says, Aerith, something like that. A small charm. Also, Kaylee's ideas are cute, too. Aerith, it will make you feel warm and fuzzy. Wait, so will it make you drunk? I have no idea. I've never been drunk, so... Well, I haven't either. I guess being drunk probably feels warm and fuzzy, but I was thinking more like, you know, when you're sad, drink this and it will cheer you up, basically. Yeah, like a cheer up potion. That would be a better way to describe it, of just like, I feel gross and I will drink the potion I made, and it's like, okay, I'm feeling better now, you know? Documancer. Drunk is definitely warm and fuzzy, sometimes hazy. Fair. Orianne. But the way Kaylee is speaking about it is funny. I made you to rethink it. Aerith, one thing I really liked about the story is the mother giving encouragement to the girl. It's like a kid being scared of Santa and a parent encouraging the child, making it seem like witchcraft in the setting is something just part of life rather than something spooky. I felt that was interesting. I totally agree. I think that was great, both in terms of the mother helping the girl and Wisteria herself encouraging her and stuff. That was great. It totally has those like Santa vibes. Corian, I did feel like something was missing, but still wanted it to be fun and cozy. And ooh, I like that idea. I assume that's the having Ambrose like be more of the main character. Glad you like the idea. A company? What are we hearkening back to? Oh, a company here instead of keep people company. Let me read that with that. Ambrose casts charms on paper lanterns that accompany people in the growing darkness. Part of it could also be that phrasing of like cast charms on paper lanterns that keep people company in the growing darkness does read a little bit like they already keep people company and he casts charms on them. And so I do think I would actually change it to something more as Ambrose cast charms on paper lanterns to make them accompany people in the growing darkness, or some version of like clearly connecting the spell makes this happen rather than like the lanterns accompany people. The spell makes the lanterns accompany people, you know? But I feel like what I said was also clunky, so I'm trying to think of something better. Yeah, that's actually a tough one. This is tougher than I thought to try to figure out how to rephrase that. That is one of those things where on occasion when I go through a story and will like kind of rewrite it, that is the kind of thing that I catch that I don't always catch with this kind of thing where it's like, there's a little awkwardness to this phrasing. And then I try to rephrase it. I'm like, I see now why you phrased it that way because it's hard to phrase it non-clunkily. But bottom line, a company would be better, would better convey that idea of they follow people around. I still, especially with this original phrasing of he cast charms on paper lanterns that accompany people, I still might have a little bit of confusion, but I think I would get to the right answer faster, if that makes sense. I still might rewrite the piece to make it more clear. I do like this piece, but something was missing from it. Fair. Yeah, Ambrose focused. I might do 2 versions. 1, rewrite for Wisteria. 2, have Ambrose be the main point of view. Nice. I would definitely be curious to see that. As per usual, I am not always good at like responding and stuff, but if you tag me on your rewrites, I will read them. Cast charms so they would accompany people. There you go. Why did I not get there? Why did my brain not give me that? There you go. That's exactly it. Ambrose cast charms on paper lanterns so they would accompany people in the growing darkness. I just saw Mako. I need to order a pizza. And I was like, okay. Twitch might close. That makes more sense as to why you're announcing that. Alright, let's see. Wolf, Kaylee's would be 1,500, right? Or are we doing something different? It's actually a turnip! I am assuming that the turnip thing was like referencing the lanterns or something, but it sounds like it's like, yeah, Kaylee's story is 150, right? Wait, it's a turnip, not a story. But yeah, we can have it be 500 bits cheaper. He sells sea spells by the spell store. Nice. Do you have any healing potions? No, sir. We have spaghetti and blankets. What is that responding to exactly? Is that responding to like the 2 things, or is that something about like the sea spells? Also, it is sea spells, just the letter C, but I realize as I'm saying it, it probably sounds like I'm saying SEA spells to do with the sea, which also works. Yeah, what kind of love? Familial, romantic, platonic? I was assuming any and all, but I guess it could be only one kind. And then, okay, that is a reason that the spell might actually be problematic and well, I was gonna say not OP, but it would still be OP, but it would now not be desirable. If it's like, for example, only romantic love. Then that means that somebody who's romantically into you is gonna come up to you at any time, anywhere. Now, granted, maybe if you, like, have found your person, it would only apply to, like, the person you're married to, and that, like, I was gonna say, and that might be okay, but then again, that might make, your spouse just annoy you constantly. That it's like, love will always find you, and that translates to, like... Anytime you're apart, your husband like comes in with cookies, or is like comes in and is like, I want to show you a meme, or something, which could be annoying. So either way, it could mean that there's just people constantly crushing on you and they will find you no matter how much you try to hide. Or it could mean you do genuinely love this person, but they annoy you constantly. So yeah, if it's a specific kind of love, I think that makes it still OP, still problematic, but no longer in a everybody should want this spell that's amazing way, but in a I don't want this spell, but it's like long lasting and super OP still. Yes, I mean, I hope that it was clear from how I was reacting that I was not thinking love only meant adult fun times. And that, well, at least in my opinion, though granted, it depends. If it was only sexual love, for some people, they'd be like, hell yeah, it always finds me. But that would be an absolutely horrifying curse, for me at least. Somewhere a tiefling named Amor or Amore just always knows where she is. Yes, that could work too. Somebody named Love can always find you. Yes. But this isn't someday love will find you. This is everyday love will find you. So it's 3,500, 5,500, 7,500 for Encores 2, 3, and 4. Thank you for calculating, Wolf. Rob 258, order a pizza. Oh, you can't eat pizza. Are you lactose intolerant? Or yeah, now that I think about it and trying to put it into words, the potion might sound OP because I wrote that line because I feel a little lost in regards to any kind of love. So yeah, it wasn't supposed to be only adult fun times. It was supposed to be all sorts of love, familial kindness from strangers, etc. I did get that personally. Personally, I'm sorry if that wasn't clear from my original speech, but I definitely got that idea of just... love will find you wherever you are, whether that be your parents coming to find you, your cat, your spouse, a friend. I feel like it could be, just from that phrasing, I definitely thought it could be any kind of love. I think I've made it clear, though, that I just still think that's too good. That's too great. That's like whenever you're alone, love will always find you. Now, granted, like... it always comes down to intent, right? Because if you want the spell to be OP, that's okay. It just is like a little bit weird to me that she would be handing out such an OP spell at the fair to a kid for free, you know? Oh, that makes sense, Aerith. I'm glad that you are okay, and I hope you are recovering. Alright. Okay. Time to put on Halloweeny accoutrement number 1. This scarf. It has cute costumed doggies and kitties on it. I don't remember where I got it. I got it many years ago. Needed more conditions to fill her for the spell for limit parameters. I think, like I said, there's multiple ways to do it because, like I said, if you just make it clear when you are lost, you will always be found. Sure, that's a little bit OP, but to me, that works better. that's not as OP. Just that phrasing works fine for me. You could indeed still say love will always find you, but put more conditions on it, but that would cost words, and I don't know if that's the best use of words. And I guess maybe that does just corroborate with my earlier comment about you could explain it above, and so I guess you could just explain whatever the conditions are above. What was I gonna say? What was the other thing? What was the other option I said? Oh yeah, the other option was just to not say it. Just say, here you go, here's your potion, and we'll just assume it's a good potion. When you are lost, you'll always be found. They didn't say who would find you. This is true. And in that case, it doesn't have to be someone who loves you. And so that, I guess that could be a darker, potentially lead to darker situations, even if that's not technically like a dark potion. Granted, now that I think about it, with something like that, when you are lost, you'll always be found. Does that mean, like, a bug comes up to you, that counts as being found? It's like, no, I don't want the bug to find me. I want a human to find me. Alright, but this is super cute and fun, Corian. I don't know if I said that I was hoping you'd write about these guys for this prompt, so it was very nice to see them. Let us go on to Massacre's story. Monster Mash, Ridge Cloud setting by Massacre. 346 words. Erica growled at the sewing machine. Are you shitting me? She pulled the fabric from the sewing machine and started cutting the errant stitches. As she did so, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Erica said with a sigh. Ryan poked his head through the door. Hey, you good? I heard you from the hallway. Erica forced a weak smile to her face. Yeah, doing great. I'm making a Halloween costume. I rented a sewing machine and I thought it'd be easier than it is. Erica, you're a witch and my magic instructor. Couldn't you just use your magic to get this done? Well, I'm not a summoner. I mean, I guess I could manage something, but you're missing the point. I want to do this properly. Anyway, some friends I made online invited me to a party. You're coming as my +1, by the way. It's short notice, so I don't expect you to come up with a matching costume. What are you dressing as? Ryan asked. Check it out. Erica held up the fur-lined crop top she was making. I'm going to be an orc barbarian. I have lots of green body paint, lots of sexy exposed skin. You'll love it. Ryan looked at Erica dumbfounded. Erica, you are an orc. Have you considered maybe dropping your glamour? Erica looked appalled. What? No! People will ask awkward questions. How'd you get your tusks to look so realistic? How can you talk normally with them in your mouth? Someone might even wonder if I was not even human. This is better. Ryan rolled his eyes and shook his head. I've got money. I'm gonna buy something to wear. Maybe I can get a cool set of shock trooper armor. If you want, I could go look for some sexy woman barbarian clothes for you. Nope. I'm going to finish this. Coward. Love you, Erica. Love you too. Erica kissed Ryan on the cheek. Now give me some alone time so I can brute force this costume together. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I got a tag poking into me. I need to rearrange this. Can we just do it outward? I think so. Alrighty, Rue. Super cute story from you as well, Massacre. Massa just says, toast medium dark, I have no questions. Did you think of any questions since then? I also am curious if this here was meant to be just neutral or if you were like feeling bad about this story. Because I can't tell if this is meant to read as just like, yeah, medium dark, I have no questions, or if it's like, roast me, I have no questions, this story fought me. You know, that kind of thing. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Cam. Righty, Rue. Well, it's I can tell you ahead of time. I don't think my toasting is gonna be that dark because I think this story was quite good and quite well written. Let's just begin. We begin with something a little bit nitpicky. I like Erica growling because, like, I don't know that I voiced it right. I don't know that I voiced her right in general. But it kind of could maybe be that she, like, dropped into her actual orc voice, you know, for a bit. And so I do like the word, but the thing about a growl is that a growl is pretty low. It can... like, depending on, like, how it works, it can be louder, but it's not something that implicitly is loud. It's just more like, are you shitting me? And so that kind of thing is not necessarily something that would carry through a closed door into the other room. And so I do think having her, like, shout it or maybe roar to keep in line with that potential orc-like image might work a little bit better. Second thing is also nitpicky. You do say sewing machine right next to each other, so I think maybe saying sewing machine here and then saying, like, just the machine here might flow a little bit better. Over here. It's very cute that he checked up on her. Good boyfriend material, good boyfriend thing to do. I am curious how I was meant to read the doing great, because I could easily see it being sarcastic and just being like, yeah, doing great. Ugh, this sewing machine. But because it starts with her forcing a weak smile to her face, it reads more like she is trying to say this genuinely. And I don't know how successful she is, because I don't know if it's like, yeah, doing great, you know, like, okay, just a little bit frustrated, but she is still doing great. Or if it's like, yeah, doing great, you know, that she is holding it together, you know, kind of thing. And so every time I practiced that line, I never felt like I knew how to read it right. And so I'm curious how you meant it. I do think it's cute that she thought it would be easier than it is. I think that's totally fair. Of like, yeah, like, wouldn't it be great to sew my own costume? And then you start working on it and you're like, this is difficult. I can totally see that happening in real life. I do like the introduction of her being a witch, and I love the fact that he doesn't just say you're a witch. It's like, not only are you a witch, you know enough about magic to teach someone else, me. You're good. You have plenty of magical prowess to be able to do this. So I think that was a great little introduction there. And then I do like her response that she wants to do this properly, that she's like, yeah, I could use my magic to at least do some part of this, but I don't want to, because I want to put the good hard work into it. And it's also interesting that her first response is, I'm not a summoner, so... it's interesting because, granted, I don't use, like, summoning sorts of things in my worlds, and so I haven't, like, dove into summoning magic in a lot of my own reading, and so this is very interesting that this kind of implies that a summoner could just be like, barbarian costume, and summon it in our world, which is kind of fantastic. I see the ad is here. That took a while for it to arrive. Usually what we do during ads is we'll take a look at the... I have some lists from Wolf and Death's Head that are of potential prompts to submit, and they want to know if I think the prompts are good or not, and so, excuse me, we talk about them. But I do have a little bit of a bone to pick. I don't remember which prompt it was and whose it was. But I remember that there was a prompt we talked about last stream. And I was like, yeah, it's good. Or, like, at least it's acceptable. And nobody, like, said anything against it. And it got, like, 3 downvotes. So I'm telling you guys, if you don't like a prompt, say it. It's okay. Like, be nice about it. Like, be polite and be like, this prompt doesn't really work for me because this, don't be mean. But tell people, like, this is a space for people to know if their prompts are good or bad. And I presume that if there's a problem with the prompt, people want to know. So yeah, if you are sitting here thinking I would downvote that prompt, say why. Say why you would. But let's see. Writing on the wall. I like that one. It makes me think of the writing on the wall in the Bible. I believe it's in Daniel that God writes on the wall, on a king's wall. I forget what the actual writing itself is, but writing on the wall, I don't know if it's from that or from something else, has become a saying that it's like kind of your fate is sealed sort of thing, like maybe even a doom sort of situation there where it's like, I've seen the writing on the wall, the company's going under, that kind of thing. So I can see this, especially because it is kind of more of like a general idiom. I could definitely see a lot of stories about that idea of like, oh, somebody's seeing the signs that whatever endeavor they are partaking is doomed to fail. Even if it's like something like a relationship is doomed to fail. Like I could see that idiom being said. Yeah, I saw the writing on the wall. I've seen the writing on the wall. This was never gonna work out. That kind of thing. Allusion to the biblical story, Daniel 5, meaning an ominous warning, a prediction of bad luck. Okay, yeah, so I did pretty much get it. So it doesn't necessarily have to be, like, full-on doom, but it does seem like it's something ominous. And part of what I really like about that prompt is you can take it both in, like, that idiom sense, and the idiom itself is pretty general. You can apply it to many different scenarios, but you can also just literally write about writing on the wall. It could be a kid drawing, I guess writing maybe is different from drawing, but it could be a little kid with crayons, writing on the wall. It doesn't have to be the ominous warning if you don't want it to be. I think there's so many different ways to take that. So personally, I think that's a really good one. And I think that's over. The biblical writing on the wall was, "You have been awayed and found wanting by the Persians." Huh. Interesting. Don't know why I'm not remembering that. You had no idea the phrase originated from the Bible. Interesting. But yes, and you guys flexing your Hebrew in the chat. Wow. Or combine it. A child with crayons writes ominous messages from the future. Why? I don't know. Fair. Totally. You could totally do that. Now I want to, indulge me for a moment. I want to actually, you said it was from Daniel 5. I want to look it up. Yes, an NIV is good. If it'll load. Maybe it doesn't want to load for me. Maybe I'll have to read it next ad if I remember. Oh, there you go. In the NIV, the header is the writing on the wall. Yep, everybody's drinking. Everybody got their gold goblets. Let's see. Suddenly the fingers of a human hand appeared and wrote on the plaster of the wall near the lampstand in the royal palace. The king watched the hand as it wrote. His face turned pale, and he was so frightened that his legs became weak and his knees were knocking. The king summoned the enchanters, astrologers, and diviners. Then he said to these wise men of Babylon, "Whoever reads this writing and tells me what it means will be clothed in purple and have a gold chain placed around his neck, and he will be made the third highest ruler in the kingdom." Then all the king's wise men came in, but they could not read the writing or tell the king what it meant. So King Belshazzar became even more terrified, and his face grew more pale. His nobles were baffled. The queen, hearing the voices of the king and his nobles, came into the banquet hall. "May the king live forever," she said. "Don't be alarmed. Don't look so pale. There's a man in your kingdom who has the spirit of the holy gods in him. In the time of your father, he was found to have insight and intelligence and wisdom like that of the gods. Your father, King Nebuchadnezzar, appointed him chief of the magicians, enchanters, astrologers, and diviners. He did this because Daniel, whom the king called Belteshazzar? Okay. He found it to have a keen mind and knowledge and understanding, and also the ability to interpret dreams, explain riddles, and solve difficult problems. Call for Daniel, and he will tell you what the writing means. This is getting longer than I thought. I'm gonna skim to see how far away the actual writing is. Oh, I see. So it literally has the Hebrew words in the Latin alphabet in the Bible. That's it. Here's what the word means. Mina, God has numbered the days of your reign and brought it to an end. Tekel, you have been weighed on the scales and found wanting. Perez, your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. That sounds more familiar. I wanted to look it up because I was like, that doesn't sound like what I remember, but I also obviously don't remember it right. But that, yeah, it's a little bit more. Anyways, sorry for the aside. I was just very interested to remember what it actually said. Let's go back to the story. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, that I was saying this kind of implies that a summoner in your world could just summon a Halloween costume, and that's kind of awesome. I'm also curious because this was a typo either way, but you had 2 periods, and so I wasn't sure if this was meant to be 1 period or an ellipses. So I kind of voiced it as like in the middle, and didn't change it because I didn't want to forget that's what it was. So I'm curious what you meant it to be there. So you're coming as my +1, by the way. On the one hand, that is super hilarious, and I don't think I was ever able to voice it as hilarious as I found it. On the other hand, I feel like that's kind of a bad girlfriend sort of moment, where I don't remember what, like, if Ryan has social anxiety. I remember there was like a story about him being anxious in some way. And so especially if he has social anxiety, it's like, I say bad girlfriend in a kind of an endearing, like, spray bottle kind of way. I'm like, no, bad girlfriend. I don't think that overall she's a bad girlfriend. This story doesn't give me any other reason to think that she is a bad girlfriend. But especially if he has social anxiety, that's a very, disrespectful isn't the right word. I don't know, maybe it is. I'll use it for now. It seems disrespectful to not tell him until it's like, you know, seems to be like a few days away, you know. Also, by the way, so it's short notice, so I don't expect you to come up with a matching costume. So she's giving him permission to not have a matching costume, but I kind of, when I first read this, interpreted it to mean, I don't expect you to come in costume. You know, I don't expect you to come up with a costume. Kind of, if you were to come in costume, it would be a matching costume. So I don't expect you to come in costume at all, I guess was kind of the thought process. But the thing is that later when he's like, yeah, I'll get some shock trooper armor, I'm like, well, you have the option to go find a matching costume. Why wouldn't you? Like, if you are getting a costume, why wouldn't you make it match? You know, if he really wants to be a shock trooper, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But I am curious why he doesn't even seem to consider looking for a matching one. Hello, Chaotic Legion. Welcome. We are a writing group. We write 350 word microfiction and post it to the Discord. We write it all for a prompt. This happens every week, and after people write microfiction for the prompt, then I read some of the stories live here. I read and praise and critique them, so that's what we're in the middle of right now. I am reading this story and giving some praise and critique and thoughts on it. Thank you, Dissed. Alright. Let's see. So first of all, I don't think I've said, I think the premise of her being an actual orc and dressing up as an orc is hilarious and adorable. I absolutely love that. I think that's very fun. I'm gonna have some questions for it, but bottom line, great premise for a story. Really enjoy it. A little bit nitpicky here. I have lots of green body paint, lots of sexy exposed skin. Reads like, I have lots of green body paint, and I have lots of sexy exposed skin. And, like, it doesn't not work, but it doesn't work either. It's like, okay, I can kind of see that it's like, yes, like, I will have lots of sexy exposed skin as I, put on this costume. But I guess part of it is just like, well, we all have lots of sexy exposed skin, but it isn't always sexily exposed, but we all have it. And so I think saying, I've got lots of green body paint to go on lots of exposed skin, I think would sound a little more natural. Or I have lots of green body paint and I'll show lots of sexy exposed skin, or the costume will show lots of sexy exposed skin, I think would work a little bit better. Yeah, just, I have lots of green body paint for lots of sexy exposed skin. Yeah, just adding the word for would help there. I am also, this is not, like, super important to the story, I'm just curious. So I'm curious if Ryan met her as an orc, or if he met her in her human glamour. In which case, either way. So I'm curious if he, like, met her as a human and is like, she's hot, and he maybe has to, like, get used to her orc form, or if he met her as an orc and that's the version of her that he finds hot. In which case, I'm sure he would still enjoy the exposed skin on the human her, but I feel like there's a potential there that it's like, aw, like, but it's like your orc, the orc version of you that I find more attractive. So, like, maybe he's a little disappointed, that she's not going as her orc self. Which also brings another question, which is, well, I guess let's put a pin in that, because we're going to ask that in a second. I guess that is one of the next ones, so I guess I'll just skip this one for now and go to that one as next. So, the next question is, what exactly her glamour does? Because I feel like there's a lot of different options for what a glamour could do. Because on the one hand, it could just be an illusion, and, like, if you touch her, you could still, like, feel her tusks. It could be more of, like, an actual transformation that, like, you cannot feel her tusks, or like a tactile illusion, I guess you could call it, if it's not, like, truly transforming her body. And it's also curious if, like, she's the same size, because it could be like, no, she has, like, the exact same, like, body type, and she has the exact same face and everything. The only thing that's missing are the tusks and the green skin, in which case, yeah, he's probably attracted to her either way, and is, like, disappointed that she's not going as her orc self, because she looks relatively the same. But there's definitely a question, because at least for me, I imagine orcs as quite, like, big, beefy creatures. And so I'm curious, is she, the muscle mommy Erica, or is she, in her glamoured form, a petite hourglass shape, sort of thing. And again, if she is the petite hourglass shape, and she is also muscle mommy in her original form, if you if you like touch her stomach, is there like something in the air that you're touching, because it's just like an illusion. Oh yeah, and it also brings the question of, could she just drop the skin tone change? Like, how complex is the glamour? Are there multiple layers to it? Could it be like, okay, I'm not dropping the glamour where the tusks are concerned, but I can, make myself green again, so that she doesn't have to go through all the work of covering herself in green body paint. But yes, and so then the other question here is, I think the story works without answering this, but I do think that the main question you're left with at the end of the story is, why does she want to dress up as an orc? That it's super cute that she's an actual orc, but she wants to dress up as one. But there is that question of, why? Because it could be like, I want to feel like my normal self again. But if that is the case, I feel like she would unglamour herself. And so there is that question of like, what's her motivation for wanting to dress up as an orc besides it's cute and fun? It's cute and fun to the author and the reader. There is also another question, which is, couldn't she try to make her tusks look less real? Instead of just like going through all the effort of making an orc barbarian costume and getting fake tusks and stuff like that, that instead she could drop her glamour to look like herself, but maybe like paint on her tusks or something so that it looks like they're painted. It looks like they're not real, sort of thing. So yeah, I'm curious about that. It is cute though, that and does make sense that she's afraid of actually revealing herself by dropping her glamour. I'm also curious how common non-humans are in this world, because her saying some might even wonder if I was not even human. Kind of implies that that's an option. That people might guess that people are like, yes, I'm aware non-humans exist. Non-humans that are humanoid exist, and so they might draw the conclusion. Because I feel like if they're living in a world where people think orcs are fictional, it would be pretty unlikely for people to be like, you're an actual orc. I think by default people would be like, it's a great costume. It's just a very good costume. And sure, they might still ask these questions, but I don't know if they'd be like, you actually an orc? There is something a little bit hilarious about just dropping, I've got money. Like, yeah, I could, instead of just like, I can afford a costume, or like, yeah, I'll go buy one. It's just like, I've got money, FYI. I will go get a costume. I'm curious if Shock Trooper is your version, your version of Stormtrooper. I do love the interaction of, I'm gonna finish this. Coward. Love you, Erica. Love you too. That's super cute. I would not have doubted, if in case you were worried about the reader doubting their love, even if you just ended on coward, I would not have doubted their love, I don't think. But I do think it makes the story extra cute, that she gives this playful insult, and his response to that is, I love you. It does convey that they really are. They really do love each other. This is all just playful banter. They're just having fun with each other. And I think that is really adorable. So when I thought about that idea with Corian's story, that there isn't like a problem, a tension, a conflict to solve, it made me start to think about it for other stories. And I do feel like this story has tension and conflict, but it's kind of interesting because basically the problem is that Erica is trying to sew her orc barbarian costume, even though she is an orc, and it's difficult. It's difficult to make the costume. And so the tension and conflict comes in the form of Ryan offers another solution. He's like, I have multiple other ideas for how you could solve this problem. and Erica takes none of them. And so the story absolutely has that tension and conflict, but it does still ultimately start and end in the same place. It starts with Erica fighting with the costume on the sewing machine, and it ends with Erica fighting the costume on the sewing machine. I don't know how... I'm trying to decide, like, how much of an issue that is. I think that it just kind of is that same idea of story is super enjoyable. I think it totally works as is. It doesn't need to necessarily start and end in a different place, but it does end up making the story feel like it has less of an arc because it does start and end in the same place, if that makes sense. Let's see what folks have been saying. Magistrate Iron Lung, not really. I haven't thought of anything. Actually, I liked writing this one. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I think only a touch of sarcasm on Erica's part, but not full sarcasm, if that makes sense. Excuse me. Let's see. Where was that? Yeah, doing great. You know, I don't know. Is that too much sarcasm? Yeah, doing great. I don't know. Every time I say it, I feel like I put too much sarcasm into it. Feels like more of a conjure thing. Conjuring. Yeah, I guess that is also a question of, like, what's the difference between conjuring and summoning? Because I guess summoning could just be like, I summon it from the costume store. Which would wrap back around to, even if she was a summoner, she probably wouldn't want to. Going back to the writing on the wall prompt, in Terminator the Sarah Connor Chronicles, a soldier from the future writes a bunch of seemingly random stuff on the hero's basement wall in his own blood before he died. That is metal as hell, and you could definitely do something like that for that prompt. Magistrate, yes, Ryan does have social anxiety. Thanks for remembering. Oh, you're welcome. Corian, oopsies moment, but yeah, that'd trigger my anxiety as well. Wearing that shock trooper helmet will be super helpful. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That, he doesn't want to go as, like, you know, in his own, he doesn't want to show his own sexy exposed skin, not because he doesn't want to be sexy for Erica, but because he has social anxiety and would like to have, like, a barrier between him and the world and not be exposed. Now, Commander, I read it literally, that finding a matchy costume would be too limited in time since Orc Barbarian is such a niche costume, but any costume would do. Gotcha. Fair enough. Also, Ryder just got back from Phantom Peak London. I'm not sure what Phantom Peak London means. My brain goes to, you went to Phantom of the Opera in London, and it was Peak. But I don't know if that's what you mean. Oh yeah, I sorry if that wasn't clear. I absolutely think that this is a flirty line, and I do think, regardless of, like, a very slight clunk in the phrasing, it absolutely reads as a cute flirty line, for sure. It's just that the phrasing is a little bit awkward. Ryan originally met her as a human, but it wasn't until he found out she was an orc that he really started to find her attractive. That's great. That's really cute. That it's like, yeah, she's, like, a little bit attractive as a human, and then she's like, actually, I'm an orc, and I'm like, and he's like, you got some muscles in there? I'm interested. That's fun. So maybe I'm right that he does kind of wish that she'd go in her orc form. Thank you for joining the Discord, Chaotic Legion. Fair enough. Not everyone's active in the chat, but we're happy to have you. Erica's muscle mommy is funny for some reason, yes. Oh boy. I got back from being out for 12 hours. Well, I appreciate you hanging out with me, but it also sounds like you need some sleep. Yes, that works too. And listen as you fall asleep. Yep, that works. Oh, that's sweet, Aerith. Yeah, he is nice to listen to, even if it's just for drifting away to slumber. She's just nice to listen to. Very sweet. Yeah, summoning makes me think of bringing something that already exists in one place to this place, while conjuring strikes me as just making something out of thin air. Or out of magic. Who knows? Summon already exists. Conjure, creating from thin air, or with material components. I'd say that falls more under transmutation, but it also depends on the magic in the world. Infodoming because I know just a little too much about different types of magic. Fair enough. Around 259, sexy exposed skin. JK. Let's see. Does anyone know what Monster Mash means in fandom terms? It's when you have all the Universal movie monsters in one piece of media. Interesting. I didn't know it was like specific like that. I reminded of an episode of Around the Twist where the main boy character had a spell cast on him so that all females will find him irresistible, and he ended up getting chased around town before it ended with him falling in a pen with a huge sow. Gotcha. Wild. Hotel Transylvania is a Monster Mash. Interesting. Nice. I heard it was a graveyard smash. Novelty music and Halloween are like peanut butter and jelly. For sure. It's likely because of the blank. Oh yeah, was it? It was the stuck on prompt, wasn't it? That folks were downvoting. So was that the situation that you saw stuck on without the blank and you were like, yeah, I can jive with that. And then you saw the blank and you were like, no thank you. I don't want any blanks in my prompts. I guess I went from the bottom. I played my enemies and plan to use it as part of my costume. Oh boy. Invisible barrier of abs. Yeah, if she looks like a petite lady, but she has invisible abs in front of the petite lady body. I forget how Glamour works in Genre Break. There are hunters in Genre Break. This is a Genre Break, though, is it? Is Ridgecloud a part of Genre Break? Massa Glamour is just a semi-illusory, semi-transformative spell that makes someone look human or possibly another dominant race. It is either on or off, so no, she can't just drop the skin color. Erica is fairly tall and athletic as a human, but as an orc, she's even more so. Erica chose to be an orc as her costume because she also finds it funny. She has the world's equivalent of a World of Warcraft shirt with an orc on it captioned orc that she wears also to be personally amused. And yes, Shock Trooper is the Genre Break version of the Star Wars Stormtrooper. Fair, fair. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it. But yeah, I don't know if there would be a way to convey that better, but I do wonder if you could have a sentence in there of just, I guess you could have Ryan ask, you know, if you don't want to drop your glamour, why do you want to be an orc? And her just be like, 'cause it's funny. Granted, he might know her well enough to know that's exactly why. And is this omniscient or is it from Erica's perspective? If it's omniscient, another option could be that Ryan could think, you could have a line in there of like, Ryan knew she was doing this because she thought it was funny or something like that. So, of course it would cost words. You'd have to take words out somewhere else. But that could have been good to have just a line in there to convey clearly she's doing this because she thinks it's funny. Like, there's nothing more to it. Round 259, naughty exposed, blank. Round 259, exposed. I do think exposed is probably the best actual prompt so far. To be clear, I actually do kind of like the idea of doing something like this for the prompt, but as you guys are noting, it could easily go in problematic directions. And I do feel like exposed gives the most options for, like, it doesn't have to be, like, your body that's exposed. It could be you're bearing your soul. You could be sharing a secret, you know, stuff like that. Orange Cloud is part of the Genre Break universe. It just takes place in California instead of Japan. Okay, gotcha. Challenge! Keep it PG. Yeah, Spy Exposed. That's a good point too. You could have somebody who like that who gets exposed. Hello, Decoy. Good evening, all. Happy post-Halloween. Yes, I didn't say that. Happy Halloween. Happy belated Halloween to everybody. Okay, so hunters are a thing. I see. So people, even if your average Joe wouldn't think that she's not human, if there are any hunters at this party, they would, and they would be the problem. So that makes sense. Yeah, that's a tough one, because there's a kind of a question of, like, could you say a hunter might be there and might wonder if I was not even human? That would clear up the question I had of why does she think people won't think she's human. But that might add a new question of, what do you mean a hunter? Like, I feel like that could go either way. I feel like you could put that in there and potentially I might read that and be like, yeah, okay, we know what a hunter is. I can assume there are people who hunt orcs or magical creatures in general. Fair enough. But I also could see people reading that and being like, what do you mean a hunter? You're introducing a new thing. You don't have to introduce. So I'm curious what folks in the chat think. Would it have been better to mention the hunters, or is it as is better? Ryan, you're doing it for your own amusement, aren't you? Erica, duh. You're already an orc. Why do you want to dress up as one? I find it hilarious. Yes, that could work. Yeah, you could start there. Erica, you are an orc. Why do you want to dress up as one? 'Cause it's funny. Have you considered maybe dropping your glamour? that would flow pretty well. Alrighty, real. Very fun story, Massa. Let's go on to our next one. I feel I should say I know more than the average bear about the Genre Break universe. Do most bears know about it? Are most bears born with the knowledge of Genre Break? Alright. Oh, let's put on our next Halloweeny accoutrement, which is this hat that I was able to, that I thought looked real good when I used it on my Has Been Hotel Season 2 reaction videos. I don't know if it looks as good. I don't know if I made it work, but we gotta have our witchy hat. Sloth bears specifically are born with the knowledge of Genre Break. Alright. The Witch and the King of the Cats. An Animere setting by Aerith Winterfell. 344 words. Danica carefully plucked the leaves from the small herb, placing it into a pouch, which in turn she placed into a satchel, with many other pouches, each containing herbs. She'd never been this deep into the forest before, and it left her unsettled. The forest looked a little strange to her, and it crept into her mind that she might be lost. Suddenly, a strangely large black house cat wearing a golden circlet emerged from behind a tree.
Stop! I am the king of the cats, and you are trespassing in my domain.
For a moment, Danica was stunned. Not because he talked to her, even common familiars could do that. No. It was that she feared she had stumbled into a dangerous fairy realm.
I will steal your breath and take your soul as punishment,
declared the king of the cats. Danica's mind raced. Please, my lord, I'm just a lowly peasant girl. I was stunned by your beauty and the sleekness of your fur, Danica said as she bowed her head and curtsied with respect. The king preened, seeming pleased by these sudden compliments. Her mind raced harder. Witch hazel? No. Mandrake? No. Wait, field balm, she thought. And then she said, Please allow this humble girl to give you this gift. Danica poured the ground herbs into her hands and held it out to the king. The king, being curious, sniffed it, almost with indifference. Then, more deeply, he got more drowsy-eyed and fell to one side, purring and twisting. Danica bolted. She turned around and ran as fast as her legs could carry her back the way she came. Soon the forest lightened, and shortly she came to her home. Breathing hard, she threw open the door. Her elder sister Mira was startled, looking at her. "You're not going to believe who I just barely escaped from," Danica blurted out. So she told her tale of what she had seen and how she had escaped. Her sister only replied, "It's certainly good you remembered the catnip then." And the sister smiled at Danica's narrow escape. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I feel like I messed up on that story more than I usually do, if not more than ever before. If you want me to reread it, I can try, Aerith. I apologize. I don't know why my brain went domain instead of kingdom. I guess domain is like my default. Oh, you're trespassing in my domain sort of thing. I also, and another reason that if you want me to reread it, could be a reason too, is because I wasn't sure if I should give the King of the Cats a more silly voice or a more, like, genuinely spooky voice, or just neutral. Because ultimately, like, her way of, like, defeating him is rather silly. And cute, of just like, yeah, she just flatters the cat and gives him catnip. And so that gave me the thought of like, yeah, there is a little bit of silliness to the story, so maybe he is just meant to be like, ho, I'm the best. When it's like, he's just a cute little kitty cat. But it could be that you genuinely wanted him to be scary, which I'll talk more about as we read through the story. In which case, you know, giving him a silly voice would be against the intent there. And so I could read it again with a more serious voice. Okay, Aerith liked the voice. That's good. The problem is... did I have it, like... did I have it on this side before? Instead of the other? But then you can't see it as well. That is a little better to see through, though. Imagine it with a voice like the Cowardly Lion. Oh, it's been too long since I watched it. I feel like he has a more melancholy voice of like, stop, I'm the king of the cats. But I could be wrong, because it's been a while since I watched The Wizard of Oz. Alrighty-roo. Another super cute story for this prompt. Great little title. The title makes it feel even more fairy tale-y than it already was. So super cute. So I think it works to start the story with her picking herbs, because then that ties into the ending, and the herbs are her craft, presumably. And so I do think that starting with that works quite well. But something a little more nitpicky is placing it into a pouch, which in turn she placed into a satchel with many other pouches, each containing herbs. I feel like that is needlessly complicated and or needlessly over-explainy. Because, like, sure, that makes sense that she, like, has... you know, a bag that on her back or over her shoulder, or I guess at her waist, wherever it is. She has a bag, and that bag is full of small bags because you don't want all the herbs to mix. You know, it does make sense. But I just think saying, you know, she plucked the leaves from the small herb, placing it into a pouch is all I really need to know. Like, I don't feel like when I got to the later part of the story that I'd be like, where'd she get these other herbs? I feel like I'd be like, okay, yeah, she was picking herbs before. I can believe that she'd have multiple on hand. I could, of course, be wrong, but that's how I'm thinking. And so, especially as a first line, I think that this could easily leave readers not captivated by the story, because they're like, it's a bag, and she put her bag into another bag, and in that bag there are a lot of other smaller bags, and it's like, I came here to hear about the witch and the cat. I don't really care about the bags within the bags, you know? Hello, Dragon Eye. Welcome. Oh, I didn't actually, actually, you know what? So I haven't read this yet. I heard that this was inspired by actual folklore, but I did want to give you, like, my thoughts before I learned about the actual folklore, so I think I am gonna save reading your notes to the end, actually. But if you have any questions in this note, post them in the not so private chat. Alright. I do like her feeling unsettled about the forest. I think that works. This is also a bit nitpicky, but the forest looked a little strange to her, and it crept into her mind that she might be lost. I think that having something a little more specific about what she sees, that, like, she saw a tree she didn't recognize, or just, like, as she kept walking, she didn't recognize the trees anymore, or something like that, I think would work a bit better, because just vaguely saying, the forest's a little strange, and maybe I'm lost. I don't know how to describe it, but it feels a little odd, but actually giving a concrete example of, this is why it's strange, this is why she thinks she's lost, I think would be helpful. Let's see, what did I say on the last one? Oh, that is another question of why she didn't turn around. Why she didn't turn around at the moment that she thought she was lost, if not just like, okay, she apparently, I would presume, picks herbs in the forest all the time. So first of all, why did she go so deep into the woods? And second of all, when she realized she was so deep in the woods, why didn't she turn around? I kind of assumed that it's like she was picking herbs and just kind of lost track of things. That having been watching and reading Apothecary Diaries, the image of somebody like a little gremlin picking herbs is very familiar to me right now. And so I could totally believe that someone like Mao would just be like, yes, more herbs, sparkly, sparkly, and then be like, where am I? And so, so, like, I can totally believe that she just got too into her herb picking. And granted, do you need to say that? Do you need to explain why she got lost? Not necessarily. But if you were able to, it would be good to just kind of say, like, oh yeah, some line about, like, she got too enthralled with her herb picking and she didn't know where she was. Granted, I guess, like, maybe that's part of why the forest looked a little strange to her, reads a little bit off to me, because you could use the first part of the sentence to instead say how she got lost. Just say, she looked up from her herb picking and realized she didn't know where she was, or realized she didn't recognize these trees, or something like that. I think would feel a little more natural than, like, huh, a little weird, you know? Let's see. Also nitpicky. I think that Golden Circlet does imply on the head, but because it's a cat and we are used to animals only being nude besides the neck, I very easily can take this to mean it's like a golden circlet around the neck. It could even be, maybe he is a big enough cat that it could be a literal crown, but it ends up being around his neck, you know? Kind of thing. And so I don't know if you need to say, you know, where it is, but I do think that saying a golden circlet on the head, if you were able to, would have been a nice little clarification. But I do like the image. I do think that it's neat because it is a very simple image. It's just a normal black house cat, except it is bigger than your average house cat, and it is wearing a golden crown. I guess circlet might be part of it. If you said crown, I would have automatically thought head. But because you said circlet, I was like, is it a crown on the head, or is it a circlet, you know, around the collar sort of thing? But I do like the image a lot.
Oh, Sneeze goes to kitty.
So, stop. I am the king of the cats and you are trespassing in my kingdom. I think this works, but I think it's a little bit awkward of a phrasing for this. I think I wrote down on my phone some options for how you could have phrased it differently. Let me check that out.
Oh, Sneeze. Oh, Sneeze.
Kneel before your king, or peasant, you are trespassing in my kingdom, or what I wrote down. So yeah, I think saying, like, saying something insulting, like peasant, or interloper, or trespasser, to identify her would work a little bit better, and, like, if he's the king of the cats, wouldn't he assume that anybody would know that he's the king of the cats? And so he's like, wouldn't he be like, interloper, kneel before your king or feel my wrath, you know? I think would work a little bit better for me. Because I guess it just is like, stop! I am the president of the United States and you are trespassing in my territories. You know, I don't think that somebody would say that, you know? Stop, I am the king of these lands and you are trespassing, you know? Yes, I do get that you need to get that exposition out for the reader's sake, and I also get that it seems like she doesn't know that he's the king of the cats. But I don't think that somebody in that kind of level of power would just be like, stop, I am the king, FYI, because, like, you didn't know that, you know? And so I think that saying, you know, kneel before your king, and then maybe having her either internally or externally question that, or potentially having her just actually having heard of him before and just saying, like, you're trespassing in my kingdom, and have her go, oh, this is the king of the cats I've heard of, you know, could work as well. Let's see, I think I'll remember the other ones that I wrote down there. I do think it's rather funny that, for a moment, Danica was stunned. Not because it could talk, even common familiars did that. I don't know if you intended that to be funny, but I do love the idea that that is what's, that's part of what is weird and stunning to us as readers. And so the fact that she's like, you think it's because it can talk? No, that's completely normal. Like, even the most common of familiars can do that. Like, get better, you know? You're not special, King of the Cats. So I do think that's a fun bit of world building, and that is a fun way to hint that she is a witch, is because she knows about familiars. But I do feel like the second part of that sentence, no, is because she feared she had stumbled into a dangerous fairy realm. I think doesn't work as well for me. Because, like, I could totally understand why someone would be afraid of stumbling into a dangerous fairy realm. But the thing is that if a cat talking is normal, then we as the reader have no idea what the signs are of something being fairy-y, of something being from a fairy realm, and we also have no idea what that entails. I think most of the time, like, I'm presuming because you spelled it that way, you mean it as like a fae realm, and fae stuff does tend to be dangerous and spooky and not stuff you want to mess with. And so by some default knowledge, I can kind of assume, like, yeah, that would be a bad time. But I don't know why she thinks she stumbled into a fairy realm, and I don't know exactly why. And I think part of it is because a cat just jumped into you and started talking. And you're not at all afraid of the cat. You're afraid of the realm. And so I'm like, I'm not making the connections myself. Like, I can make the connection of, like, well, I was gonna say, there's a talking cat, and so of course that could be a fairy realm. But she just said that he ain't special, you know? Because he can talk, so, like, yeah, I don't know the signs for it being a fairy realm. And I don't know why it being like, oh no, I stumbled into a dangerous fairy realm. That kind of implies, like, you are no threat. I don't care about you. I'm not scared of you. But I am scared of other things. I'm scared there might be other things around. And so I think it's just a little odd for it to be like, she is not at all afraid of the thing in front of her. She's not at all stunned about the thing in front of her. She's just kind of scared of, like, general things around it, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if I am making sense. And also, I think part of it is also just that it's never mentioned again. And so, just saying, like, I don't know, I guess you would have to pick something else for her to be stunned by in order to keep that, even common familiars could do that line. But saying she's stunned, but maybe about something a little more general, would work a little bit better for me there. And then, I will steal your breath and take your soul as punishment. So, I have a couple of different directions to go with this line. One thing is, this line was part of why I wasn't sure if you meant the cat to be genuinely spooky and dangerous and stuff, because, like, yeah, that actually sounds scary. That actually sounds like a bad time. And so I could believe from hearing this line that he is, like, it's not like,
I'm the best kitty cat, and you must give me the best pets.
You know, it might be like, no, this is genuinely a terrifying and dangerous fey creature, sort of thing. And then the other direction I want to talk about this line with. So I think the line works in terms of being genuinely like, oh no, like that's a problem. But there is an element there of, like, if you did want him to come across as less genuinely spooky and dangerous and more of, like, he's a pompous little kitty cat sort of thing, then this line might come across a little too strong in that regard. And then the other aspect of it is not at all cat-like. I think at least saying, I will eat your soul, would make it sound more like this is something that a magical cat would do. But it being, I will steal your breath and take your soul as punishment, doesn't make him sound at all like a cat. And I think especially because the whole climax is him acting like a cat, I think having the threat sound more cat-like would benefit the story. And so at the very least saying, like, I will eat your soul, if not just kind of rearranging that in general of, like, it's kind of a balance, because if you said something like, I will scratch your trousers, or maybe she's wearing a dress, I will scratch your legs, I will scratch your dress, and I will eat your soul, you know. I don't know if that would be too silly or, like, not enough of a threat if it's just like, I will scratch your legs. But it would sound more like, oh yeah, this is something a cat will do, and it would be more in line with the solution to the problem, if that makes sense. I do love her solution though, that she immediately is like, I don't want that to happen to me. What'll I do? Flattery. You know, I think that's great. I do think that saying, going back to the witch thing, so I said for A Night at the Opera that the thing is, especially when you have a simple prompt like that it's like, okay, the prompt is A Night at the Opera, so we need two things in the story to make it clear that the prompt is fulfilled. It needs to be clear that there's some sort of opera, and it needs to be clearly at night. And a lot of us, myself included, kind of didn't end up making the night part clear, that we just were like, yeah, you can presume it's night. And I think that this, unfortunately, kind of has that same problem, because this prompt is a witch's craft. So there are two things we need: a witch and craft, or witchcraft. Or a craft that a witch would do, even if there's no witch present, you know? And so, in this story, the title does say witch, and so the title is doing a lot of heavy lifting for you there. And I do think that she is meant to be implied to be a witch, and I also do think that common familiars is a good hint that she's a witch because she knows about familiars. But more people than witches know that familiars exist, and when she introduces herself as a lowly peasant girl. Now, granted, that is, partially her trying to lower herself for the king of the cats, but I think saying lowly does enough that you could say, and I guess, come to think of it, I wasn't even trying to change peasant. You could say, I am a lowly peasant witch. You could say, I am a lowly witch as well, but to really hammer it home, just replace girl with witch. And then that gets your witch requirement, your witch quota met for the prompt a bit better. But anyways, I do like her flattering him. I think saying I am stunned by your beauty would work a little better for me than was. I'm not quite sure, because was kind of implies, oh, I didn't do what I was supposed to do because I was stunned by your beauty. And maybe that is what is going on here, that he jumps out and she's just referring to, she was supposed to bow right away and didn't. But this feels like her immediate response. It feels like he jumps out and her immediate response is, I was stunned by your beauty, And so I think saying, I am stunned, would work a little bit better for me. But I like what she says. I like her bowing and curtsying. I do like him, being like, oh, you want to compliment me? Super cute, super enjoyable. Love the interaction there. Witch quota sounds like something a witchfinder is trying to meet. That is a good point. Totally. So, I have talked about this before, and so I apologize for those who have heard this before. But, so here, her mind raced harder. Witch Hazel, no. Mandrake, no. Wait, Field Bomb, she thought. So, you have some options for how to notate thoughts in writing. One option is indeed this. The next option is use single quotes. The next option is use no quotation marks at all, just have it be just straight. And the last option is to use italics. My personal recommendation is italics, because to me, I think the italics are the absolute most clear. It will almost never get confused it pretty much will never get confused for dialogue, I don't think. And italics is and using italics for full sentences is, sure, sometimes you might do that for emphasis, but almost always if it's full sentences or paragraphs, that's a thought. And so to me, italics is the absolute clearest. The absolute not clearest, the absolute unclearest is this, when it is quotation marks. And it is because it reads like dialogue. And I can tell you, I 100% thought that she was shouting this out loud. That she to the king of the cats was like, Witch Hazel, no! Mandrake, no! Wait, Field Bomb! And I was like, why are you shouting herb names to the king of the cats? I don't think this is gonna help your case. And then it says, she thought. And I'm like, okay, why'd you put it in quotations, though? It doesn't need to be that confusing. And so I definitely recommend a different way of notating that. Personally, I recommend the italics. And the other thing about it is, we're not following her thought process. We don't know why she's saying these things, and it is just a list of herbs. And so I think that makes it even more confusing and even more likely for the reader to think this is dialogue. Yes, putting the she thought first would work better, and I do know that you said her mind raced harder, but I definitely read it as her mind is racing, and then out loud she says these things. Saying she thought would help, but I still think, it's a pet peeve of mine, if you can't tell. I really don't like when thoughts are done using quotation marks, because I think it's super confusing, and I am like 90% of the time when I see this happen, I think that it was said out loud. And say it with me, everybody, there are no hard and fast rules in writing, but if there was one rule that I had, it would be that your writing shouldn't be confusing. And I would say that that is one of the number one things that I come across that easily makes things confusing, if that makes sense. I know the ad is going, but because I have already talked about this before, and I think Aerith, I think and hope that Aerith has cocooned on Twitch, I'm just continuing to talk. So yeah, you could put she thought first. That would help a lot. I still don't recommend you do it that way, though. And it's funny because out of all the people that I would expect to do this, I would not expect someone who has heard my streams over and over again to do it, because I've complained about it before. So that might mean that you just prefer it this way, that you're like, this is how I was taught it, I like it this way, I want to do it this way. And I can't stop you. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. It is not technically wrong to do it this way. But what I can do is complain about it. And I promise you, anytime this comes up in a story, I'm gonna complain about it. So yeah, I can't stop you if that's what you want to do. It's not technically wrong, but I do think that it's confusing, and so I will complain about it. But yeah, I don't know if I had anything more to say about this, particularly. But yes, okay. There's 43 seconds. I don't know if that's enough time to go over a prompt. I should have read the Bible story now and read however much 40 seconds got me. I don't know. So I guess I'll talk about this because I said I would continue talking in the ad. Corian says, I also prefer to use italics for thoughts or emphasis, but interestingly, in one of my creative writing courses back in college, quite a few people, including my professor, hadn't seen that before, which shocked and confused me because I've seen italics used for thoughts frequently enough in books. Yeah, it might be a newer thing. I have heard that it is kind of a newer way of notating thoughts. But I also myself have seen it over and over again in books. So there is absolutely precedent for it. I stick to my guns that even if in the past it was not used very much, it is quite common now, or common enough now, that I do not think that like a professor saying I've never seen it before is enough for me to say don't do it or beware it, because I've seen it plenty in books, and I think it's quite clear, and so I still recommend it. Doc says, really, Corian, interesting. I've seen thoughts in italics for a long time, since I was a child, actually. Nice. Same, says Corian. And they must not be readers. Could be, Corian, what I heard about that professor before taking his class is that he's not a fan of fantasy and kind of looks down on it. But that didn't stop me too much from writing fantasy, though. Hell yeah. Love that. Yeah, so again, like, that's the thing. And this is part of why I say that, like, there are no hard and fast rules in writing, because I think so many teachers and professors out there do that. They either will do kind of what I always talk about saying stuff like, don't use adverbs, because it's like when you're starting out, you're probably going to use too many adverbs, and it's probably going to make your writing not as good as it could be. And so it's easier to just say don't use them, and the writing will probably still work just fine or great without them, than to actually explain what are the contexts in which you should use them, and then teach your students through trial and error how to use them properly. And so it's easier to make a blanket rule like that, but I think that, like, but I don't agree with that being a blanket statement, because I think that adverbs can be used to great effect sometimes. I absolutely know why teachers have that rule and why they can be a problem, but that's kind of the thing I have learned through writing, through trial and error. how to use them properly. And so I think that's what writers should be taught, is how to use them properly, not be told just never use them. Even though I sympathize with teachers, you know, getting lots of potentially poor writing in their classes and just being like, I could just do this one blanket statement and it'll make it better. You know, make it easier to stomach or whatever. But what was the other thing? Oh yeah, and so that kind of thing I have heard quite a few times as well, that there will be some kind of writing teacher or professor who just doesn't like a certain kind of writing, and so they're mean about it and they like make rules about it, and it's like, I really hate that. That's not cool. Like, you know what's kind of interesting is when I started out in this group, I really didn't like realistic stories, that because writing and reading has always been a bit of an escape for me. And so I'm like, I don't want my reality in my fiction, you know? But through being a reader and critiquer of writing for these years, I have grown to develop an appreciation for realistic stories, and so now I don't think I would say that I dislike realistic stories at all. I quite enjoy a lot of the stories that you guys submit in that vein. And sure, will I ever like realistic fiction as much as fantasy? Probably not. But I would not say what I might have said in the past, because I have grown to have an appreciation for it. And granted, like, I was thinking about it recently too, because like I've fallen in love with Apothecary Diaries, and granted, it's still fiction. It's a fictional version of China. It's not literally like historical fiction, but it's not magical. There's nothing magical or fantastical in it so far. And I love it. I think it's great. And it's like, now, you know, I don't know exactly where it would rank in terms of like my favorite series or favorite anime, but it's up there, you know, top 20 probably, at least, if not top 10. And it's realistic and stuff like that. So like, absolutely, I can enjoy realistic stuff. And so yeah, I don't think that's cool of a professor to be like, I don't like this thing, so you can't like it either, you know, kind of thing, or you'll get poor marks if you write this thing, you know. Let writers write what they want to write, and they just might change your mind through, you know, you reading their papers and stuff like that. Corian says, I was the same, Kaylee, but fantasy is my home base. Yes, exactly. But anyways, let's us go on. And then very cute that that she gives him the catnip. Also funny because the thing very, like, not exactly like that, but kind of similar to that happens in Apothecary Diaries, so I was already primed. Well, I guess I'll talk about it now. So I don't know if you included the ending that you did to have the catnip be a reveal, if you wanted it to be a reveal that was catnip. So the fact that you called it field balm and capitalized both words definitely made it read like that was the proper name for it. However, when the cat sniffs it and then gets drowsy-eyed and falls and twists and purrs, I immediately was like, oh, that sounds like it was catnip. And so I definitely was like, I think Aerith is doing kind of the same thing Apothecary Diaries did, and make it a little bit nebulous what the herb was at first, and then reveal it was catnip. We'll come back to that at the end. But I think that if it's just like a generic field balm, it's not the proper name for it. It's just like, it is a balm that you find in the fields. I think that balm should not have been capitalized. But I do love that that is the little gift that she gives him and stuff like that. I think that's very cute. I am wondering how she ground them, because she seemed to be grabbing fresh herbs, though I can kind of accept that maybe she had some old herbs in her satchel. You know, she had some herbs from the past in her satchel that it's not only the fresh ones that she's carrying around, but there is a slight question of who ground those herbs, you know. And I don't think it has to be ground for it to have an effect on cats, so I think just saying that she pulled the herb out of her bag and held it out to him, I think would work just fine and not bring up that question. Yes, there's Jinchi and Kitty. Mm-hmm. Technically, Jinchi and Mau Mau. But anyways, and then again, I don't think I read it right, but I do like the action of like, he's like, what is this gift you're giving to me? And he's like kind of indifferent about it, and then he's like, wait a second, this is actually some good stuff. But that's cute. I do feel like what happens here happens a little bit fast. I do think that maybe having the king say something, maybe along the lines of what I was just saying of like, what is this gift you're presenting me with? And then he's like, he sniffs it and says something positive about it, or something along those lines of like, oh, that's actually quite good, I don't know exactly what you have him say, but have him say something so that when he like starts purring and twisting and stuff, it doesn't feel like he got one good whiff and then he was out, because it definitely reads like he sniffed it and then it's like he collapses, and then also kind of regarding that, it reads like, so he sniffed it once and he collapsed and then she bolts. And like, it doesn't read like she's like, yeah, okay, good, and then she like starts running faster. It reads like there is an outline of her. It reads like, it's like, okay, I'm out of here. And that, granted, maybe she was that scared to really bolt in the sense that now there's basically an outline of her left. But it does seem a little strangely fast to me. And so I think even just taking out the Danica bolted and just going straight to she turned around and ran as fast as her legs would carry her, it would still seem fast, but a little less like she's an outline, if that makes sense. I did not have this question until like my third read, but if she was deep in the forest, deeper than she'd ever gone, how would she get home shortly? But I do think that the description of the forest lightning and her coming home works. Also a bit nitpicky, but you're not going to believe who I just barely escaped from. So if her sister knows who the King of the Cats is, then that line works. But if that is the case, then I do think that instead having Danica recognize him at the beginning would work a bit better. That have him just kind of be like, you're trespassing in my kingdom, and have her think, oh, this is the King of the Cats. I think would work a little bit better, because as is, it seems like Danica didn't know who the King of the Cats was. So I also presume that Mira doesn't know who the King of the Cats is. And so that makes this line read like this. You're not gonna believe who I just ran into on my way home. Who? John Smith. Do we know John Smith? Because that name's not ringing a bell. And so, yeah, I think that saying you're not going to believe what just happened would work a bit better than who I barely escaped from. Because for it to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you ran into him, she has to know who the him is, And then kind of going back to not being sure if the catnip was meant to be a reveal. I do think that my biggest critique for the piece is I feel like the ending is not necessary, because the ending just kind of ends up recapping what we already know, and so it makes the ending feel a little anticlimactic. Even just her walking home. Just ending on, like, she turned around and ran as fast as her legs could carry her back the way she came, honestly would work better for me as an ending, that it's like, okay, yep, we have the problem, we have the resolution, and the the end is she went home. That works perfectly well for me. Oh yeah, so I think because of some of the speed, like it does seem like things go by quite fast in the story, and so I do think taking out the words that you used at the end and instead using them to lengthen her interaction with the king, maybe have like he's preening because of her compliments, and then maybe he's like, do you have anything to offer your king, something like that, and then she is thinking, okay, like what could I offer him, like okay, I think could work well. Did I have any other, and then anything I mentioned above that would have cost more words, you would have the words for if you took out the ending. And you could just call it catnip up above. Even if you didn't call it catnip ever in the story, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a lot of readers would guess that's what it was. But I think it doesn't really add to the story to me to try to make the catnip a reveal. And so I think saying, wait, catnip, would work perfectly fine for me. So yeah, like, and having him be, I guess, like, I thought Kaylee was gonna say, and his name is John Cena! No. Do we know a John Cena? But anyway, so I think, like, expanding on her interaction with the king, and, like, he seemed, I think part of it is also that he seemed plenty mollified by just the compliments, and so having him continue to pose a threat and be like, like, yes, well, I am the prettiest cat in the land. However, do you have anything to offer your king? I have to eat something if it's not your soul. I don't know what he would say exactly. But, and I'm realizing I'm giving him a totally different voice now, and I wonder if this voice might have been a better marriage of the silliness and the seriousness, making him kind of like a posh and British. But yeah, so having him continue to pose a threat, so that's why she starts thinking about, okay, what can I give him? Witch hazel? No. Mandrake? No. That would make that all flow a bit better, and then make the ending a little more exciting because it's not like recapping what we already heard, if that makes sense. And part of it also is, like, if you had said something about, like, Coven, or something about her sister being a witch, something about where they live being witchy, something about them being in a coven, even though I probably still would have said it would be better to take out the ending, because either way it does repeat what was said, it would give the ending a little more reason to be there, because it clarifies the witch thing, But especially without that, then more reason to not have the ending. You could have more words to put the witch thing above as well. So... And I guess, like, I should ask, because I am kind of assuming that, like, because everybody I've talked to had the same reaction of, yeah, once I saw the cat's reaction, I assumed that was catnip. But I will ask the chat, did you assume it was catnip, or were you, did it serve as a reveal? And if it did serve as a reveal, were you like, oh, cool, or were you like, okay, that makes sense, whatever, What was your reaction to that? Let's see what your notes were. Thanks to CM Weller and Deathshead for their editing feedback. You're not Eldritch Horrors today, I presume because he didn't actually tag you. The idea of the King of the Cats here is actually borrowed from an English folktale called The King of the Cats, findable here. In thesacredtext.com. That's wild. Well, it turns out that yes, catnip is alternatively called field balm, as it was used in curing digestive issues out in the countryside. Another neat element in the story is the bit about the King of the Cats stealing breath, as some old folklore portrays cats stealing breath from babies. This is probably a combination of cats' tendency to lay on people's chests, drawn to the warmth and heartbeat being comforting to them, and a cultural way of explaining sudden infant deaths in centuries past. I grew on that to add more threat to the portrayal of the King of the Cats. Interesting. Gotcha. Yeah, so I think in that case that just saying, I will steal your breath and eat your soul would work better, because you could still keep that folklore, steal your breath, but eat would be a little more eats like something a cat does. Steal is like has a hand image to it, is a more human image. Even though, yes, cats can absolutely steal things, just by default, these aren't very catty images to me, if that makes sense. So yeah, so that's really cute. So that's just really cool to know. Indeed, it was from a English folktale. I guess, like, I don't know, what is more useful to you guys if in a story like this, if I don't look at your notes, don't look what it was inspired by, and just go based on the story itself and then look at it, or is it better to like go read the original folktale so that I can both talk about what my original thoughts were and what my new thoughts are now that I've read it? Because now I'm like, now I kind of do wish I had read the original before I came up here so I could have more to talk about. But then again, I've been talking about the story for like an hour, so maybe it's good I don't have more to talk about. But I do think the story is super cute. I'm seeing that I had a lot of critiques for it. I didn't even realize I had that much to critique about it. I overall, when I left the story, the first time I left the story, I did feel like I wouldn't have much to talk about because I just felt like it was really cute and well done. And it definitely feels like a folk tale, a fairy tale, and it is really sweet and cute in that way. Alright, so let's see what folks have been saying. Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish Misfit and Mako Cam. When all else fails, flattery will get a talking cat every time. Yes. It was meant to be a more serious voice, but it's kind of clashing reaction because he is, in the end, still a cat. Fair. I agree it is too wordy, but I was worried about the herbs mixing, so I was torn. Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing where, like, I can understand what you're concerned about, and I could see myself having the same thought process where I'm like, okay, and later she's gonna reveal that she has multiple herbs on her, but I didn't say that she had multiple bags, and so, like, how do I make it clear that they're not all mixed up in there? But I also feel like, by default, we're not going to assume that the herbs were mixed up. It actually would, if they were mixed up, you would have to tell us. And so, like, if you've got somebody, like, catching herbs and stuff, I think the assumption is that they're not all mixed together. And so you can just say that they're in her bag, and we won't assume that it is a hodgepodge of herbs in there. I'm assuming somebody already filled Dragoneye in, but we have read Corian Massacre and Aerith Winterfell. We are about to read Death's Head story, then we'll do a break. Then we have Decoy story, mine. I think both are unlocked. Tell me if that math is mathing, Wolf. And then we have you, and then we have Spectre. And, but you and Spectre still need to be unlocked, I believe. I pondered the idea the trees had twisted whirls like distorted faces frozen in time. I like that. That's a great image and perfectly Halloween-y. I was actually thinking that myself. I was like, you could describe the trees as like having faces and stuff. Of course it would cost more words, but yeah, I think I've seen that tree 3 times by now. That would be another way to go about it, indeed, is to say the forest, it seemed like she was going in circles, that kind of thing. Alternates to the soft line sound good. Nice. Let's see. Dragoneye says, I found there was a bit of personal confusion with Danica's thoughts, if they were in her head or if they were actually out loud. Because heaven knows that I verbally express my thoughts all the time, which weirds people out sometimes. But that could be fixed with a bit of formatting, like italics or something. I think Dragoneye said this before I said it. Thank you for backing me up, Dragoneye. Backing me up before you even knew you were backing me up. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I wasn't thinking it wasn't the talking cat that was the issue. That the crown implies maybe an archfey lord or something of that order. How do I explain that? So in that case, for a moment Danico's stunned, not because he talked to her, even common familiars could do that. No, it was that she feared she had stumbled into a dangerous archfey. Just don't talk about the realm, because like I said, that makes it seem like it's the realm that's the problem, not the cat. But if you just say she stumbled into a dangerous fey, a dangerous archfey, that works perfectly actually. Didn't mean as a spooky creature. Yeah, maybe eat your soul would be better. Again, good idea for changing lowly peasant girl to witch. Nice. Now, now that I'm thinking about it, Mako says, I feel like I've heard old wives' tales of cats sitting on babies and stealing their breath. Where does this thing with cats and breath come from? Yeah, I was wondering why it's cats specifically. Oh, Aerith is not cocooned in Twitch, but Aerith said he popped out and was still hearing, so that's good. That might mean I need to complain harder. Yeah. There are indeed many ways of notating thoughts, which is how I started this. There are many valid ways of notating thoughts, and this way is even, again, not wrong. I just think it's confusing. And there are many ways to do it, but there's one that I personally think is the least confusing. All are valid, some are more confusing than others. Doc, I wish they receive more as challenges. Try this without adverbs. Yes, I think that totally works. Where, yeah, you can have, as a teacher, that would be a great way to go about it. It's like, okay, challenge. Don't use adverbs, not blanket rule. King of the Cats, you cannot bribe me, sniffs the catnip. Oh yeah, that's the good shit. Oh yeah, that was a thought as well, that it would be hilarious if the King of the Cats is addicted to catnip and he stops people wandering by because he wants more offerings of catnip. It's like, you got that good, you know? A lot of those are good suggestions. Thank you for those. I am glad you appreciate them. The catnip was meant to be a reveal, though, or a semi-reveal. Anyway. Does it help? So can't answer. Dragon Eye did assume that it was catnip, given his response to the substance. Mako 100% thought it was catnip. Didn't even think it was supposed to be a reveal. Yeah, seems using as a reveal, as I was trying to, wasn't needed. Fair. I actually like that you read the story in its own right, and the original is very short, but it's meant to be extra bonus material mostly. Fair. Endearingly, when Auntie Earl likes a story, she has a lot to say about it. Truth. The maths. Alright, so we've unlocked both Decoy and my story, so thank you all so much for doing that. Both general thank you and personal thank you. What is that in reference to? Release me from my shackles! Or don't. Either one is fine. Seeing people use quotation marks for thoughts makes me want to sneak into their house and leave the fridge door open. Why that specifically? Is it related in any way, or is it just like a minor annoyance that it's like, I'm gonna give you a minor annoyance because you gave me a minor annoyance? Thank you for all the great feedback, Auntie. I am glad it was helpful. I think there's a lot going on in the not so private chat. I'm gonna give it a skim, but I'll try my best not to read all of it. Oh, expletive! I wandered into a school level zone! Yes, in like a video game. Good point. Who the hell do you think I am? What's in your bag? Bags! Many, many bags. Bags and bags. It's my bag of bags. I heard you like bags, so I put bags in your bags in your bags. King of the Cats has a catnip addiction, and Danica has a bag addiction. Me having the foliage showing it's teetering into the Fey realm. Yeah, that would cost too many words, but that could have been fun if she kind of knew, like, okay, I know that, like, my herb picking area is near the Fey realm, but, you know, I do want those herbs, though. It could be a specific jewel can only be found in the Fey realm, like something in the circlet, perhaps, maybe? Air filled with the tincture of twilight. Nice. Can't believe there is an I will eat your soul cat gif. I guess I will quick show it. Ooh, that's a cool image. Oversaturate the natural fires. It's snowing. The snow is so cold it burns. That is a cool image. Yeah, some sort of haze on the cat or the jewel. Mm-hmm. Oh, where he keeps the souls. Yeah, that could definitely help. Around 259. Oh, witch's quota. That would be fun to see what you guys do with that phrasing. And then that's the stuff I saw before. Yes, the code is more what you'd call guidelines than actual rules. To be frank, Chinese folklore and history are pretty tightly entwined. Interesting. I don't think I got any bad grades for that class, but still, I'll write fantasy whether they like it or not. Heck yeah. A balm from the local fields, or a harmless balm from the fields, that would work as well. Catnip's from the Minch family. Yeah, so like a mint from the fields. That would work. Yep. Corianne guessed that it was catnip. A separate pouch to all the others might have saved some words. So placing it into a pouch separate from all the others. There you go. That's the marriage of both. That doesn't have the bags in the bags in the bags, and it doesn't have the problem of like, but do you think that her bag is just an herb free-for-all in there? Yeah, so placing it into a separate pouch from the others would solve all your problems. Yeah, if someone goes out and gets herbs, I automatically assume they'd have separate vials or bags or whatever. Bags and bags, new definition to baglers. I've never heard of a bagler. Alright, very, very fun. I think it's an alternate annoyance that isn't as aggressive as I hope you step on a Lego. I love the idea. It's like, no, stepping on Lego, that's too far. That's too harsh. I would honestly, fun bonus question of the day, would you rather step on a Lego, or would you rather come into your kitchen and find that your fridge door was open and you have no idea how long it's been open? Because honestly, I'd rather step on a Lego. Because like, I would be afraid that like all my dairy products are now inedible, and like, especially as somebody with OCD, I may not be willing to eat my yogurt now because I don't know how long that fridge has been open and if it has if it's a problem. I can't was referring to my Encore story. It's been a while. I'm not sure I'm remembering what. Oh, yes, your Encore story. Release from my shackles. Or don't. Either one is fine. I would really love to read Connor's story, both because it's a good story and indeed because they haven't been read in a while. Best threat I ever got. I'm going to break into your house and cry on all your pillows. That's wild. Yes, I think that's a good one because it's not like, you know, I'm gonna like poop on your pillow, which is like a super aggressive, but it's still like unpleasant. Pain is temporary. Buying more milk is gonna cost me. Yes, exactly. I do love that you accidentally wrote pie, and so it sort of reads like, pie sure is temporary. Buying me more milk is gonna cost me. And I was like, no, pie sure is forever. And they go, I would probably take the Lego. Is that a grimace or like a I'm into it kind of thing? That second happened with our family's freezer, and I don't know how long it was cracked open or if some of the meat was not safe to eat or not. Spent the weekend cooking some of the meat and salvaged what I could while my parents were away for the weekend. Indeed, it seems like people are either have lived experience with that problem or imagining it and don't like that problem. So I guess we're learning that being like, I'm gonna break into your house and open your fridge door is actually a more aggressive threat than I want you to step on a Lego. Oh gosh, I've had to throw out rotten meat before. I was dry heaving for 30 minutes. That's horrible. I'm sorry I went through that. Alrighty-roo. It is later than I like it to be for doing our fourth story. This is kind of wild because the fact that so many of the stories were just like well written, light, cute. I really thought that this was going to be a shorter stream than usual. But it turns out might be a longer one. And right on cue, my stomach did a growl. Apologies if my stomach growls during the reading and praise and critique of the story. Has found archaeological yogurt in the back of the fridge. Oh no! I shudder to think what archaeological yogurt. For some reason I was about to say ogre, and now I'm thinking of an ogre made of yogurt. Or an ogre who really likes yogurt. Yes, I shudder to think what that looked like. I bet it was like the equivalent of the Game Grumps David Cheeseman, which is a statue they made out of cheese. They left him on the shelf for a while, and he started to grow more molds. And when they like tested what like was on him, I think, if I recall, one of them was, like, brain eating. It was bad. The ogres of yogurt. Wouldn't that be, I doubt I'll remember it by that point, but wouldn't that be a fun April Fool's prompt? The ogre and his yogurt, or something to that effect. Fortunately, it was sealed. That is fortunate. Okay, we're having too much fun. We're having too much fun discussing and talking about ogres and yogurt. We need to move on to something else that's also going to be fun, but in a different way. Alright, Burning Times by Desed, 350 words. The sun lit Marie's hut. She poured a potion into a glass vial, and then left her hut. She strolled towards town, passing by a barn, where Ash was pitching hay into the loft. He smiled at her, blushing. Before Marie could speak, Inquisitor Paul stormed up to her. "You are accused of witchcraft!" With an iron grip, he hauled her to the square, where her neighbors had formed a jeering mob. Tom, for whom Marie had brewed the potion, cried, "I have seen her devilry!" Beth, whose baby Marie had saved from fever, shouted, "She put a satanic amulet on my Dee Dee!" Bob, whose son Carl had kept his legs thanks to Marie's powder, raged, "Bewitched my son, she did!" "The evidence is overwhelming," Paul cried, strapping Marie to a stake. She watched silent as he stepped to a cart and let out an animalistic scream. "Water! Somebody's doused the straw!" "These two did it," Bob shouted, dragging Ash and Carl from behind the house. "You'll die for this!" Paul screamed. "No, they are but foolish children," the town priest, John, said. Everyone, we've enough straw. Everyone fetched straw from their roofs to pile under Marie. Once done, John lit the pyre, leading a hymn as an inferno engulfed Marie. Then the wall of fire rippled, the townsfolk watching in horror as Marie rose into the air. Smoke swirled around her nude body, which was covered in arcane symbols. Screams rang through the square as Marie raised her hand, the flames wrapping around each member of the mob, burning them to ash. Carl and Ash reappeared, Carl lifting Dee Dee from her mother's ashes, while Ash stammered, You're actually a witch. Does that mean I deserve to die? You burned everyone. They did the same to me. Each one was guilty. Marie narrowed her eyes. Would you have left the straw dry, had you known? Ash lowered his gaze, Marie brushing past him to fetch her things. The two boys hesitated, looking over the silent town, before following the woman who had killed everyone they had ever known. Throw up those moths and monsters a cheer for this story if you loved it. And decide if you have any questions that you didn't think to ask before, don't hesitate to ask them. Alrighty, Rue. Well, first of all, I have to compliment you because usually our not hard and fast, but rule is that you can't have more than 4 characters in one of these stories because then it ends up getting confusing as to who's who. And this story had a lot more than 4 characters, but I still felt like it was fairly clear who people were. I think that, we can talk a little bit more about Ash and stuff, but I think for the most part it was pretty clear who everybody was, and I hope that I this is like the most voices I've had to give one story in a while, and I hope that I did well enough at least. But it was kind of fun to do so many different voices. So I do applaud you for being able to have so many characters but still have it be clear who's who and everything. I guess it is still kind of along those lines that I do appreciate that you introduced Ash early. I think that was a good thing to do, if not a necessary thing to do. However, the introduction of he smiled at her blushing reads like he has a crush on her, and not like he's a kid. I was kind of assuming that at the very least they're both teenagers and or that they're both adults. My initial thought is that they were both adults. But was definitely not thinking that Ash was a younger than teen kid. And so it seems like, and granted he could still be a teenager, but especially because they're referred to as foolish children, that does imply to me that he is meant to be a kid. And so I do like that you introduced Ash, but I do think a different introduction than him blushing at her would be helpful. I also think it's clever that you introduce him pitching hay, because then that informs what happens later of, oh, they had access to the hay and they were able to make it wet. And so I think you did a great job introducing that stuff. It does pose a question, though. If he was pitching hay into the loft, is that separate hay from the stuff they used to burn her? And is that hay that they could have went and grabbed to burn her? Because I feel like if it was, they should have grabbed that instead of tearing their roofs apart. I don't know how to feel about the fact that it's so fast that he comes up to her. Because on the one hand, I think it actually kind of works. That it's like, it completely derails the whole day. That she's like, yep, she's just having a nice day strolling through town. And suddenly the Inquisitor shows up, grabs her, is ready to burn her. Terrible. And the fact that it's so abrupt, I think, adds to how terrible of a person Inquisitor Paul seems. But on the other hand, it is very fast. There is no build-up. And, like, I do think especially the introduction of the stake. Where is that? Paul cried, strapping Marie to a stake. The stake wasn't introduced before, and so while you can kind of assume that a jeering mob complete with stake, I honestly didn't. I just kind of thought it was like, hey, yeah, she's been accused of witchcraft. Let's talk and jeer about it, rather than we have the steak ready. It's burning time. And so I do think at least like mentioning the steak earlier, I know that you had no words to work with, considering the fact that this is 350 words and you are presumably within the character limit. I bet you worked really hard to get all the words that you could within the character limit. So I do know you had no words left to add anything like that. But if there had been some way to introduce the steak earlier, I do think that would have helped, and potentially helped with how fast it seems as well. But I guess I'll ask the chat as well, like in general, what did you guys think of the pacing of this story? Did you feel like the fastness of it worked for you, or do you feel like the fastness of it kind of made it confusing, or it felt too fast and stuff? Iron Grip is a great descriptor there. And I mean, the whole sentence works quite well. I do think it also works quite well, just like this whole, explanation isn't the right word, but I guess just shouts and jeers. Shouts and jeers paired with the explanation of what, she did for them works really well. I really like this contrast of like, okay, here's this person, Tom. Okay, what's Tom's relationship with Marie? Well, Marie brewed him a potion. The potion that she was bringing, which presumably was a helpful, good potion, because everything else she did was good, except for the ending, but we'll get there. But and come to think of it, it is good that you start with that, because that is kind of like the one that we're like, we don't know what the potion was, and so, okay, like we don't know for sure if he's a good guy, or that she made something good for him, I mean. And so then when you get to the next one of whose baby Marie saved from a fever, it's like, oh no, like explicitly it was good. Explicitly what she's been doing for these people was good. And so I think that's a great contrast of Marie doing all these nice things with her witchcraft and everybody hating her for it and turning on her. I think that's quite a striking image and very well written. Kind of a I don't know, fun doesn't seem like the right word, but fun aside, one of the rules is saying, you know, reviews was saying, you know, I wonder what kind of amulet she put on Dee Dee, because, like, Beth says that it was satanic, but we know that it's not. I don't feel like we can rule that out, because the thing is, like, for me, as a Christian, I would never write a satanic amulet as something good or positive or healing, because I view Satan as, like, the opposite of good, positive, healing things. But there are plenty of people who don't write Satan as a bad guy, or write him as a less bad guy than I believe he is. And so, in this version of the story, this universe, it could still be a satanic amulet, but it also could have done something positive, potentially. I am curious, like, I do think that it to me at least, makes a little more sense that Beth is like, she put a satanic amulet on her, and then Maria's like, I put a nice little amulet that had, like, a little plant on it, and it helped heal your kid. It was not, in fact, a satanic amulet. That works a little better for me, but I just thought that was kind of interesting that one of the reviews was like, we know it's not. And I was like, I don't know if we know that. I also really like how each thing that she did is unique, I guess. That it's like, we have the simplicity of just she brewed him a potion. We can kind of assume it was something good. And then baby she saved from a fever. He kept his leg. I think these all are really interesting. I don't know, interesting examples to use, and each are unique, and it keeps the story engaging. Because you could have said more generically, like, oh, she made a potion for this person, she healed this person, and stuff like that. But using something so specific as, like, he kept his leg, and the baby was saved from the fever, I think really adds something to the story, and I like that. And I do think that works quite well, that she's doing nice things, and it's like, bewitch my son, she did. It's like, well, yeah, so he could keep his leg, you know? I feel like the animalistic scream, while it definitely adds to, like, the, of, Inquisitor Paul's character, I feel like it feels like a little too much for me, I guess. That him just shouting water works perfectly well for me, that it's like, water! Somebody's doused the straw! But, and I, like, I don't even want to... I kind of tried to put something a little animalistic into it when I read it, but when you say animalistic scream, scream alone is already a lot stronger than shout, but adding animalistic to it, like, he sounds like a dying boar in my head. And like, again, maybe that was exactly the intent, and maybe you did want that, you know, water to sound super crazed. But I feel like it's kind of overkill, especially because, it reads more like he randomly lets out the scream and then he shouts water. But I think you meant the water to be the animalistic scream. I could be wrong. Maybe you did intend it to just be like, he screams like a dying boar and then he shouts water. But yeah, I feel like just having him shout water alone is enough to convey he is not happy. I don't expect him to be happy. And stuff, and so I didn't need the super strong image of the animalistic scream, and it potentially feels a little too strong, if that makes sense. And again, Paul seems like truly cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, that he is not just super ready to kill this lady, but is ready to kill some kids who helped her. That is just like, there's some kids who are otherwise innocent, who simply, you know, didn't want this person to die. And like, he's gonna kill them for it. It definitely conveys, like, how far gone he is. I do kind of like that the priest comes out and is like, kind of seems like he might be at least on the kid's side, if not on Marie's side, and being like, no, they're foolish children. But he's basically like, no, they're foolish children. They didn't know what they're doing. We've got enough straw. Everybody take it from your roofs. It's like, all right, guys, go get the straw from your roofs. That he also joins in the mob, the craziness, and he makes a wildly out-of-pocket suggestion to go, like, potentially take away their shelter from the rain just to burn this lady. And so, like, on the one hand, that kind of works for me. On the other hand, that does feel like overkill. That like, granted, if they take, like, a handful of straw off of each of their roofs, then maybe that would be fine and it wouldn't, like, impede their roofs' ability to be roofs. But again, especially if we were pitching hay into the loft before and that was dry, I feel like that's what we should go for, not the stuff on our roofs. I also, again, I know you didn't have the words, but I did get a little confused at first, because when I first read the "we've enough straw," I definitely thought that meant there's enough straw under the pyre that's not wet. Not, we have enough straw, gestures to our roofs. And so I do think that, that having him indeed do that, let's see. I don't know, something like, no, they are but foolish children, the town priest John said. Everyone, we've enough straw. He gestured to their thatched roofs. Everyone fetched, and I guess maybe you could say everyone fetched straw to pile under Marie. If it came right after he gestured to the roofs, maybe that would be enough to convey they got it from the roofs. But yeah, I think more of a transition between we've enough straw and we're getting it from the roofs would be helpful. It does very much convey how bent they are on killing her, though. And terrible image that he's leading him as they kill her. I presume that really did happen in history, and I hate to hear it. I do think your image for what happens works quite well, of just like the fire ripples and she rises, that definitely feels this like this very spooky, witchy image. And especially if her nude body is covered in arcane symbols, I can definitely see them all being like truly horrified by it. So I think that works very well. And I also do think that the image of the flames just kind of like wrapping around each person also works well. Interesting that she saved Dee Dee and that Carl was ready to go get her. I also am curious if you picked the name Ash in on purpose. I actually think you could have gone a little harder with that, because you could have had it basically be, I don't know if you'd want to use the I guess it'd be a pun that strongly, but you could literally have him be the only ones left alive and say the only one left was Ash, or the only thing left was Ash, and capitalize Ash. That'd be a really fun, a little like pun thing to do. But I do like him being like, you're actually a witch. Like, I kind of suspected, but like, oh my gosh, you know? And granted, I guess it could have gone either way. It could have been that he suspected that she was a witch, but knew she was a good witch that would help people. Or that he was like, no, she's a person that doesn't deserve to die. That's like, no, I don't think she's a witch, but she doesn't, but / because, you know, she doesn't deserve to die. I do think that's interesting. I like that reaction. So, let's see. The end here all comes down to intent. If you intended, well, let's go back. I think it's very interesting because, as I've been saying, there are a lot of things in this story that incite sympathy for Marie. Like, this whole section of them, like, she helps these people and then they turn on her. It's terrible, and absolutely I feel sympathy for her in all that and stuff. And it does seem like she was at least trying to be a good witch and help people out and stuff like that. But the thing is that I absolutely do leave the story feeling like she was worse than the townspeople. And that she, despite the good she's done, and despite the fact that she saved the kids, she seems quite evil. At the very least, cold-hearted. And I was really thinking about, like, the different reasons. Because I like, at first I was like, why do I leave the story feeling that way? Because she says they did the same to me. Each one was guilty. And she's right. Like, it's true. And like I said, you have all these things up here that incite sympathy. And so I was like, why do I leave the story with her feeling like, her seeming like the bigger bad guy than they were? Because absolutely, the townspeople were bad guys. Especially Inquisitor Paul. And granted, I will say, if the only person she killed was Inquisitor Paul, maybe Priest John, I don't think I would have batted an eye. I'd be like, yeah, okay, justified. You know? Okay, that makes sense. It really is the fact that she killed everyone in the town that is what leaves things that way. I guess I probably should pause because I don't want to get too deep into the discussion before the ad comes up. Yes, the world will burn in ash and then ash ketchup. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go to the props. Okay. Maybe fitting? This isn't time to make new enemies. I think that this one works because to me it conjures the idea of like yeah, I guess it is kind of fitting for the story. We could come back to that, but it's kind of this idea of you have a situation where like characters are I know the situation, but how do I describe it in like the specifics? You have a situation where like people are arguing and like I guess it can be the kind of thing where like you say something in an argument that's like too far. And so it can be like, maybe we're in the middle of a war and then like you're arguing with your second in command and you say something that's a little too far to them and they're like, this isn't time to make new enemies. That it's like, hey, you know, if you keep going down that road, you're going to make an enemy of me. we have an enemy army in front of us. You don't need to make an enemy of me. That's not good for you. It could also be like just somebody who has a lot of enemies. It can be somebody who the whole world is against them, and like one person kind of like throws them a bone and then they're mean to them, and it's like, this isn't time to make new enemies. Like, I could kind of imagine somebody in like a police interrogation room situation, and like they're accused of doing something to someone, and everybody hates them, their family hates them, their wife hates them, their kid hates them, and then like a police officer comes in, and they are, whether it's like a good cop routine or it's genuinely trying to help, like they come in and like say something nice, and then they're like snippy about it, and it's like, this isn't time to make new enemies. Or it could even be like you have the lawyer, you know, like the what would that be called, like the state provided lawyer, you know, comes in to help, and like the person insults them. It's like, this isn't time to make new enemies, I'm trying to help, you know, kind of thing. And let's see, what else can I apply it to? I feel like it works for a lot of different situations. Like it's basically like, for some reason or another, you have a lot of enemies, be it like, we are this army, and this large wall of enemies is the enemy of all of us, and you don't want to make an enemy of someone on your side, or it being like the whole world is against you and you have a bunch of enemies, and it isn't time to make new ones. Like, what else? I guess it could be like, instead of having a whole bunch, I don't know. I was gonna say, instead of having a bunch of enemies, you could have like one really big one. I guess that would work, that it's like you have a particularly strong and powerful enemy, and people are trying to help you with that enemy, but you start to make enemies out of them. And then it's like, we got the big guy to fight. This isn't time to make new enemies. It definitely conjures to me, to my mind, the idea of just somebody who's like kind of mean and snippy, like somebody who is mean, rude, snips at somebody, snaps at somebody. But there are a lot of reasons why somebody might say that. You know, you could even just have it be that one of your characters chooses, no, I am making an enemy of you. They come at them with a sword, and like, they parry it, and they're like, really? Like, you've decided to make an enemy of me too? This isn't time to make new enemies, kind of thing. I guess it could also apply to like a time of peace, that, you know, we have this wonderful peaceful time, and then somebody makes an enemy of somebody else, and it's like, this is a time of prosperity. This is not time to be making new enemies. You know, that could work quite well. Wolf says, I think this isn't time to make new enemies is fine, but I wouldn't vote for it. My brain is drawing a blank right now. That's very fair. So, and yeah, to be clear, if you didn't hear before, like, don't hesitate to say, like, when I'm talking about the prompts, what you think of them, positive or negative, because folks submitted these prompts for our perusal and our judgment, I guess, and so getting to hear thoughts on if they're a good prompt, you know, yay or nay, is what they're looking for here, you know. Magistrate reminds me of Red Dead Redemption 2. A Dutch keeps collecting new enemies. A hyper-rich industrialist, a national detective agency, then starts turning on members of his own gang for being disloyal. Yeah, that totally works. Yeah, that could be it too, that it's like more over the course of time you've accumulated a lot of enemies, and so like after having accumulated all these enemies, now it's not time to make new ones of your loyal followers, you know? Alright, I like the prompt, but I feel like me specifically, I'll have a hard time executing it. That's very fair. That is an interesting point, that like that this is helpful, like talking about the prompts is helpful for that. Yeah, there probably are some prompts out there that are like just like in a vacuum, good prompts that it's like, if I just think about the prompt, I like it. But when I see it in the list, I'm not going to vote for it because like I don't know what to do about it or it seems complicated. So that's a really interesting point. Yeah, so Mako says the same thing. I have nothing against the prompt, but I'm not excited by it either. Yeah, that is interesting. That seems to be mostly the consensus of this is objectively a good prompt. Subjectively, I wouldn't vote for it because I don't know what to do with it. All right, back to the story. Okay, so I was thinking, I was like, why do I leave the story with this feeling that like I'm viewing her as a bigger bad guy than everybody else because like she is right that they all were doing this and it's terrible that they all were betraying her and stuff like that. And I think that there are a few reasons why. And I think number one is that she doesn't say anything. Is that she doesn't try to defend herself. She doesn't try to defend Ash and Carl. She could, like, try to say, you know, guys, I helped you. Like, how could you be turning on me like this? You could even make the, like, these things here dialogue. You could instead just have them say, like, Tom shouts, I've seen her devilry. Beth shouts, she put a satanic amulet on my Dee Dee. And then Marie could respond and say these things, that it's like, Tom, I was brewing this potion of something positive for you. Beth, I saved your baby from fever. Bob, Carl still has his leg thanks to me. You know, you could have her saying these things out loud, and they still could still burn her. But the fact that she tried to speak up would speak better to her character. And even more so because when Paul says to the kids, you'll die for this, she says nothing. Now, granted, pretty quick, next line, in fact, the town priest says that they're foolish children, but if you didn't want Marie to feel so cold-hearted, instead of having John say it, you could have Marie say it. That Marie could say, they're foolish children, they had no part in this, kind of thing. Or just what's said here, no, they're but foolish children. And then, again, that would speak better to her character, that it's like she cares if these kids live or die, and she wants them to be saved, and so she at least does the one thing that she can, which is use her voice. And granted, that is also a question of, she is an actual witch, could she do more? And so that's another part of it is, well, could she have stopped the fire before it started? Did she have to wait for them to burn her and then have her, well, we'll talk about the arcane symbols in a bit, but could she have stopped it first? Could she have stopped the fire, made it so they couldn't light it, you know, made all the straw wet again or something like that with her magic, and then tried to talk to them? Like, I could totally see her, you know, doing something to the straw and then stepping down from the stake and saying what I said of like, Beth, I saved your baby. Carl still has his leg due to me, like, and like kind of like shaking her head at them, and then they all have seen her do, like, I don't know, they all have seen her do real magic, and so when she like walks back to her house to get her things, they don't stop her. Or you could have her say, you know, if you, I don't know, don't stop me or you'll die, you know, something like that. Then that would work quite well. Now, granted, obviously that's not the story you wanted to tell, and I think this story works quite well. Well, granted, I say obviously that's not the story you wanted to tell, but part of the whole point of all this is if you wanted Marie to come across as really cold-hearted and villainous by the end, you did a fantastic job, and I think the story is great and works really well. But because there's so much stuff in here about that incites sympathy and stuff, it makes me think that maybe that wasn't the intent, that you did want her to be a little more sympathetic. And so that's where it would end up being a critique of, okay, I don't think that quite came through enough for me. And so I'm trying to discern, okay, why does she come across so cold-hearted, and how would we fix that, you know? So anyway, so yeah, so if you wanted her to come across as sympathetic, then an ending like that would be 1,000 times more sympathetic. Even if, like she said, don't try to stop me or I'll kill you, and someone does and she kills them, I still would have sympathy for her because it's like, yeah, she tried to be peaceful. She warned them what would happen. It's totally on them, you know? And, like, that's the thing, is that, like, in a way, this is on them for, like, betraying her and doing this terrible thing and killing her. It's awful, everything that they're doing. But do I think that it means that they deserved to all die? No. And it's I don't know how to describe it, but kind of going back to the reasoning and stuff. So first of all, she says nothing. Like, she has one, potentially, if she can't use her magic to get away, she has one tool in her arsenal, and it's her voice, and she doesn't use it. Not only does she not use it for herself, she doesn't use it for the kids. And so it's like, I would hope that you would try the pacifist option before killing them all. Because if she's like, hey, listen to me, I did good things, I'm a good witch, I don't want to hurt you. And then they still are like, no, you're the worst, you know, you're satanic, I hate you. Then it makes it a little more sympathetic when she kills them. Still sucks, but it's like, okay, she tried. You know, she tried her best to go the pacifist option. But it definitely reads like she didn't try. Like, it definitely reads like she potentially had the magic option, and she at least had her voice as an option. She didn't try either, neither for herself nor for the kids. And so that's part of what ends up making her feel so villainous. Let's see, what else did... oh yeah, and the other thing is, if she tries the pacifist option and they still stick to their guns, like, yeah, she can still burn them. Burning them is still an option, you know? I think another reason why it reads so cold-hearted is because she presumably has been living in this town for a while, and she helped these people. So she cared enough about the people of this town to help them and make potions for them and save their kids and stuff like that. And so it seems especially cold. Like, it'd be one thing if, like, she just moved into town and people are already burning her and she's like, okay, I don't care about any of you, you know, go die. Still terrible, but less so. But the fact that she developed a rapport with these people and she didn't try the pacifist route first, she just decided to kill them all, makes her read even more cold-hearted. Yeah, she could have stopped before it got to this point, surely. It doesn't say whether or not there are other kids in there, but especially because she didn't kill Dee Dee, it does kind of, to me, imply that she did save the kids, at least. But we don't know for sure if that's the case. It is possible there were other kids in the crowd that she didn't save. And the thing is that, like, I think this was also something in one of the reviews. I forget the phrasing, but I think someone was saying, like, oh, she was kind by, like, saving Carl and Ash and Dee Dee. And I was like, why do I not feel that way? Why do I not feel like, yeah. And I think that the reason is, like, while objectively, of course, it's a great thing that she saved them all, it doesn't feel like she saved them because she cared about them. Especially because she didn't say this. She didn't speak up when Paul was about to kill them. It seems like they saved her because they served her. That it's still self-serving. It's still, okay, you helped me, you didn't try to kill me, you can live, I guess. You know, not, oh no, the poor children, I can't kill the children, I care about them. I fully believe she would have killed them if they were part of the mob. Even if the only reason they were part of the mob is because their parents were, and they were being sheep, you know? I fully believe she would have killed them. And so it seems like it's still all about her, you know? Are you with me or against me? Okay, you're with me, you can live, I guess. Not because I care about you as a person or think you're worth saving, but because you did something good for me, you know? And I guess Dee Dee is the one that's different. And so, yes, Dee Dee's a baby. Dee Dee didn't do something for Marie. And so Dee Dee could be the one that's genuinely just out of the kindness of her heart she saved her. It could be because she saved her once and she's like, I've expended all that magical effort to save her once. I'm not killing her now. You know, I don't know. So that's the one that could just be fully just genuinely kind, but it doesn't feel like a full-on kind act. I guess partially also just because she didn't have to kill everybody. And so sparing people from her own wrath, it doesn't feel like, wow, like so kind of her. You know, it feels like glad not everybody died. Like glad she had a sliver of kindness in her heart to keep the kids alive, you know? And I think I said, like, she could kill the Inquisitor. I would still have sympathy for her. I wouldn't think she was a bad guy. She could even kill the Inquisitor and the priest. Probably still would have sympathy for her. It seemed like they were the ones leading the charge and stuff like that. But killing the whole town, yeah, that's what ends up feeling like too much. And, like, the thing is that I'm reminded of the beginning of the Castlevania Netflix show where Dracula's wife, Lisa, gets burned at the stake. And it's horrible. It's horrible, the fact that she gets burned at the stake and stuff like that. And Dracula even says a very similar thing to what Marie says here. He says any one of them could have stood up and said no. And so I think he says more along those lines. But he kind of has that same mentality of they're all guilty because nobody stopped it. However, he gave them warning. He didn't just go and kill them all right then and there. He was like, hey, I forget what the timeline is. I want to say it's like a year, but he's like, in a year, I'm coming for you all. And so, like, thinking about it in those terms of, like, even Dracula warned everybody before he killed everybody. It's like that, putting it in those terms makes this seem even worse. That, like, she didn't speak up and go, hey, you know, I tried to help you, you know. Even if she did say it in kind of a mean way of, like, I try to help you, like, if you keep going down this path, I may not be so helpful anymore. Granted, that's not that mean. But, yeah, if she warned them, I would have a lot more sympathy for her in that way as well. I also had another idea for this line, which is that they weren't satisfied with my blessings, so I gave them a curse. Might have worked a little bit better for me. It wouldn't necessarily have incited more sympathy for me. Well, I don't know. I guess, I'm trying to think what it is about this line that I like the other version more. Let me try and think more. I guess it's just because it's like accusatory. It's on the offensive. That it's just like everybody was in a mob and like people in mobs do terrible things. That doesn't make it okay, but one person being in a mob, I don't know, like I'm kind of two minds of it because on the one hand, I agree with Dracula that it's like any one of them could have stood up and said no, and it's like terrible that they sat and let it happen. But I also don't feel like everybody in the mob is just as guilty as the one starting the mob, if that makes sense. Like, it's not okay, and it's still a sin, I guess, to let it happen, but it is not the same as the sin of making it happen. It's not the same as the Inquisitor and the priest getting up and causing it to happen, you know? And maybe there's some argument to be had of like, well, they're accusing her, so doesn't that mean that they're making it happen? So there is that to be said, but I think that this line just adds to her callousness because it ends up being like, yep, I don't care if it was just Joe Schmo walking to work and was like, we're doing a mob, okay, mob. I don't care. They're all guilty. They all suck. And I guess it also goes back to that she knew these people. She cared enough about these people to help them. And so the fact that she's like, yeah, they're all guilty. You know, especially because I don't see any emotion in anything she's doing. Like, she doesn't cry. She doesn't even sound angry. The way I read the lines is how I read them. I read them pretty monotone. It's just like, well, they did the same to me. They're all guilty. You know, very callous, like, not angry, not upset. And I think that is part of it, that this stuff does incite sympathy, but it's not what she goes for. You know, it's not that she's hearkening back to that and being like, well, and I think that's part of why I have this suggestion here of they weren't satisfied with my blessings, so I gave them a curse. That would harken back to that, to be like, well, I tried to help them and they decided to turn on me, so I turned on them. As opposed to just like, well, you were part of a mob, so y'all suck. Don't care that I tried to help you. Peace out. And along these same lines, so the ending the story on the two boys hesitated, looking over the silent town before following the woman who had killed everyone they had ever known. Powerful last line. I think it works as a last line, especially if you did mean it to be dark and stuff. So I definitely think it works, but I do think it adds to the callousness because you're highlighting the fact that she killed everybody. Like you could have said something like, with the entire town dead, they followed the only person they had left. That would focus on the positive, that it's like, they're dead. We know she killed them, but the end result is the same. They're dead. Okay, what do we need to do now? We're following the only person we know, the only adult in the room. And that would focus more on she's the only person left than she killed everyone. But ending on she killed everyone definitely leaves me with that feeling of she killed everyone. And leaves me with the horror of that, if that makes sense. I do think it's very interesting, the fact that, like, presumably they're horrified that happened, but she's the only adult in the room now, she's the only person they know, and they're like, guess we gotta follow her, even though she murdered everyone. And I would honestly still be curious, even though I have, like, negative feelings towards Marie, I would still be curious to read more stories in this universe and to see how things go, if Marie really is as cold-hearted as she seems in this scene, or if I read more about her, if I would sympathize with her more, or if she would change and go from being callous to being more sympathetic and stuff like that. I would be curious to see the witch who killed the whole town taking care of these boys and their adventures together and stuff like that. That could be interesting. And also regarding the, like, would you have left the straw dry had you known? I do like that line. But I do feel like if I were in Ash's position, my response internally would be, are you gonna kill me if I say yes? And so again, that just kind of adds to the her feeling villainous, because it doesn't feel like, oh no, of course I would have still kept the straw wet if I had known you would kill everyone, because I care about you. It's like, no, I would have kept it dry. That wasn't cool, Kind of a needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few thing. It's like, okay, I don't want an innocent witch to die. She is guilty of witchcraft, but innocent of doing bad things with that witchcraft. I don't want this witch who is helpful to die. I also don't want an entire town to die. But this really is like a trolley problem, isn't it? That it's like, actively pull the lever and make the straw wet and save her, or leave things as they are and keep it dry, and she dies, but the whole town lives, and I'm leaning more towards the leave it and leave the town alive one, just because that leaves with more people alive in the end, sort of thing. And I am curious if you guys have an answer to that trolley problem, basically. You wet the straw, and the witch, who has otherwise been kind to you and others, lives, but your entire town dies because she killed them all, and she seems quite callous and like she doesn't care as she does it. Or you don't do anything, you leave the straw dry, she dies, but your entire town lives. What would be your answer to that one? So really interesting story, and like, regardless, I did think it was a very interesting read, and if you meant her to be callous, works perfectly, you did a fantastic job. If you didn't mean her to be callous, unfortunately, I don't think that sympathy came through quite strongly enough for me. And I would be curious to hear what others thought, if others had a totally different view on it and stuff like that. But yeah, let's see what folks folks have been saying. Thank you for the cheers, Dragon Eye. An actual witch, for real, for real. Normally a story like this would focus on the false accusation, but I like the change. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I have, I guess I have read maybe too much fantasy because this didn't feel like a twist of the trope to me, because I have read or watched plenty of stories where the witches are real and they don't die from the burning. But that is a good point, that especially if you only read more traditional witch burning stories, this is a bit of a twist on the trope of the innocent, you know. There you go. I suddenly feel like the whole town was throwing her under the bus to keep themselves out of prison or even the fire. Prison? Oh, do you mean like they all participated in the witchcraft, and so oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that, but that's an interesting point. Like, the Inquisitor comes into town, they all actually like their local witch, but they don't want to die because they were like asked for her help, and so instead they throw her under the bus and accuse her. That's interesting. Again, still sucks that they did that, but that would be an interesting dynamic to things. Just said, so Ash is like a teenager who has a crush on Marie. The children comment is to dismiss their words as though of foolish youngsters, which, if you check the word and character count, was not in the cards for me to get in. Gotcha. Yeah, that is unfortunate that you couldn't put youngsters in, because that definitely would have been clearer. I mean, granted, we return to I would definitely keep foolish youngsters in and take animalistic scream out. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Just said animalistic scream was to try and reinforce the mania that's consuming him and everyone involved, and to emphasize that he's not an entirely rational actor. So I definitely think it did that for sure, and I will say that it made it worse. It made the mania worse. However, I did totally get all of that without the animalistic scream, so I don't know that it was totally necessary. Everybody's gangster till real witch shows up. I had to shorten everyone's names. Ash was Rutherford originally. Interesting. Like bailing out water with a pail. I mean, see, here's the thing. I do know that if she were to, like, try to defend herself, it probably wouldn't work. But the act of trying is what would matter. Because the thing is, so this is another thing that would make her more sympathetic. If the symbols basically have a built-in spell into them, and it's basically like, if I get burned, the fire returns to sender. And once it hit her arcane symbols, the fire went out to everybody else, and because the fire deemed everyone guilty, and so her saying each one was guilty is basically her saying that's why the spell reacted the way they did. The spell deemed everyone guilty. That would make her so much more sympathetic, because it would be like, yeah, of course, she would put a spell on herself to go against burning. She doesn't want to get burned. And so it's not her fault that the spell decided they were all guilty and killed them all.
Oh, jeez.
But because, let's see, where'd it go? Marie raised her hand, it does read like she chose to do it. And so the thing is, she's choosing to kill them all. And so she could have chose to try. Even if she knew it was futile, it would have made her much kinder and much more worthy of sympathy to try to tell them, yet she doesn't want to hurt them before she does. But the fact that she doesn't is just like, okay, like, she's fully ready to murder them all and doesn't really care whether they live or die, and isn't going to spend any sort of effort trying to save them, basically. Let's see. Era touching on a little extra realism, not that it should be fit in or anything, but Ash and company have a high chance of starving later in the winter if they don't leave the area, as they wouldn't have the manpower to harvest, etc., right? So they may end up doomed indirectly, assuming the witch goes her own way. Well, I feel like the ending very explicitly implied that they don't go their own way, because they follow her, and so I presume they do stay with her unless she doesn't let them, you know? I mean, she did try to be peaceful for years and years of helping their community. That is true, and like that's kind of what's interesting to me about the fact that I leave the story feeling so negatively towards her, because I totally see that. I totally agree that she did spend years trying to help her community, and I agree that it sucks that they all betrayed her, and I totally understand why she's angry about that. And she's also correct that in a way they're all guilty because nobody stood up and said no. But I still leave feeling worse about her than them. And so if the reasons I've given you don't satisfy you, then I think we're at an impasse, because I have tried my best to do some soul searching and figure out why even knowing all that, why I felt so negatively towards her. But that's what I came up with. And so if it's not enough, I can't convince you as to why. Mako, could have been interesting if she said something like, not one of you will defend me. You mean, like, instead of her saying, like, you know, I saved your baby, Carl kept his leg because of me. Instead, just kind of saying a blanket of, like, you know, not one of you will defend me. You know, that could help. That would definitely be helpful. Well, leaving it dry would be the same result, except they'd probably be dead too. You know, that is a good point. That is something that I didn't consider, is that, well, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was thinking that you were saying that, like, just they would die and everybody else would live, but no, you are saying if it was dry, they would all die, including them. So yeah, it's not as much of a trolley problem as I thought. They would all die either way. She's going to spend as much effort saving them as they did to save her. It's not just that no one said no, everyone joined in to burn her. I see that everybody grabbed, like, straw from their roofs and stuff like that. Well, I mean, again, I can see that. I can understand that. It doesn't reflect good on her, though. Like, I don't know. I mean, people in the chat, feel free to sound off if you agree or disagree. Did you leave the story feeling like Marie was more of a bad guy? Did you leave feeling like they were more of a bad guy? Or did you leave feeling like everyone sucks here? From what I saw of the reviews, at least some of them were also saying, that felt disproportionate. I mean, everyone I've talked to said that they thought it was disproportionate. But it may be only me and the people I've talked to. There may be also still enough people who are like, actually, I didn't leave feeling that way at all. So, like, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. And I'm like, that's probably why it's so weird to me, why I leave feeling so negative towards her. But all I can say is, even knowing all of that stuff, I still leave feeling like she's the bigger bad guy. And I've said what I can to explain why. Let's see here. Into hut, out of hut, I feel like you could have saved some words there. That, you mean you could have just gone straight to, like, she strolled towards town, like maybe she strolled towards town carrying her potion for Tom or something like that. Yeah, that could have worked. The age of adulthood is vague and malleable depending on the circumstances. A 30-year-old rich boy is still a child in some courts. Could be anyone younger than me as a baby thing. That is fair, but I think it's just, like, one of those things where it's, like, I can see him being a teenager who has, like, a crush on her and stuff like that, but I think there are less confusing ways of conveying that. I think adding the crush adds a complication that doesn't need to be there. All we need to know is Ash doesn't believe she deserves to die, and he is one of the only people. And so I honestly think even just like Ash smiled at her and waved would be better, because it wouldn't add that potential confusingness of like, how old is he and why does he have a crush on her? It would just be like, yeah, okay, he has positive feelings towards her, and that's all we really need to know. Did interpret it as him having a crush. Feel like it still works, since younger kids can have crushes on older people, but doesn't mean it'll go anywhere. Kind of like people having celebrity crushes. That's fair. I like the tension between the is she, isn't she actually, and the inevitable they had it coming. Not sure exactly what you're referring to, if it's the whole big conversation about her villainy or if that's something else. Oh, the pacing. I see. I like the pace of it, considering that's how people's lives can change. It can all change in an instant, or it takes time. I feel like being accused of witchcraft, it can be fast and sudden. That's very fair. Very fair. Corian with Mako's comment on the town throwing Marie under the bus, and whatever incentive or punishment for turning Marie over to be burned can even add how fast-paced the story is. This has to be done now due to whatever their incentive or reward the town has for burning Marie. Yeah, that's a very good point. Destroying their own houses to burn Marie is like foreshadowing to me. They're fully willing to wreck their own safety for this crime. Very fair. Knowing some recent shenanigans at IRL, there are lots of people who destroy their own security to wreck someone else's. Gotcha. Interesting. I mean, I guess in this case, it's less that it's your own security, it's more that it's everyone's. Because it's like, if they took enough that they no longer have a shelter, you can't all go to Bob's house and shelter out, because Bob also took straw from his roof. You know? Excuse me. So I mean, I definitely think it conveys like just how badly they're wanting this, you know. Cora, and I also find it interesting how their mentality works. Like, wouldn't you want your kid to be alive, whether she's a witch or not? She's just knowledgeable whether she incorporated magic or not. Yes, very true. You will die for this. I don't think so. Showing mercy to a fault. What do you mean? I don't see any mercy in the story. That's kind of what I'm complaining about. If you did, like, again, you obviously had no words or characters, but if you did say something along the lines of, like, she had been through this before, that would have incited more sympathy for me, because I would show, okay, this is not the first time this has happened. This has happened many times, and she's done. Like, of course, that makes sense as to why she'd be so callous and indifferent, because it's like, I cared about these people and they turned on me, but I've seen this 1,000 times before. It's not news to me. I tried to defend myself before. It never worked. I'm done at this point. They're dead. You know, that works a lot better for me. But we don't know if this is the first time or not. And so I'm left to, I can only do what I see. I can only speak to what I see. And so this could very easily have been the first time. And so that level of sympathy is not there. It seems like she could have had at least the mercy of warning them, basically, and she didn't. And so I do not see any mercy, let alone mercy to a fault. Yep. I was thinking of she is called, is the ancestor called Anathema too? I'm not sure, but yeah, the witch from Good Omens. Interesting. Well, I had a similar character, Adele Mueller, except Adele was more straightforwardly evil. Something similar happened with her, and she didn't directly kill everyone in town. If I remember correctly, her kill count was 5? Nope, no, much more than 5. Still not the entirety of her village. So that kind of speaks to the Dracula thing, where it's like, this character wasn't meant to be sympathetic, and they didn't kill a whole town. It's complicated since the two boys are already going against the town because Marie helped them, so they're helping her and now are traumatized either way. Either way, they'd have trauma. Truth. Do you keep the straw dry? Do you make it wet? Either way, trauma. And Corian did interpret it as the same effort saving them as they saved her. C.M. Weller saw it as a brutal justice. Gotcha. Alright, and for this prompt, I took it as there's good witches, bad witches, morally gray witches. I expected a mix of those types of witches, expecting that I still wanted to write cozy fantasy. Maria's harsh, but still makes it an interesting story, despite with the negative ending. That's true, for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying that it's not an interesting story, because it absolutely is. Yeah. Oh, mercy for the kids she spared. I definitely wouldn't call that mercy to a fault, but okay, there is a level of mercy there. Agnes Nutter, ancestor of Anathema Device. That makes sense, yeah. Aerith, maybe that's what we're meant to feel, that she's not a good figure, and the world she's in is simply cruel and gray. However, adding the more sympathetic details are valid too. It just depends on what is desired by the author to create in the reader's mind. Yep, exactly. Decoy's okay with no mercy. Mako says it's a very gripping read. Let's see. Okay, well, I guess I'm alone. I guess everybody else, except for the people I talk to, and one of them's here, and I'm a little mad that they're not speaking up. But I guess only me and the couple people I talked to agree. I guess everybody else thinks it was fine. But yeah. Regardless of how she ended up reading or how we were meant to read her, I do think it was a very gripping and interesting read for sure. Alright. Let's I thought I said it was overkill. You definitely didn't. At least not what I saw. All right. Well, we got a Halloweeny question submitted by Lee, and so I saw it was Halloweeny, got plenty of likes, so I definitely decided to just go with this one. But our question for today is, do you prioritize fear or aesthetic when writing horror? As in, do you prefer just using horror ideals and visual flares, or do you aim to actually horrify readers? Submitted by Lee Strangely. I see. Corian says, I mean, yeah, it is overkill, but I thought that was the point, at least for the story. Gotcha. Yeah, my question was more, do you leave feeling like Marie was a bigger bad guy than the townspeople? Do you leave with worse feelings towards Marie than the townspeople? And so, yeah, like, I can definitely understand the mentality of, it's overkill, but, like, I think that's the point. Like, yeah, I'm not asking whether or not it's the point of the story. I'm very much asking, you know, how did you leave thinking of Marie? You know, were you like, no, I liked her, I totally sympathized with her, and I thought it was totally justified? Or were you like, ooh, I had some sympathy for her, but I do leave the story, like, having worse feelings towards her? Because that's how I left, is I did have sympathy for her, and I do still have some level of sympathy for her, but I leave at the end being like, yeah, you didn't have to go that far. Like, yeah, it's pretty bad. And so that's kind of the question is, were you like, no, I 100% leave still sympathizing with her, like, totally justified? Or do you leave going, no, yeah, I don't know. I'm repeating myself. Definitely bigger bad guy than the general townspeople, Mika says. Not as big a bad guy as the Inquisitor and the Preacher. Yes, I would agree with that. I do think the Inquisitor and the Preacher, I see them as the biggest bad guys of the story. And then Marie, and then the townspeople. And then the kids. Aerith, I misunderstood. I didn't understand the question. That I left feeling that it was not justified. I wasn't sympathizing with her in the end. Gotcha. Okay, I must have asked it in some way of, like, do you think it was justified? And everyone was like, yeah, it was. Wolf says, I do not like Marie. Lee says, I felt the story needed more context to flesh out the witch's relationship with the other characters, especially with the two working the straw. I feel like for me that would have made it worse though. If their relationships were more fleshed out, it would have made it seem more callous when she killed them. It would have been fun to read, but yeah, not made her less callous. But anyways, I guess if you want to keep answering that question, you can. So I guess maybe we have 2 questions now to leave you in the break with. But okay, let's go to is that it? No, that's not it. There, that's it. That might still be too small though. Yeah, that's better. Okie dokie. Yeah, we were covering a lot of ground. That's totally fair. Here. Okie dokie. Here is your tunes. And I will leave you for a bit. When I picked up the kitty, I was like, oh no, the song is not over, but I want to show them the kitty. So I was like, well, there's nothing against showing them kitty while the song ends. Right. Could you hear her purr? Alright. Writing horror priorities, says Cecilia Weller. I think I have 2 main modes when I do horror. Monster Vision and Hard Justice. Monster Vision is the perspective of a gut-twistingly horrible individual, and the horror is inherent in the narrative, thinking it's all cool. Hard Justice is getting a horrible individual some truly uncomfortable karmic realignment, usually through the consequences of their own actions. Horrific for them, but not so for the reader. Don't usually get into how things look. Imagination is way better when used by the reader. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I was actually gonna say, I have an addition to this question, which is, would your answer be different if you were making a movie rather than writing a book? Because, well, of course, a lot of a lot of the situation regarding, oh yeah, that's not working very well when I'm against the chair, is it? I was thinking, I have another Halloween-y hat here, headband hat. And I was like, no, I have to keep wearing the witch thing. It's the witch stream, but I may not be able to. Saying it's the witch stream sounds like we're in the stream with a bunch of witches. We're all washing our cloaks in the stream together. But very interesting that your answer is all, there we go, I guess I can just push it up. That your answer is all regarding villainous people, specifically, rather than just like scary monster or anything like that. Oh yeah, I was talking about the movie stuff. Yeah, because you're writing a story and you're not literally showing people visually, imagination is very important in reading, at least to those of us who have one. And imagining something horrifying can definitely add to the horror or simply be the horror of a story. But it is different when you can literally see something horrifying versus you're only imagining it. And so I am curious, I guess I'll say, yeah. Would, your answer be different if you were making a movie? Hi, kitty. Massa, I don't know how to answer this because I so rarely write horror. Maybe my story about the serial killer pig farmer might count, and in that one I really wanted to leave the reader uneasy with the implication that the woman character in it was going to die horribly, so I don't feel qualified to answer as a writer. As a reader, however, I would rather feel mildly terrified than just keep going, ooh, spoopy tropes. Wait, which one is which though? Is the visuals the spoopy tropes, or is the actual content the spoopy tropes? Dragon Eye. It's funny how horror as a genre is primarily defined by the negative emotion that it generates. Good point, and I guess that's why I can basically say that I, in general, don't like horror when I usually tend to not like judging a genre as a whole. That is a good point. To write effective horror, I found that it takes more self-introspective and introspection and finding something that genuinely terrifies you. If you rely solely on aesthetics, you're more likely to miss the scary part of the horror. You can pull off both, but it's a careful line to dance with in my experience. That is a good point, that if it doesn't terrify you, it probably won't terrify the reader, and if it terrifies you, then the same. It probably will terrify the reader. Corinne, I don't have any experience writing horror. I think I might have written a few pieces way back when, but I watch videos of others explaining how to write horror. So for me, I wouldn't focus too much on aesthetics since I have a hard time imagining what things look like in my head as is. Well, let's say I'm writing a horror story with vampires, just an easy example for me to draw on. I can draw on some of those aesthetics since they are more human-like and use other common characteristics of the creature, like how cold they are, how the fangs may look to the person who is horrified. I would use visual flares the creature already has, and I'd go for more concrete creatures versus more abstract-looking creatures. One piece of advice I've heard others break down on how to write horror is that we fear the unknown, and once we fear what it is, then we know how to stop it or stop giving it power. Yep, I've definitely heard that too, perhaps in these streams before, that the unknown is what's scary, and so sometimes when the horror monster is unknown and then you reveal it, then it stops being scary. So that is a good point, that sometimes like very explicitly not giving much in the way of aesthetics can make things more scary. And vampires is an interesting example because I actually think that, I think you were saying like you can draw on the visuals, but the horror should be more in like the contents and stuff. And I feel like vampires is actually a good example because there's lots of vampire stories out there that are not scary. And some have the same visuals as the ones that are scary. And so it really is about the content and trying to actually horrify the readers rather than just the visuals. Dragon Eye, if your reaction is, ooh, that's cool, instead of, ugh, get that away from me, then you know you've missed the horror of the horror genre. For me, the overlap of aesthetics and genuine fear is body horror. Oh boy, does it get a reaction out of me, but I love what horrific inspirations come from it. Oh, I hate seeing this, but I love what it does in my brain. Gives me little ideas. I can understand that. I think I've felt that way before. But anyways, and that is a really good point that like, cause I don't know, I went to see the Guillermo del Toro Frankenstein movie, this week. Really good. Not accurate. Is it accurate? Not really much at all. Actually I shouldn't say that. Stuff with the creature is accurate, but like Victor's whole backstory and everything is, and a lot of his present story is totally inaccurate. But anyways, is it accurate? No. Is it a great movie? Absolutely. It's really good. I definitely think it's worth watching, and one of the best, if not the best, like movie portrayals of the creature I've seen. So I think that movie has horror in its genres, but I was not horrified by it. And so that in and of itself does make me go, yeah, it has horror in the genre, but I personally wouldn't call it horror. And so that is a good point, because this is not the first time that's happened. I think there have been like other I don't know, movies, TV shows, books, stuff that I've watched and read where I have gone, I don't count that as horror solely because I was not horrified by it. And so that's a really good point. Side note, to be honest, I don't write horror because horror scares me, but I want to look into cozy horror, which goes into the prompt back in February where all the horrors need comfort. Yeah, your monster creatures, your blobby shadow monsters, makes sense. Dragon Eye, most of the horror I experience are actually the supposedly true stories posted on the internet, like Let's Not Meet stories and whatnot. They rock me because they feed off the unpredictability of life and fuel the terror. Oh, I could never. I can't even do fictional horror, but I definitely am not willing to do real life horror, because, yeah, part of the whole point of what can make horror is if it makes the reader afraid that something like that could happen to them. That's not the case with all horror. You can be horrified by something and still not fear it happening to you, but I feel like it's so much worse if you fear it happening to you. So, that you have a gut of steel, I bet. Well, as someone who likes monsters and writes a lot of horror, I use a mixture of both. Aesthetically, I often fall into the Lovecraftian camp, the gothic camp, or the body horror camp. However, when it comes to actually scaring the audience, I usually think about the fear I'm evoking. I would go into the Magnus Archives of fear entities to better explain what I'm talking about, but there are 15 entities and I could easily rant about them for an excessive amount of time, so I'll post them in short. You can read them if and when we have time. Fair. And you didn't say this, but you made me think of the fact that the joke I keep going back to, where it's like you can create a character that's like, here's my new D&D character, Blorbo Blebus. He is terrible. He kills orphans in his spare time. He sucks. He does not deserve redemption. And then your party members will be like, no, I love Blorbo Blebus. Stop being so mean to him. I feel like that applies to, like, creepy looking things. Because I feel like there are things out there that look creepy, but become endearing to people. They're like, oh, it's cute, even though potentially the first time they saw it, they're like, oh, disgusting. It makes me think of I think I brought up the Ryuk example with the past, like, horror question that we had. And so it's like, yeah, the first time I saw Ryuk, I was horrified and terrified, and I wanted that image out of my head. But now that I know who Ryuk is, I'm like, who's a good Shinigami? Here's an apple, you know? And so I didn't even think about that, but I feel like that's an interesting element to this, that that something that is visually horrifying can become non-horrifying or even endearing if it is not presented in a horrifying way. And so that's something that to think about as well. But I think it's totally valid to use both, of course. Aerith, I'm more of a horror for aesthetic, really. I like the elements of paranoia or mystery in horror stories, exploring what's going on and why as it's related to horror. Nice. Oh, we got a new berry.
Oh, so cute.
Go over to the art chat if you want to see a cute witchy berry. I suck at script writing, but I still love the paranoia-inducing world going wrong horror trope. I don't know if I know the world going wrong horror trope. I mean, I probably know it, but I don't know it from the name. My answer would be different from movies. I'm more willing to accept tropes there. Fair enough. I never said they were people, the villains that you're talking about. Interesting. Fair enough. Massa has to go, but it was great to see you. Aerith's answer would be the same. More about good mystery in horror via aesthetics. Mm-hmm. Never show the monster challenge. Oh, put that in the actual challenges of like having people write a story about a monster but never show the monster. We'd have to have a pretty specific prompt for it though, or do it for Halloween next year. Oh, interesting. I forget what word you used, but I thought you said something about the Magnus Archives, like monsters or entities or something. But I see the list now, and the list is like fear of death, fear of the dark, and what might be in it, fear of violence. That's interesting. I thought it was going to be like, oh, here's their rendition of vampires and their rendition of this thing. But no, yeah, that's very interesting. And that's totally a list worthy of like visiting when you are trying to figure out how to write horror. um, yeah, vampires is an easy one for me because I know there's horror content out there about vampires, even if I haven't read them. But I also own quite a few vampire books that are in the romance department. Fair. Uh, Interesting. Fair enough. Um, Alright, well, the topic for if Among Us was turned into a TV series or movie, I'd find that horrifying, but it is a fun game to try and deceive others. There's an aspect in Echoes of Wisdom that's horrifying. I'm not finished playing. I very much want to finish it. I'm in the same camp. I've played some of it, but not finished it. I don't know if I've reached the horrifying thing. We love horrible beliefs. Hello, author Julie DeFisher. Bitzer, are you over here? I think Bitzer just left to go ice their ankle, but hello, welcome. I don't know who you are or how you know Bitzer, but welcome to the group. If you don't know, we're a writing group. We have a prompt every week and write microfiction for that prompt, and then I read, praise, and critique some stories for the prompt live on Twitch. And so right now we are answering this midstream question before I go on to more stories. But welcome. Hiduko, I like horror because it adds texture and emotion. I find comedy is more fun when you mix in revulsion or the grotesque, but rarely, if ever, do I aim to solely horrify. Tropes in general are quick tension builders and useful for word economy. Horror tropes are no different and can work well when played straight or subverted. Interesting. So you're basically saying tropes are a tool in your toolkit, and they can be used to great effect or not. But interesting. Fear when I'm writing horror is to instill a crushing sensation in the reader, and while aesthetics are very important in driving that home, they are in service of being horror. So that's kind of the same thing, that aesthetics are a tool in your toolkit for horror as well, but maybe not necessarily the heart of horror for you. Glad you like my little hat, Earth. Sometimes imagination is worse than actually seeing, hence why people like it when you take as long as possible to show the monster. Yeah, that is a good point. That is part of, if not all of, why the monster can be more terrifying and then less so when you see it, because what's in your imagination is worse. Honestly, it depends on whether I want to write something actually scary or if I just want spoopy even. Horror tropes are great for spoops, but actually scaring the reader takes careful thought. Yeah, that's very fair. Very good point. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Kim. As a fan of Lovecraftian horror, Sista said, I don't know how I'd make it a movie. It would need to be experimental, like showing the scenes from multiple ways to try and recreate the fact that this is not an objective recounting of events, which is key to true Lovecraftian horror. That's a good point. Yeah, how do you make a unreliable narrator in movie form? Because generally you're just like feel like you're objectively seeing the truth when you're watching a movie. You want out, kitty? Hi. Silly one. Do you want out? We are 800 away from Encore 3. Yes, I will start reading the next story, FYI. If you want to unlock more stories, then don't hesitate to cheer during the story and during the praise and critique of the stories. Alright. Incantations of Iron by Decoy. 341 words. In the magical otherworld of Elatriel, women can be witches. Each witch works her art through a craft, and each craft is unique. Mirabelle the Miraculous paints flowery tattoos on her body, each one a charm that can be bidden to life. Foxglove the Fair carves delicate candles of beeswax and lavender. The smoke and scents can rapture, enchant, and ensorcel the fiercest fiend. Sarissa the Seamstress can stitch anything together with her enchanted needle. The sky, the sea, hopes, dreams, and so on and so forth. It's quite the litany. Each one a seductive sorceress in fine flowing frocks and glamorous gowns. Then there's Amanita the Anvil, built like a brick shithouse, because lugging around a hammer will do that. No draping sleeves or cinched corsets. Instead, a solid scorch-marked leather apron. Hair short, brows singed, and soot-stained and calloused. It's physical craft, blacksmithing. Years of working iron has left her as muscled as any dwarf. And these days, she doesn't bother with magic when monsters attack. When it takes you 3 days to hammer a spell into shape, you think twice about throwing it when a solid blow to the head will do just as well. She sighs, flicking through a magical tome. How easy it must be to have your craft something you can fashion in moments. Beautiful, pristine. There's a witch whose craft is singing. Doesn't even need a bleeding lute. Hums a ditty and magic happens. She glares at the pile of iron she'll smelt for the next batch. No beauty in them. She's no artisan, serving orders for horseshoes of hardiness, wheels of durability. Useful, ugly. Cold, forged iron repelled magic. It was anathema to other witches. But no one dreamed of these. No one prayed for a hammer in her hands. Other witches muttered that she wasn't a real witch. She glowered at the ingots. Perhaps she couldn't forge a dream. But what about a nightmare? She started sketching. Autonomous anti-magic armor. It was time to earn the respect of the Grand Coven. Don't those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you loved it? Apparently it was the hat. Apparently the hat is what was tripping me up in these stories. I guess it makes sense because it has been, if I look up, right now it's fine, but if I looked up before, it was obscuring my vision ever so slightly, and I guess that little bit of obscuring of my vision led to the little bit of tripping up in my reading. You're welcome, Decoy. You usually have a note. You must have had a note. Yes, you did. Okay. First off, props to I assume that's Destin for the last minute editing help. Then character limits. I had a fun time writing this. Yes, it's very tropey. Blame the dozens of manga and anime with similar concepts. I do love everyone has a unique power that lets them do something interesting world. Imagine that there can only be one witch at a time with that power, with the power. Otherwise, all the useful crafts would be used up already. I think the silversmiths are such are off creating all the beautiful jewelry, while Amanita is stuck with useful things. Perhaps she has a mind of metal and wheels, and would be at top of the pyramid in an age of steam. Alas, maybe she'll just have to bring about the Industrial Revolution. All comments welcome, what worked, what didn't, etc., etc. Thanks for reading. That did nothing wrong. This is very funny because it was nowhere near my brain that it's like, yeah, this is very tropey. I was like, what a unique tale. But yes, really enjoyed the story. I think you are the person who embodied, from the stories I read at least, who embodied the spirit of the prompt more than anyone, though of course, Wolf, the one who submitted it, is the only one who can say, for sure. But yes, this feels like exactly what inspired the prompt, and it was very fun to, read about it. Let's see, what did I say here? Oh, yeah, okay. I guess we're starting with one of my critiques, which is that it was not clear to me that you can't choose it. That when it starts with each witch works her art through a craft, and each craft is unique. To me, that reads like they choose it. That's what default I think when you just say they're working through a craft. I'm assuming they are choosing that craft. And then when you go into examples of, Mirabella Miraculous paints flowery tattoos on her body, I'm thinking, yeah, she chose to do that. She's like, I think tattoos are cool. I think flowers are cool. This is how I'm going to do my magic. But clearly it's not through choice, because otherwise Amanita would not be so mad about it. Because she'd be like, yeah, I love my profession. I chose it, And so I do think that making that a bit clearer would be quite helpful. However, as I said, really love your concepts here, both like in general and also the specifics that you list here. I do love this image of the flowery tattoos that you can just like grab the flower out of your tattoo and stuff, and the candles are great. I don't know if I've ever heard the word ensorcel before. I assume that means like similar to enchant, but for sorcery, ensorcel, and I love it. And probably my favorite image, maybe my favorite line in the whole piece is Sarissa the seamstress can stitch anything together with her enchanted needle. The sky, the sea, hopes, dreams. Because when I read she can stitch anything together, I'm thinking like physical things, and I'm definitely thinking things other than clothes, but I'm still thinking physical things. And I mean, yeah, the sky and the sea are physical, but I'm thinking just like, I don't know, my Kleenex box is ruined. She can stitch it together. My slinky got all bent out of shape. She can stitch it together. That kind of thing. And so then I'm already impressed by what's going through my head. And then when you say the sky and the sea, I'm like, that's crazy and awesome. I love it. And then you say hopes and dreams, and so then it's something that's not even physical. And so that's awesome, and that works really well to set up for what you say about dreams at the end. And so I think that's great. This is a little bit nitpicky, but both the first and second time I read the story, Mirabella the Miraculous paints flowery tattoos on her body, each one a charm that can be bidden to life. Foxglove for... I don't know what spell foxglove would do, but I was expecting you, when the next word was foxglove, I thought you were listing flowers that Mirabella the Miraculous might use. Foxglove for healing, roses for love, that kind of thing. So I definitely would recommend using a different F name that is not a flower to avoid that confusion there. This is also a little nitpicky. What you have here is fine. It's not too much of an issue, but it does feel a little dismissive to go, and so on and so forth. It's quite the litany. And I think it would work just fine to go straight to each one a seductive sorceress, So I might recommend taking those lines out, but they're not like a huge issue. So when I got to built like a brick shithouse, I was like, that feels out of place. And I was like, but I also am not as into swearing as maybe the average person, so maybe that's just me. And it was not just me. For the people I talked to also felt the same way, so I feel a little more confident in saying it. That I do feel like Brick Shithouse feels a little too our world and modern. Like, yes, that conjures a very specific image in our world that is kind of like a almost an idiom sort of thing. Maybe idiom's not the right word, but it's like a saying. But it very much sounds of our time, and so it sounds a bit out of place. Honestly, I'm not just saying this because I'm not as much a fan of swearing as other people. I genuinely feel like if it was built like a brick house, that would sound more like, okay, yeah, I believe that brick houses exist in this world, and I can get that image. But brick shithouse is like too much of a saying in our world that it's like, well, this is not our world. This is Elatriel, But, anyways. I really like, your description of, hey, like, all these other witches, they wear flowing frocks and glamorous gowns. And honestly, I literally was thinking, I was like, so we're making, like, all women wear, like, flowing frocks and glamorous gowns? Don't know that I love that. And so immediately you're like, no, I'm not, in fact, Kaylee. The whole point of the story is about the witch who doesn't. And so I love that. I think that works quite well. And I like the specificity of the images of, like, her clothing, and I do think this one works because I often talk about how physical setting details often are the first things to go. Physical descriptions and setting details are often the first things to go, justifiably so. This is a case where I think it quite works because it does set up the difference between her and the other witches, and it's a pretty striking image. I do love that she's like, I could spend 3 days on a spell, or I could just smack the guy with a hammer. I think I'm gonna smack the guy. That's very fun. I feel like that's like kind of a thing that I've heard, sort of thing. I'm a little unsure what the you think twice about throwing it means, because to me that conjures the idea of like you put a spell into like an axe or something, and then you decide to throw the axe at the enemy. And my response to that is, you don't have to throw the axe. You can swing the axe. I don't know if it's more just like you have, I don't know, like an iron disc that's a spell, and in order to activate the spell, you have to throw it. So it's not like she's putting it into an axe. It's just like it's a spell, and like that's all it is that's a piece of iron that's a spell, and you have to throw it for it to work. That makes a little more sense as to what's going on here, but I also feel like it's quite unclear. And so I do think if there was a way to make it more clear what you meant there, then that would be good. And then I do like kind of her resentful, like, oh wow, everybody else has it easy. Like, you can make it in moments and it's so pretty. And there's even one person out there who can sing, doesn't even need an instrument. I think that works very well. I think ditty is kind of a patronizing word, so that works well for that especially. So I think that works very well. On the one hand, I like your description of her thinking that iron isn't beautiful and it's useful, but it's ugly and stuff like that. But on the other hand, I'm not sure I get it, because like iron absolutely can be beautiful. You can totally make beautiful things with iron, be them swords or be them like pretty accoutrements for your iron gate, and stuff like that. And so you can make the horseshoes beautiful. I 100% believe that you can make iron beautiful. And so on the one hand, I like it. Well, first of all, there's one hand where just purely I like it by itself. There's another hand in which this is her opinion that I might be able to find it beautiful, but she thinks it's ugly. That works as well. There's a third hand where I'm like, well, why is it ugly? It sounds like it's a you problem if it's ugly, because you can totally make pretty swords, especially if you are well trained at it, sort of thing. So I do like the mention that iron repels magic, because that is like a common thing in magical literature. And so I do think that makes the idea more interesting, that it's like, it's not just, oh, my craft is so physical and so ugly and so different and stuff like that. It's like literally this material should repel magic, but for me, I can make magic with it. I think that is really cool. Whoa, I lost my train of thought. But I also feel like mentioning that conjures a whole bunch of questions, because I'm like, well, okay, I can understand that it can repel magic for others, but clearly it doesn't for Amanita. And so is it just quite simply that Amanita is literally built different and that's that? Like, how can it be that this thing that by default, one of its properties is repelling magic, doesn't repel magic, you know? I guess, like, I'm trying to think of an example, and the first thing that comes to mind is just like, alright, oil repels water. But not my oil, though. And it's like, why not your oil? What happened, you know? I don't know. It's weird, because on the one hand, I feel like this is her magic is the only explanation we need, and on the other hand, I feel like I need more explanation, so I don't know what to think. I do like the phrasing of it was anathema to their witches. I do like the phrasing of no one dreamed of these, no one prayed for a hammer in her hands. That's neat. I'm curious why other witches would think she's not a real witch. Because, like, it seems like her craft is just as valid as anybody else's. It's just a little different, you know? I don't know if it's that cold iron repels magic that would be enough to make people go, you're not a real witch. But I don't know. I don't know why folks would think that exactly. I turned that on to take away the shadow from my face, but now it might be too bright. I'll suffer through it for a bit and see if I get used to it. So I do like the phrasing and the idea of she couldn't forge a dream, hearkening back to stitching dreams, but what about a nightmare? I do think that's very well written. But I also, it also feels like it was going in a different direction than I was going as I was reading the story, because for me, as I'm reading the story, I'm hyped up about Amanita and her magic. I'm like, this is awesome. I love your magic. I think you can make super cool things. And so to me, I'm led to think, yeah, her magic is just as valid as anybody else's magic. And like she's gonna like make something beautiful with her iron, or she's gonna show them. I mean, I was gonna say she's gonna show them she's a real witch. I guess maybe that's what happens, but I saw it more in a positive way. Like, you know, she's gonna make the best of a situation that, in her opinion, might be bad. I don't see it as a bad situation, but it seems she does. And so I kind of felt like the story was leading me to a conclusion of she's gonna make the best of a bad situation. She's gonna she's gonna make something beautiful with this ugly iron. And so the fact that it's like, nope, I'm doing something horrifying. Like, nope, I'm making a nightmare. I'm doing something bad. I'm doing something horrifying. I was like, oh, you know, it's not bad or anything like that, but it does feel like the story veered for me, and I wasn't really taken on that journey, if that makes sense. And then, let's see. Oh yeah, the other thing is she able to just not do magic? Like, if she was bestowed iron magic and she hates it, can't she just not do magic? Can't she pursue a different career? But yeah, I guess, like, it feels like she's overlooking a bunch of benefits. Like, it feels like there are benefits to being an iron mage, an iron witch, that she is just completely overlooking or ignoring. And so I'm surprised when it doesn't end with her understanding at least one of those benefits, you know? Let's see here. I do think my biggest critique of the piece is quite simply the Grand Coven, because the Grand Coven was not mentioned anywhere in the story, and so it's supposed to be this climactic ending of, alright, I'm gonna show them. But because they weren't mentioned, it's like, who's the Grand Coven? I mean, funnily enough, it goes back to what I was saying about Aerith's story, that it's like, you're never gonna believe who I just met on the road. Who? The King of the Cats. I don't know who that is. It's the same thing here. It's like, all right, I am going to earn their respect. Whose respect? The Grand Coven. Am I supposed to know who that is and why you ought to earn their respect? Why do we want their respect? You know? I don't think it'd be too hard to put it in earlier and say something about them, or at least say the Grand Coven muttered that she wasn't a real witch or something like that. But as is, it's hard to get into the climax because, like, I don't understand the climax, you know? I'm not with you there. I'm not understanding. And let's see. Is the point of the autonomous anti-magic armor that the autonomous part is the magic and the anti-magic is solely the iron? Is that what's going on there? Yeah, how can you use magic to do anti-magic? Yeah, and so I think just, like, mentioning the Coven earlier and mentioning more, like, her desire for revenge or going harder on her resentment and stuff like that might be good. But yeah, at the end of the day, I just kind of felt like, for me, the ending didn't really follow from the rest. That I felt like we were going in a direction of, she'll find the beauty in it. But we went to autonomous anti-magic armor and the Grand Coven, and both seem quite specific, and I'm like, okay, cool, I guess. Like, you know. And granted, I would be curious to read about her presenting her autonomous anti-magic armor to the Grand Coven still. But yes. Let's see what folks have been saying. No, I never intended it to be a choice. Makes sense. Ensorcel, much like Enchant. Fun fact, Mirabelle, Foxglove, and Sarissa are all flowers, and Amanita is a poisonous mushroom. Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense, that you couldn't have picked a name that wasn't a flower name because you wanted them all to be. I guess in that case I would say still pick a flower name, but pick a less common flower name so that it doesn't necessarily read to everyone immediately as a flower. But that is neat. That's very cool. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Cam. Aw, Mako says, have you read Ichi the Witch? Decoy says, I have. I love it. I get you. Unless you were saying I get you to me. I wonder how brick outhouse would work. Build like a brick outhouse. I feel like that would feel unnecessarily insulting to Amanita, because I would definitely get not just the idea that she's like big and beefy, but the idea that she stank. That she's stanky, she's disgusting, she doesn't keep herself clean. Yeah, I was on the you use this thing that we all hate, you're not really one of us line. Gotcha. Get where you're coming from on the ending. Threading, and I mentioned the Coven earlier, would be better. I think there's a natural spot for them earlier. Nice. Originally it was Fairy Bell, down character limit. Oh yeah, that is unfortunate. Alright, let's see what's going on over here. Ensorcel, to bewitch, to or enchant, to captivate, entrance, or fascinate. Nice. About to be read on Hold My Pen prompt cast, so adios. Nice, yes, congrats. It's got to be outhouse, at least because the idea is that you've overbuilt the outhouse. Outhouses don't need to be made of brick. Interesting.
Yes, coming. This is my cute little cat. So fluffy.
Thanks for the critiques. Good stuff there. I am glad to hear that it is helpful. Where are we at in terms of unlocking Dragon Eye's story? Did I miss some cheers, or are we still 800 away?
Okay. You're so soft. Yes. Okay. 1,
as always. I wish you could hear her purr. Oh, 500 away now. And 400 minutes away now. Awesome. Make okay, I'm thinking. You're thinking about cheering? Alrighty, Roo. Thank you so much, Mako. Is there now 100 away? Hey, and there's Desed. Is that it? Does that unlock it? So it's 400. Yeah, that's 400. Thank you so much. Oh, that's great to hear. So now that it is unlocked, I will ask Dragoneye Connor. That sounded like I was saying like last name, first name thing. Dragoneye Connor, are you present? Are you in non-America? Do you need to be read sooner? Are you fighting to stay awake? Because I will definitely read you first if you are somewhere where you need to go to bed.
Whoa, kitty.
Meow. You're all too kind, says Dragon Aggies. Connor's in Virginia. I love the fact that you didn't say America. It just reads like, where are you? Are you somewhere that isn't America? Are you struggling to stay awake? And then Ghoulish is like, Connor is in Virginia. Oh, thank you for the gift sub, Mako. I saw some kind of confetti celebration thing on screen. So, Decoy, you now have a subscription. I think that I assume that your Twitch and Discord are still connected from last time, but if they're not, make sure they are. Thanks, Mako, Decoy says. Dragoneye says, I am indeed an East Coaster. What, I'm trying to figure out how to make a joke about this. We're coasting on the east, I don't know. Okay, so you're fine to stay awake then. Potentially more fine than me, actually. Yeah. Fans nearly doxed me. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. It's like, is that okay to say? I mean, you're saying it and we can see it in the chat, so I hope we're okay. Alright.
Kitty, I don't think you want out again. I don't think you do. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, I don't know what you want, though. I don't know if you want to be on my lap, or if you want to be on the desk, or if you want to be in the coffin bed. I don't know what Kitty wants.
Kitty arguing. Oh, you're so cute. Alright, well, I guess I will hold her as long as she wants to be held and hope it lasts the story. Alright. String along. The Ballad of the Monsters, Savion. By I prefer the term anti-hero / Kaylee. 350 words. I glanced from the string to my girlfriend to the grimoire. The string sat in my hand, a puppet string, entwined with a strand of my girlfriend's hair and fur from a villainous sorcerer wolf. My girlfriend bit her lip, fidgeting. The lines on the page bled thick and thorny, the spell for control. I exhaled. Are you sure you want to do this? Sure? And then I laughed awkwardly. No? But you don't think I can defeat Savion my way, right? Right. When she asked about magic that could defeat Savion, I thought she was talking hypotheticals. I never expected her to go out and get the ingredients. Lanai had always refused to use magic. She didn't want to be like her enemy. But I'd shown her how powerful magic was, and that the only way to match her enemy was by being like her enemy. I comforted myself that this was fur from when I was a wolf. It probably wouldn't work without my hair, and even if it did, torture and death I could live with. If being with the human me didn't change her mind. A familiar pang of guilt. She didn't know her arch nemesis was sitting right here. Do it, she nodded. With one hand, I held the string to my mouth, close enough to feel my breath, and with the other, I drew the symbol on it. I inhaled and started, my tongue and finger tracing those jagged lines. It felt like something wrapped around, reached into my mouth like reins, like my fingers were pulled by strings. We both shuddered as I finished. I pressed my hand to my throat. That was an ugly spell. I murmured more to myself. There was no such thing as dark and light magic, just magic. But that spell was dark. I held up the string without looking at her. There, with this, you can control Savion. We. Only those whose hair are in it can control or be controlled. Which is why I put yours in there too. I froze, eyes wide. Slowly I turned to her. You did what? So, those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. I thought I could get a meow out of her if I looked at her. Oh, I don't think I actually grabbed my questions for this one, come to think of it. Let me go get those. Okie dokie. Boop, boop, boop. There they are, in the chat. Boop, 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 boop. Okie dokie. Well, as usual for my stories, instead of praising and critiquing the story, I will be asking you guys questions. You guys for praise and critique of the story. So, of course, feel free to say your overall thoughts on the story. I would like medium to light toasting, I think. Or light to medium, however you want to say that. The more on the positive side kind of toasting. Alright, so I have now added a lot more comments because I read this to my dad, and he actually had quite a few critiques for the story, so I have my own questions, but I also have questions spurred on by what he said about the story. So, maybe I'll do his questions first, because I'm looking at that first one, and I'm like, but those questions seem to contradict it. So let's see. Was just calling him a villainous sorcerer wolf enough of an introduction? I am now tired, and so I'm forgetting what I originally had there. It was a little bit different, but I was hoping that would convey, hey, who are we talking about here? We are talking about a villainous sorcerer wolf. And so I was hoping that when he said, from when I was a wolf, that was enough of a connection. But I don't know if you needed something more. So what I was trying to do here is I glanced from the string to my girlfriend to the grimoire. And so we do the string, we do my girlfriend, and we do the grimoire. However, I don't repeat grimoire, I say page. And so did I need to say the lines on the grimoire's page for that to be clear what I was doing there? It was originally going to be like the string was a puppet string entwined with, or like it was a puppet string or something like that. My girlfriend was fidgeting. The lines on the page were thick. But I tend to try my best to get rid of was's when I can, because they're not a very active verb. And I especially think it's evidence here, because I think my girlfriend was fidgety is a lot less evocative than my girlfriend bit her lip fidgeting. However, I think I might have picked a too active verb in bled, because it wasn't meant to be that it's like actively bleeding. It's just meant to be that it looks like it bled. You know, that the lines on the page look like the ink bled. I kind of imagined it, well, not kind of, I did. Imagined it a lot like the death rune in Elden Ring. Let's see, there's a gif of that. No. If somebody can grab me a picture of the Rune of Death from Elden Ring, go grab that so I can show it. Smeared? Yeah, I don't know that I like Smeared, because Smeared reads more like, yeah, it was like somebody like painted something and then they smeared it with their hand, and it's kind of like blurry and not all there, rather than just like it's jagged and like drippy almost. But so basically the question for that is, did you indeed think it was like actively bleeding, actively being written, as opposed to like he got a book and it had the spell in it and the spell almost looks like it bled on the page when it was written, sort of thing. And I know the ad is coming, so I will pause there for a sec.
Yeah. Cut the cap.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, so we are on Worlds Apart. The description is too simple, so I just saw it meaning vastly different. I think that I would have basically got that before, because I am familiar with this saying that it's like we are worlds apart. We come from different worlds. We are vastly different. To use Decoy story, you are from the land of embroidery and seamstressery. Oh man, now that makes me realize that I bet in like seamstress communities that they make that pun of like, I am seamstressed right now. But you are from the world of the embroidery and the sewing and stuff, and I'm from the world of iron and hammering and stuff like that. We are worlds apart, and so am I correct that is basically how Separate Ways from Journey starts? Like, I am... The beginning of a song is going through my head that starts with Worlds Apart, but I am not getting to the chorus. And so, yeah, so you could write indeed about just two people who are just really different people. You could write about people literally on two different worlds. You could liken a lot of different things to worlds, like I just did with different professions. And like this prompt makes no attempts to make any judgments positive or negative. It could be good that you're worlds apart. It's like, yeah, get away from me. Or it could be like, oh, I love you, but we're worlds apart, sort of thing. And so, it could be about two worlds that were close to each other, literally being separated. You could write about a godlike being is like, we need to keep those worlds apart. They're fighting, kind of thing. So it definitely works for me. I am curious, as always, what the chat thinks. What camp are you in? Do you think it's a good prompt and I have an idea of what to write for it? Do you think it's a good prompt, but I have no idea what to write for it? Do you think it's a bad prompt and I have no idea what to write for it? I like the literal possibilities. Yes, indeed. I thought you said worlds of heart. Yeah, fair enough. Oh yeah, I guess I could also be looking for the Rune of Death myself during the ad here, since we got a sec. Weird things I say. No, that's not it. It's the mended one. Well, it could be the half, but that vibe. What happens if I click on you? Eh. Well, I guess you're seeing lots of pictures, so that works. This is the Rune of Death in Elden Ring. So as you can hopefully see, it's just very jagged. Like it looks like the half looks like a centipede. And so yeah, the I don't know, spikes are very jagged and everything. But anyways, back to the actual story. So yeah, I guess now that you've seen kind of the sort of like image that I was going for, how would you describe it? What verb would you use for that? I think maybe I should have used branch. The lines on the page branched, thick or thorny. That branches are kind of irregular and can have knots in them and stuff like that, and might read less like it's actively bleeding and stuff. And granted, maybe it's fine if you think it's actively bleeding, because I guess like you could just think that he wrote it there and now he's gonna rewrite it or something. I guess that's fine. But yeah. What is the next thing? So this line here, I comforted myself that this was fur from when I was a wolf. It probably wouldn't work without my hair. So to me, I felt like that line was just like very explicitly, it is what it is. Like it's very explicitly saying, I was a wolf. This is fur from when I was a wolf, and now I'm a human. Now I have hair, and it probably won't work without my hair. And so I felt like that was clear, but according to my dad, it was very much not clear. I definitely could have spared a word to say human hair. I think the last word I added in was I put there in there, so I could take that out so that I could put human in there to make that clearer. But I'm curious if it was unclear to anyone else in the first place, and if it was, why was it unclear, and would saying human hair fix it, or would it need more? And what could I do, to make it clear? There was also an option for that line that was, I comforted myself that this was fur from when I was a wolf, and I was no longer, or I was a wolf no longer. I took that out because comforted myself was a wolf no longer doesn't work for Savion. He's comforting himself that the spell won't work, not comforting himself that he's not a wolf anymore. And so I took that out. But would that have been clearer? Would that have made more sense? And even if it did, torture or death I could live with. How clear or unclear was that line? First of all, I don't know if it's a pun, but the wordplay is intended there of death I could live with. But basically what I was trying to do there is that it's like, okay, he is casting this spell, but like he is supposed to be the victim of the spell. So why in the world would he be casting the spell? And so I was kind of trying to cover like his thought process and, my bases in terms of what the audience is going to think. It's like, okay, first of all, he thinks it probably won't work. Second of all, if it does work, he's thinking about, okay, what might she control me to do? Well, she's probably like try to torture me in some way and or try to kill me with this control. I think I can live with that, kind of thing. But I didn't say it was a torture or death spell. I said it was a control spell. And so you do have to make that logic there of like, what is she going to do with the control? She's going to try to torture or kill him. And so I could definitely understand some folks not making that connection and it being like, wait, what do you mean torture or death you could live with? Nobody said that they were going to torture or kill you. And then there's also the question of, why could you live with torture or death? And so that line is meant to be sad. It's meant to be sad that, like, okay, so he is saying that literally. Like, he is not, saying, like, oh yeah, I'm an immortal and I won't die. He is saying, I am okay with dying. And so that is meant to be like a very kind of depressing line. But if you don't know him and you're just introduced to him and he's out here saying, I'm okay dying, I feel like that could easily be like, I'm sorry, what, sir? And so I am wondering if that line might have been better taken out. If it might have been better just to say that he comforted himself that it's probably not going to work without his human hair, and that might give me a couple more words to expand on that a little bit. Or did you actually like the covering, okay, but what if it does work, though? What did you think of that? And then also with the, if being with the human me didn't change her mind. So I was kind of trying to do a couple things with that. Well, maybe it's ultimately one thing, I don't know. The line was originally, if she didn't love me still. And I am curious if using the original version would have worked better. But the intention there is like, okay, I don't think this is going to work. If it does work, torture or death I can live with. But I hope that once she learns that I am Savion and I would be the person to use this on, hopefully her mind will be changed. Hopefully she will no longer want to use it. But I do know that there are some steps in there that you have to put together. And so I am curious if being with the human me didn't change her mind, was enough to get you to that thought process of, okay, I hope that she won't ever use it anyways, because I hope that being with the human me will change her mind. Or did you not get that at all? And I'm also curious, especially regarding this line was meant to convey that, like, I mean, the more I look at it, I know why it didn't convey it. But I wanted to try and get something in there to convey he is not doing this out of malice, that he really does love her and want to be with her. And so, but as I reread it, I can see how that line might just read like if he already read as manipulative, I could see that line is continuing to read as manipulative, because it's like, oh, you want to manipulate her into liking you now because, you're human and stuff like that. If she didn't love me still, I don't know if that would have been better or worse. I don't know if that would have more conveyed it goes both ways. Or if it would seem even more manipulative of like, oh, he made her love him and he's stringing her along, which the more I think about it, the more I think it was probably a poor choice to call this story String Along, because I think it probably makes it even more likely that he sounds like he is stringing her along. He's manipulating her. He doesn't actually love her. So I am curious, if you are new to the universe, the characters, if it read like he was manipulating her and didn't love her, or if it read like he did. Is there anything I could have done to better hint that he actually does love her? And in general, what do you think of if being with the human me didn't change her mind? How clear was that line? Would it be better removed entirely or changed, And speaking of things going both ways, did Arch Nemesis read like he views her as his arch nemesis too, as well as her viewing him as her arch nemesis? Because it was meant to be, he's her arch nemesis, but she is not his. And so did I need to did I need to do something else to convey it doesn't go both ways? And what could I have done? Because, like, I could have said something like, she didn't know her sister's killer was sitting right here. And would that be better or worse? Because that could just be like, oh, you're just referring to an event. You're not referring to, like, we're arch enemies, but, like, here's an event that happened in the past. Or would it seem worse because it's like, you killed her sister, obviously you hate her. Obviously you're her enemy on both sides. And then, oh no, this was the last 2 words I added in. I in most of my drafts, I did not say on it. I just said, drew the symbol. But I was disappointed because I felt like it would end up reading like this. That he is like breathing the spell into the string on in his hand and then like drawing in the air. But the intent was this. That he's drawing the symbol on the string on his hand. And so I fought to get those two words so that I could do that. But it could have created another problem, which is that it could make it seem like he's drawing it microscopically. Because I did mean it just kind of like, it goes across his hand. Like, it's not that it's only drawing it on the string. But I totally understand. I said he drew it on the string, so you might think, how is he drawing it microscopically? So would it be better to leave those lines off, those two words off? It was a bad last minute choice. The word count had done me a favor prior. And then there's no such thing as dark and light magic, just magic, but that spell was dark. I do recognize that there is a definite possibility that people will read that line as just repetitive. That it's like, there's no dark magic, but there is, though. And I don't want it to read that way. I recognize that it can, but I don't want it to. How I meant that line is that magic is neutral. Magic is a tool, just the same way a weapon, like a sword, is a tool. But this spell is a spell for control. This spell inherently takes another person's will away. And I don't feel like there is ever a good reason to take someone's will away. And even if it's like, this person's a horrible dictator and we need to get them out, it's still inherently an evil act to take away someone's free will. In my current opinion. And so, no, it's not like your classic fantasy thing where it's like, yes, we have the white magic and the dark magic, and you have your Harry Potters who do the white magic, and you have your Voldemorts who do the dark magic. You know, it's not like that, you know? There's just magic, and you can use a spell that cuts something in the same way you could use a sword that cuts something to, cut your hair or kill someone. You know, you can use one spell for good or for ill. But this spell is pretty much only for ill. This spell is a dark spell. And honestly, like, I like using the word dark as well because even evil sounds a little too judgmental for it, you know? But it's like, yeah, even if you want to do something good with it, which Lanai would argue that that's her intention, is to, yes, there is this evil tyrant wolf that I want to take down, and so I am doing something good by using this spell. The spell is still dark. And so I could have said it more directly as, although magic was just a tool and wasn't good or evil, that spell was dark. I could say that. I really don't like that phrasing, though. I really like the phrasing of repeating the word dark and kind of making this distinction between what it means for something to be dark and that it's not about a category of dark magic. And I do actually, now that I think about it, would this help if it's like there's no capital D dark magic, but this spell was lowercase d dark? Or would that make it seem more likely that dark and light magic do exist because he's capitalizing them? But yeah, so I'm curious if that line read correctly or if it just read like I was repeating myself. And if it read like I was repeating myself, how could I make my intention with it clear without using the other phrasing? Without just being more direct of like, yeah, magic isn't good or bad, but that spell's dark, you know? Super boring phrasing in my opinion. I think there's actually, it's funny because this phrasing of repeating the word dark has the potential to just read as like almost silly, unfortunately, but it also has the potential to read as much deeper than just stating things directly. And so it's kind of a, I guess, a high risk, high reward phrasing, whereas the other phrasing would be more clear, but no like opportunity for that extra depth, you know. Did you get what we was responding to? It was meant to be, with this you can control Savion. No, with this we can control Savion. Yes, it is one word for the word count's sake. I am curious if that worked, or if you were like, what do you mean we? What are you talking about? And then I also, regarding the torture or death I could live with line, does that seem to contradict the ending where he freaks out a little when he realizes his hair is in there? What I meant with him freaking out is that he's more like mad that she did it without telling him. That it's like, yeah, okay, I know, you know, my fur is in there and there's a very high chance that it won't work. But now that he knows his hair is in it, it will 100% will work on it. Work on him. There is no doubt about that. And she didn't tell him that she did that. And now, granted, I was quite proud of how I phrased it in the other story. I did write a prequel story to this, which was Strung Up. And yes, okay, I did. That story ends with, I have something to show you. She pulled him to her workstation. String? She smiled falteringly. Once the spell is added, we can use it to control him. He turned slowly, going very pale and wide-eyed. You want to cast the puppeteer's curse? So she does in the other version say, once the spell is added, we can use it to control him. So she was not intentionally keeping it from him. And she did say we, but he didn't connect it, that it meant that his hair is in it too. And that's a fine balance to try to have, is to have her not be intentionally lying about it, so that she's perfectly, if he had asked point blank, is my hair in this, she would have said earlier. But he didn't earlier, and so she didn't. You know, but yeah, so I was wondering if you got to the end and you were like, why is he mad about it? He said he was fine with death or torture. There's also kind of an element of like, it's different when it's a hypothetical versus when it's real. But more than anything, he's less mad about what it can do and more mad about that he didn't have all the information. Because if he knew his hair was in it ahead of time and that it's like, yes, 100%, like, no doubt it will work on you, he would have been like, no, I don't want my hair in it, and would have given a reason, a valid reason to not want that. But anyways, let's go back to my original questions. Is there anything confusing about the story? I felt like I did a better job with the exposition, explaining the general situation and introducing it, having his hair in it, than normal. Would you agree? So my dad would definitely not agree. And so that's kind of where those questions come from, that I thought that this line, for example, worked quite well to convey, hey, he was a wolf, now he's human. And I often in these Savion and Lanai stories don't get to point out that he is her arch nemesis. I usually stick to one or the other, making it clear he's Savion or not making it clear. And in this one, I was proud that I was able to make that clear and get that in there. Granted, it's kind of important for the ending, but yeah, so I felt like I had like both introduced like the general, okay, she doesn't like magic, and he's her arch enemy, but she doesn't know that, and he used to be a wolf, but now he's human, and stuff like that. Lots of stuff to introduce, and I was proud of myself for getting it all in there. But it doesn't sound like I was necessarily as good as I thought I was. You know, I don't know that I succeeded the way I thought I was. So I'm curious what you guys think. Two, especially if you're new, did Savion read as very villainous for lying about his identity to Lanai? How did the "if being with the human me didn't change her mind" read? Did it read as manipulative or like he really loves her? Then I already asked about the "death I could live with" line. 4, I wanted the description of casting the spell to be genuinely creepy and shudder-worthy. Did I succeed? So, yeah, that's here. I originally had a different image, and the image was of something grabbing his chest and throat. I still like that image, and in a longer version, I would probably do both. But I realized that it would be perhaps more interesting if instead of just your average creepy chest tightening image, if it was instead 2 control images. That one was the grabbing thing was meant to be a control image too. But it's meant to be like he's saying the spell and it feels almost like his tongue is being controlled as he says it. And he draws the spell as well, but it almost feels like his finger is being controlled as he does it, you know? And so I'm curious if that worked. 5, did you think it felt terrible to cast because it's inherently a terrible spell, or because his hair was in it, or both? I personally think it's both. It would have felt terrible to cast either way, but it probably felt worse because his hair is in it. 6, I wanted Savion's "that was an ugly spell" to be a soft, surprised, almost awed whisper. How did you read it? If you didn't read it that way, how could I have better described it? I don't know why I didn't say whisper. I don't know why I said murmur instead of whisper, come to think of it. And then I already asked about the light and dark magic thing. 8, was the reveal that his hair was in it a fun and interesting way to end, or did I try to do too much? I could have ended with him like saying it was an ugly spell or something like that and not gone into the hair stuff, so like was that a good addition or not? I did title this story rather similarly to the other one, so String Along and Strung Up. I like the mirrored titles, but that could be confusing as well as make it read more strongly like Savion is manipulating Lanai. If it does either or both, don't hesitate to suggest other title options. And then 10, favorite lines. 11, any other comments? So yeah, is there anything else to see? Oh yeah, it would cost words, but I could say, like the Wolf King, the Sorcerer Wolf here, so that there's not only one wolf mentioned, there's 2. And it does seem, I do recall that Decoy got it from his review, but I'm curious if others did. This was meant to be kind of a, know that when you, take care that when you fight monsters, you do not yourself become one. I forget the exact phrasing, but it's a Nietzsche quote. I didn't want to use the exact quote because the exact quote is like more true. Because in this case, this is more the idea of, yeah, if you want to be able to stand on the same level as your enemy, you have to be fighting with the same tools that your enemy uses. And so it's a little more neutral, but though inherently by saying you're going to be like your enemy, there is a darkness to that. But saying, take care when you fight monsters that you don't become one is a little more obviously like she's going to become a monster, rather than just you need to use the same tools your enemy is using. And so I'm curious if that monster line came to mind for anyone else hearing it. I originally had defeat, and I changed it to match because I do feel like I don't know exactly how he'd phrase it, but he would probably talk more in terms of like, yeah, if you want to be on his level. And it is kind of a little bit wordplay that he's her match in terms of like girlfriend, boyfriend, but also match as in like we are peers in like fighting.
Kitty cat. Hi. You're cute.
So I'm curious how that line read. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, I do recognize that I said the string. That I said the string, the puppet string. I did not like it. I did not like that I did that. I didn't know how else to do it, though, if I wanted to have that active verb of, like, it's out in my hand and clarify that he's holding it rather than just saying, the puppet string, it's entwined, you know? So if you have any ideas how to not repeat it, do tell. And I guess I'll say I am curious how you felt about the image of, like, him breathing on it. I quite liked that image of, like, that there's kind of some of the power is in the breath itself, that it needs to feel the breath. Oh, that reminds me, a big question that I forgot to ask is that if you do know the universe and these characters and stuff like that, this is the first time I have described anybody doing a spell. I describe the more inherent magic all the time.
Yeah. Go ahead, kitty.
A lot of my characters, Savion included, have kind of a more superpower type magic where they can just, like, conjure fire because they wanted to conjure fire sort of thing. But there are also spells, and so part of the reason I haven't written about them is because I'm still working out how exactly they work. But I am curious how you felt about this, if it was unexpected, if you were like, oh yeah, no, it didn't feel unexpected at all, or what regarding that. Yeah. Let's see what folks have been saying. Puppet string origin? That was creepy descriptions. Thank you. Mark says, I think I saw it as actively bleeding. Gotcha. Eiko says, I thought it was reacting to the spell. Gotcha. Not sure referring to there. Oh, for Worlds Apart. Horde and Jen separated by magic, while Ori and Durgu being different. Something with the train setting. I don't know if I know the train setting. Looks kind of like a crab. Branch could work. Mark says, I think it bleeding while doing a dark spell is cool personally, but Branch works for what you were going for. Fair enough. Yeah, and there is an element of, like, hey, maybe, like, as he said it and drew it, maybe on the page it did bleed, you know? I guess it's more of, like, the description was before it was said. I thought it was very clear. The I comforted myself line or something else. Decoy says, no, I only viewed it as he is her arch nemesis. Gotcha, that's good. I felt like he was both manipulating her and felt for her. Fair enough. That's like, well, I was gonna say a little bit accurate, but I don't know, is manipulating the right word? At the very least, he's absolutely deceiving her, while also caring about her. Though I don't know if he's intentionally manipulating her. Eiko, it felt to me like magic isn't light or dark, but this spell was made with dark intention. Yeah, exactly. Decoy, oh, I thought there was some weird interaction of his hair being in there twice. Like, he'd have absolute control over his wolf form. Gotcha. Interesting. And what do you mean by wolf form? Were you thinking that he was like a werewolf who couldn't control his wolf form? Were you thinking there's two of him? Did you read The Split last week, and is that what is causing you to think there's two of him? I guess I could just say there's not two of him right now. There is only one of him. He was a wolf, and now he's a human, and he can't get back to being a wolf. Mega thought I did well. I don't know if that's about something specific or just in general, but I appreciate it either way. That would be interesting if it did have weird effects with his hair being in there twice. Yeah, I'll think about that. That could be something to actually experiment with, if, like, maybe it's more powerful that his hair is in there twice or something. Let's see. Didn't get that image. I assume for the bleeding one. Didn't get the image of it actively bleeding, or didn't get the image of it not actively bleeding. Worlds Apart just makes me think of an old PvP about genetically engineered psychic elemental super soldiers fighting aliens. Wild. I think of whenever I think of Nemesis syndrome. Nice. Art done, dinner done, groceries ordered, game time. It does sound like you're having a good night. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yep. We? There is no we. Got Weapons vibes. I have not seen Weapons, and considering it's a horror movie, I doubt I ever will, so I don't know what the vibes are and if they're good, but I guess if you're talking about the spell, I meant for the spell to be horrific, so I guess that's a compliment. Yuka, I took it as an alter ego, like a werewolf Jekyll and Hyde situation. Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. That I can see that interpretation with the info that you had. They go, oh no, there is another him eventually. That Savion could use it. That Savion could use it on if he needed to. If the puppeteer string doesn't get destroyed. After its use. But yes, that could be an interesting element, as if he uses it on his split self eventually. But yes, thank you all for your comments. If you have any more, you are still free to say them, but for now we are going to move on to Dragon Eye's story. Promises by Connor/Dragoneye. 331 words. Harrowly strode through the castle gardens, her maroon dress billowing from a gust of wind. Her lord was most certain to find her soon, especially with the disaster that unfolded the prior week. The curse wasn't enough. Harrowly! Her throat dried up at the sound of Lord Shaw Hyde thundering from the ramparts above. However, she continued her walk in faux ignorance, moving over to her plot of snake root. She then knelt down and pulled a plant from the soil, examining its roots as a distraction. The march of Lord Shaw's feet paused right behind the witch. You promised me a victorious battle. What good is a witch who can't keep her promises? Harrowly's thoughts erased as she clipped the plant's roots with her shears. The way of the giants moves in unpredictable ways, my lord. And yet, it has had an astounding record so far, with the defeat of the sisters at Blandine Ball, and the fleeing of High King Gwyn. But only now, when I had him at my mercy, do your arts conveniently fail me. She reached down and tugged on the giant's braid that dangled from her belt. What was it that went wrong? Did she perform the wrong ritual? Without her mother, she wouldn't fully know her failings. I understand your frustrations, my lord. See, I am already gathering what I need for the next ritual. I assure you it will... Harrowly's head was pulled back from her own braid. Lord Shaw's hand squeezed it, his cold iron hands holding the witch in place. His fiery breath brushed against her ears with a displeased whisper. You will promise victory to me, upon the giants, upon the tree, and upon your mother. Should this next battle come with more failure, you will join her in the soil. Do you hear me? Harrowly choked down the urge to curse him with an eternity of impotence. He was her only chance at punishing Gwyn. I promise victory to you. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Don't believe that you had any notes, but if you did, please grab them. And if you have any questions now, then don't hesitate to share those. Alrighty, this story was very interesting because the first time I read it, I was like, yeah, you did a really good job of like getting the universe stuff in there, but not having it be confusing and not saying too much. And then the second time I read it, I was like, I actually feel like there's quite a bit of universe stuff in there that is kind of confusing. And then the third time I read it, I was like, kind of more back to the original or more in the middle of like, but no, I don't think it's too distracting. And so I could definitely see people having mixed reviews on this one. So do let me know in the chat. Do you feel like the universe stuff got in the way of this one? Were you confused, or do you feel like it got in the way not at all or very little and I was not at all confused? I think that your setting especially is pretty fantastic. I can really imagine the physicality and visuals of the scene really strongly. And so I think you did a great job with that. I am curious about a couple things in the beginning here. Her lord was certain to find her soon, especially with the disaster that unfolded the prior week. Her throat dried up at the sound of Lord Shawhide thundering from the ramparts above. So, it sounds like I don't know why it took him a week, basically. Like, if it happened a week ago, why did he wait this long to chew her out about it? And, if she's, like, wanting to hide away from him, or she doesn't, want to talk to him about it, she's not hiding very well. She's just hanging out. She's just walking by the ramparts that he could easily, see her from. And so I don't know why, I don't know why. I don't know why it took him a week to get mad about it, and I don't know why she's hanging out so close. And I'm also curious what the curse was. I'm definitely interested, and I don't think it's too much of a hindrance to like understand the story, but it is something that gets mentioned that the reader has questions about, and it seems like those questions are not in fact answered. And I do like that she's like trying to ignore him. She's just like, keep walking. And that she's like, yeah, great plant, pretending she has other stuff she's focused on. And then very evocative, the like sound of his feet behind her. And I quite like the line here, what good is a witch who can't keep her promises? I think that works very well. The way of the giants moves in unpredictable ways, I think, is the first true university thing that I'm not entirely sure works, or at least it's a bit confusing in a couple of ways, because one, the way moves in unpredictable ways is in itself kind of a confusing idea, because yes, you can have a road and the road can wind and move in unpredictable ways, but it feels like somebody like how is it gonna phrase it? I don't know, like, the cat moves in unpredictable ways. A creature moves in unpredictable ways, rather than a way moves in unpredictable ways. Because the way is like, how do you say it? Like the thing being done, not the thing doing the doing. And so, by default, that makes it a little confusing as to what's going on. And then who and what the giants are and how they're related isn't really introduced before or after. Isn't really introduced before or explained after. Because I don't know if it's like the giants are who they're fighting and like, oh, sorry, I tried to do my magic, but those giants, they're a crafty bunch. Or if it's like the way of the giants is magic. Like that is what magic is in your world. It's the way of the giants. And stuff like that. And so I think something that's a little more clear, what exactly is this, would be helpful. I think you could say something like, she continued her walk in info ignorance, saying a quick prayer to the giants, moving over to her plot of snake roots, to make it clear they're like the gods to them or something. and a kind of a similar question to, but only now when I had him at my mercy. Who is him? Because, like, we are talking about a victorious battle. That doesn't seem like him. That seems like I mean, granted, you can have, like, a battle, but really who you're fighting is the king, and maybe that's all it is. But it definitely read to me like, you know, a more group event than I have a particular person at my mercy, if that makes sense. And so I'm left going, him? Who's him? You know? I do applaud you for being able to throw some names out and have it work, because I sure, you don't have to name drop the Sisters of Blandine Ball because they're not mentioned after, but I don't think it distracts. I'm not mad about it, and you do need to name drop High King Gwyn, but we'll talk more about that in a bit. And I don't know if High King Gwyn is the him. To me, it didn't read like he was, because it read like it's had an astounding record so far, you know. Like, through your magic, the defeat of the Sisters of Blandine Ball happened. Through your magic, High King Gwyn fled. But through your magic, I lost. And so it read like example 1, example 2, example last week. Not example 1, example 2, last week relates to example 2, you know? So I do think that just saying, but only now when I had Gwyn at my mercy, you know, if it is Gwyn, I think he should be name dropped a second time. Yes, there's a ever so slight clunk in saying Gwyn twice, but I think the clarity that you get from that is more important than the problem of the potential clunk. I will take a clear sentence, a clear but clunky sentence over an unclear sentence that flows well any day. And I do think that, despite being a little confused on the phrasing, I do think that this introduction of, magic's a little unpredictable. Maybe she did something wrong, but it's gone super well every other time. I think that all works really well and is really interesting. I am really curious about the giant's braid that she has on her belt. I'm not sure if it's an ingredient for magic, if it is a focus for her magic, if it is a war trophy. You know, I feel like it could be a lot of things. I don't know that we necessarily need to know. We just need to know a little bit more about who the giants are to them. But I do think that that's a really interesting image in and of itself. I also think it's interesting that, because, you know, as we're reading, you have not said that, like, she intended to do it well. And so especially with starting with the curse wasn't enough, I definitely was thinking, yeah, she botched it on purpose. And so it's very interesting to realize, no, she didn't. That actually she fully intended it to work. But something went wrong. And I quite like the mention of, you know, without her mother, she wouldn't fully know her failings, that our mother was more knowledgeable than her. And so not only have you lost your presumably beloved mother, and that's terrible, you also have lost a teacher and someone who could help understand where she went wrong. And so that's a really interesting element there. And it makes sense that she is being like, hey, we're good, I'm here to do the next one, and stuff like that. I think that the image of him, like, pulling back her braid and everything is very striking. I can really imagine that strongly. Same with, like, the cold iron hands, great image there. Cold iron hands, fiery breath, contrasting but equally evocative images that work really well. And then I think I like the cadence of upon the giants, upon the tree, and upon your mother. I don't know what the tree is. On the one hand, I can get that it's probably something sacred. On the other hand, having it be mentioned earlier might have been good. But you did mention the giants earlier, and they seem to have some relation to magic. But I definitely felt more, like, emotional impact from the line about her mother. And so then when it's, like, not just upon the giants, who maybe you get your magic from, but upon your mother, it's like, oh, that doesn't feel good. Both in the sense of like, I don't want to swear on my mother's grave, but also because it might imply, yeah, I'm gonna kill you, if that it might imply that he killed her mother, and he's gonna kill her if she doesn't do it right, you know. And he does say you'll join her in the soil. Doesn't necessarily mean that he killed her, but that's kind of the impression I'm getting. And so I think that cadence works very well. I think that build up to the mother works really well. I think the threat in general works really well. I think it's totally fair that she wants to curse him. And I like that she still has fire, that she doesn't just like lay down and take it and say, I promise victory to you, and that's it. I like that we see she's like, I don't want to lay down and take this, but you know, he is my only chance at getting what I want, so I guess I have to, you know. Which is the next question of, I don't know why she wants to punish Gwyn, because as I said, the only indication I got is like, yeah, okay, the sisters at Blanding Ball were defeated, don't know who they were, just that they were defeated. The fleeing of High King Gwyn, okay, he's still alive, but he's fled, and so to me, especially because it's basically in a list of defeats, it's literally with another thing that is called a defeat, I just took he fled as equaling defeat. Like, we don't need to do anything more with him, he's fled, he's defeated. And so I don't know why she needs to punish him. And so I feel like either taking that out, talking about it more generally. I mean, honestly, even a line of like, he was her only chance at getting what she wanted. Even something as like general as that might have worked. Or expending some words somewhere to explain what her problem is with Gwyn, I think would have been helpful. Also, so I assume that she's like choking down the urge to curse him with an eternity of impotence because she has to do it out loud and he'd hear it and then kill her. But hey, presumably you can also do your magic in private, so why not both? Sure, you can swear you promise victory, but can't you also then, you know, curse him with impotence on the side? You know, you get a main course of victory in a battle with a side dish of some fries of eternity of impotence. Why can't we do both? But yes, I quite like the story. It made me really curious about the world. I do want to read more about these characters. I really liked your scene setting. I think that was very well done. I think the characters themselves were really, had really strong character and were really evocative just in their personalities and actions and stuff. And despite definitely having some questions about like how magic works and what her motivations are and stuff like that, I do feel like I got what I mostly needed to know about what's going on here, that she promised him victory in the past and it didn't go so well, and he is making her promise victory again on penalty of death, you know, and all that is really dynamic and interesting. And so I think you did a really good job with this. Dragonite, yeah, there are some gaps that are just going to be there as a consequence of word count. I explained that witchcraft is centered all around oaths and promises, which is the domain of giants. Huh. Which are indeed worshipped as gods. I can't fully explain how their magic works. It's simply way too complex to explain in detail for this piece, but yeah, the giant's braid is like a focus. Gotcha. Okay. So, I do have to say, as much as I like the physical setting and character descriptors, do I still think that they're less important than doing a little more explaining of the magic? I do. And so I do think that taking out a little bit of the setting so you could at least get in there like saying a quick prayer to the giants here, perhaps, just so that at least it's clear they worship them, I think would have been worth cutting out one like visual image there, as much as I like the visual images. And that is difficult, that it's like, oh, okay, so like promises and stuff, are the magic itself, and so she can't just like, well, I don't know, I guess maybe she could promise something in secret, I don't know. But if you have to have both parties present, then yeah, she can't curse him in private and have it work, because it's all about oaths and promises. And I do understand that, yeah, okay, yeah, it being the domain of the giants and stuff like that is a little more of a complicated idea. Let's see. I think. Because, yeah, if you said, like, the giant's domain, well, I was going to say moves in unpredictable ways, but that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, like using the word the giant's domain might not have fixed the issues with that way line. I guess actually, the way of the giants is unpredictable. That's all it needed. Just to not repeat the word ways. The way of the giants is unpredictable. The way is its own way. It's its thing. It's itself unpredictable. But yeah, I would still be wondering about the giants there, but yeah, I think at least if you had her praying to them earlier, it would clear what needs to be clear, even if it's not what, even if I wish there could be more. I was just about to type, yes, can I get a sign of eternal impotence? Mm-hmm. Alrighty, Rue. But very good story, Jag and I. Great to see your name around again. Very fun. Oh boy, my hair. Okie dokie. It's time to announce the prompt for next week. Let's put the... Can you put the stream ending one up? It'd be... BHC should be this. Yep, there we go. Okay. Could just post a quote from their holy text that kind of encapsulate what the deal is, but then it just confused me further. Fair enough. Okie dokie. Alright. In third place, with 5 votes, we have Let the Demons In. Definitely Halloweeny still. In second place, we have a 3-way tie. I Had a Heart, Syntax, and In Search of Monsters. I can definitely see why those were beloved. And I appreciate the love for the one that was mine. But our winner with 7 votes is... You'll Always Have a Place Here. I am not surprised that this one won. The minute I saw it in the suggestions channel, I was like, ooh, that's good vibes. I like that. I like those vibes. And so I'm not surprised other people liked the vibes as well. But it feels like such a sweet prompt. Of course, you can use it in non-sweet ways, and I'll give you examples in a bit. But my first thought is it seems very sweet. It's like this found family kind of idea of like, you'll always have a place here. You can always come home. You know, that it could be a literal blood family of just like somebody comes home to their family home and they're like, hey, I'm broke, can I stay with you, mom and dad? Like, of course you'll always have a place here. Or it could be, you know, the kid does something that they're afraid that their parents won't accept, and the parents are like, no, it's fine, you like, whatever you've done, you know, if you've done something bad, you still have a place with us, sort of thing. It could be, as I said, it could be more of a found family, that it's like we will all have a place with each other. That you will have a place in our party, in our group, or wherever they decide to settle down. Or it could be like Reincarnator's The Wanderer, right? That like, well, I guess in that case, like anyone can always have a place there. That it's like, this is a place where anyone and everyone is welcome. And you, whoever you are, you will always have a place here, sort of thing. You could also take it as you will always have a place in my heart, and that could be kind of like good or bittersweet. That could be sweet or bittersweet. It could be somebody, I don't know, like you could say that when you're getting married, that you'll always have a place in my heart. Or it could be you're breaking up with someone. It's like, you'll always have a place in my heart, It could be, but going with the not so heartwarming ways, it could be a villain being like, you'll always have a place here in my collection, sort of thing. It could be that, like, oh yeah, like, a villain wants to, like, recruit someone, and the hero's like, no, I won't use your nefarious methods. And it's like, well, whenever your heroic methods don't pan out, you'll always have a place at our company, kind of thing. I guess it could even be about just somebody who, like, had a job somewhere and then they, like, I don't know, they retired, and then they're like, well, you can always come, you always feel free to stop by, a sort of thing. You'll always have a place here. It could also be, you'll always have a place in my heart, but negatively, in the sense of, like, an arch nemesis, or it's like, yeah, you always have a place here, like a thorn in my side, like a what was I gonna say? I don't know. You have a place in my heart, but not because of heartwarming, warm, fuzzy feelings, but because you're like a needle sticking into my heart, kind of thing. Oh geez, that take fits Alex worryingly well. What the like, you'll always have a place in my collection, or well, if it doesn't pan out with somebody else, you'll always have a place with me, like one of those. Where it is. What's the stream chat saying? Boop, 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 boop. Oh boy, yeah, that's another dark one. You'll always have a place in the gutter. That could be like somebody who, like, grew up in poverty and they're trying to claw their way to riches, and, like, the people who are still stuck in the gutter can be like, well, you'll always have a place here. Yeah, you can always come back. I guess it could also be like, everybody always has a place in the gutter. That it's like, not everybody has a place in the lofty clouds and palaces, but there's always a spot for somebody in the gutter, you can always end up there, sort of thing. Aerith, I'm pondering an idea, perhaps. What about a place where a character's father welcomes him home, but the father is dying? And when he's gone, there'll always be a place no longer there, repossessed by the lord over the land, so the father would welcome them in, but the world around them is cruel. I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, I'm not sure I get it. Sorry. Korea, my first thought is warm, cozy vibes, found family. I've also thought other ways, like even an animal sanctuary. Or some sort of community where someone finds solace. In the religious community or within libraries. Yeah, that's a good point. It could be, you'll always have a place in our community, for sure, and it could indeed also be just a literal place of, like, yeah, we'll always open our doors to you, sort of thing. Wolf, see, I always go straight to cults. Funny how that is. That's literally the darkest way to take it. Well, maybe not literally the darkest, but one of the darkest at least. The collection thing with his thrall especially. Yeah, very fair. Well, the ad is incoming, so, and it's quite late. So I think I will wrap up there. I'll keep an eye on what folks are saying. But I quite like this prompt. I'm interested to see what folks do with it. But yes, so, who do you want me to raid? Please do let me know. In the meantime, if you're not read here on the stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome, and they do backup readings. They happen during the... They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so if you'd like to be first in line, then head over to the backup queue early. You can read your story to everyone else. You can have somebody else read your story to everyone else for you. You can just lurk and hang out. There's a lot more back and forth discussion and voice. Good thing to check out. CM Weller will be over at Hold My Pen Promptcast. Oh yeah, if that is still streaming, then that's definitely where we should go. Aerith, a little confusing, I admit. Let me reword it. His father welcomes him in, saying it will always be a place for him at the table. The lord over the land will take the farm back when the father dies. The father wants to give a place for his son, but the lord will take it away when his father dies. Perhaps this is too much of an aversion to work. You have me in the first half. Like, I like the, like, yeah, father welcomes him back, and he's like, you know, that you'll always have a place in my house, and not only that, like, this literal house will be yours when I'm gone, and so you will always have a literal place here, in addition to, like, a place in my heart and at my hearth. But he, like, him selling it, like, I guess him selling it could still work as long as it's clear in the earlier half that the father was trying to make it clear you always have a place here. But yeah, him selling it does very much seem like, no, I don't. I don't have a place here. And so I guess that's probably where I end up confusing, because it's very much, I don't have a place here. Hell, even Charlie's Hotel, it has been hotel, which is in hell. Totally, absolutely. Like, if you want a chance at redemption, you will always have a place here. Being an honorary member, for example, with One Piece, one character is an honorary member but never officially joins the Straw Hat crew. Yeah, that is a good point, that it's both if you are part of a certain group, that it's like you'll have a place in our group, but it's also like, even if you're on the outskirts, it's like, well, you still have a place with us, even if you're not officially part of us, for sure. No, I meant the lord of the land owns the land, as they are tenant farmers. Son can't inherit, as he isn't tied to the land the way his father was. Oh, I see. So it's like, yeah, you'll always have a place here. I will leave the farm to you. And it's like, no, but he doesn't own the farm, so he can't actually promise that you'll always have a place here. That works then, yeah. If it's like, you'll always have a place here, and then that's what I wanted, but that actually isn't feasible. You know, I think that still works for the prompt. Yep. Aw. I mean, I hope I got it on that last one. Join us, or else there will be no place for you. Alright, let's go to Hold My Pen Promptcast. Oh good, I'm glad I got it in the end. Okie dokie, is that looking right? I think I recognize that little cover image. But yes, thank you all for a lovely, very slightly belated Halloween stream, and longer stream than usual. I hope it was enjoyable. You guys wrote great stories. Yeah. I will see you guys next time. And indeed, you will always have a place here. Goodbye.